Welcome to St. Dominic High School and the St. Dominic Overwatch Open. Getting started with round one. St. Dominic versus Sykeston on Lijiang Tower. Taking a look at the teams that we're playing, our heroes. Looks like Sykeston, for their tanks, going to be going Ramatra. For their DPS, May and Bastion. And their supports, Moira and Baptiste. For Dominic, Reinhardt, Lucio Baptiste, Junkrat, Hanzo. Getting started in the first round. Lijiang Tower is a capture map. Aim of the game, capture the point, hold on to it for as long as possible. Getting into the first fight. Reinhardt able to find Ramatra and Moira, and Lucio able to find Sykeston's May. Dominic is going to get the first capture, and they're going to start the charge. Now, Hanzo, he just got added back into the game. Can you tell me why he was out?
Yeah, so Hanzo, they just released an update, and Hanzo has a bow and arrow that's a nice one-shot, easy weapon to use. But for some reason, the single-shot bow and arrow got added back in, and it became an automatic bow and arrow, which is, you can't do that in this game. He's made a specific way to fill a specific role, and they had to do a quick fix on that, so we're happy to see him back here playing today.
Sykeston back for another push. 38% on the capture clock. Ultimate from Sykeston's Moira. Now an ultimate from Dominic's Hanzo. Papa Chulo able to find Sykeston's healer, as well as Sykeston's Bastion and Sykeston's Mercy. Papa Chulo not taking no for an answer, pushing forward as well as taking Moira. Papa Chulo's killed 4 of Sykeston's players. 65% on the capture. Papa Chulo just kept pushing forward, kept going for kills.
Yeah, and hey, he's playing Hanzo. You know, it's good to see him on his character because he's doing that with just the single shot correct weapon. Now imagine that with that broken one that he had just a couple days ago. It's good to see him just owning the game right now.
Dominic with 4 ultimates charged, and Sykeston with only 1. Almost 90% on the capture clock. Sykeston's going to have to go for a hard push here. Use all of their ultimates to hopefully capture the point. But something tells me, with that ultimate from Lucio, that Dominic is not going to allow Sykeston. Ultimate from Reaper and from Junkrat. That's going to end the first round. Dominic with the capture, going into the second round. We'll see if Sykeston's able to hold up more of a defense. Taking a look at St. Dominic. For our players, we have Lonnie ATM is Reinhardt, Kaz Comic is Junkrat, Papa Chulo is Hanzo, V-Bird is Lucio, and Palmer Games is Baptiste. Heading back into the game, round 2. Looks like Sykeston's changed up their characters a little bit. Going for Arisa. You can see Lucio was going for the bridge boop, unable to get it. Sykeston decided to go right. Sykeston also running Mercy as their healer. They're going to push hard on this right side, try and capture early, and that's the name of the game here. Capture early, capture hard. But Dominic's holding up a strong defense. And it looks like Dominic's going to be able to capture first. Arisa charging on point. And I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Arisa. I've always loved Arisa. Papa Chulo, back at it again. Taking out both Mercy and Bastion. Dominic not going to let any tomfoolery stand, especially Papa Chulo.
Again, here he is just controlling the tempo of the game. If you were Sykeston, you just gotta target him. You just gotta stick your head in there and get him out of the game so you can at least get a break from his arrows that are just dominating your team right now.
And those arrows, those are infinite. Hanzo doesn't have a need to reload. So he'll just keep firing arrows, just looking for a headshot. As soon as he gets that headshot, I mean, it's just so hard to defend. Sykeston trying to group her up, going across the bridge. We'll see if Lucio's going to try and knock him off. Tried to knock off Arisa. Unfortunately, she's just a little too heavy. Able to knock off Bastion. He's going to take a little ride down the slide of death.
Yeah, it's fun to see Lucio here hunting for kills off the side of the bridge. He was doing it in the last map too, trying to play the corner and knock people out. It's just a really fun way to play Lucio, and it's really tough to play against that when you're Sykeston unless you get rid of him as well.
Genji also taking a slide off the bridge. Sykeston's going to have to fall back. Dominic with 75% on the capture. And almost all 5 ultimates. 87% on Reinhardt's ultimate. We're going to watch Dominic use all 5 ultimates, and I'm going to be honest, it's going to be hard for Sykeston to live past what's about to come to them. There goes Bastion off the map again. Knocked off by Farah. Lots of ultimates here. Ultimate from Reinhardt, Baptiste, as well as Hanzo. 100% on the capture. That's going to be the end of the first map. St. Dominic 2. Sykeston 0. Take a look at the play of the game here. V-Bird is Lucio. You can see on the first point. Playing very aggressive, getting that knockoff. Able to knock both of Sykeston's DPS off. Taking a look at our map pool and what we're playing next. We're going to King's Row, which is a hybrid map. Hybrid maps, of course. You capture a point, and then you push from there. Whoever pushes the farthest wins the map. It's pretty self-explanatory, don't you think?
Yeah, I'd say so. But it does add a little wrinkle into it because you're kind of playing 2 different types of game modes all within one round. So it's interesting to see how the teams will stack up and come out starting.
Now, of course, this is a best of 5 match. So if Dominic is able to take home all 3 maps instantly, we're going to stop 3 maps. After King's Row, we're going to Dorado, which is an escort map. Okay. Escort is just a pure push map. Right outside the gate, you have a payload. You just push as far as you can. Taking a look at Sykeston. We have Ignatius as DPS, commonly playing Diva. Genji, Ivy commonly playing Genji. Excel commonly playing Reaper. Oilcam playing Alari. Unfortunately, we don't have a graphic for Alari, actually. And of course, Millicat playing Mercy. Sykeston is going to be the first to attack. Let's head back in game. Dominic changing up their lineup a little bit. Reinhardt, Bastion, Lucio the same. Changing up their DPS, going for Ashe, Sniper, and Ana, another Sniper. Sykeston also changing up a little bit. Instead of Mercy, Mollycat's going Ana, and instead of Diva, Ignatius is going Reinhardt. So it's going to be a Reinhardt v. Reinhardt battle. Those are always fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to just watch Reinhardts beat on each other. They're fun characters to play, and it's going to be really interesting to see them in the choke. And Dominic obviously is going with the strategy of don't even let them through that little point because they got those snipers in the back line.
You can see Reinhardt v. Reinhardt here. It's just a battle of 2 shields. 2 shields, 2 hammers. They're just going to keep kind of fighting each other while everyone else is going to kind of shoot through those shields.
Yeah, Reinhardt is really good at keeping his friends alive and having those snipers way behind him. You can't really touch them, and it's going to be tough for Sykeston to get through.
Sykeston retreating all the way back to their spawn, hoping to group up. Looks like they're going through the theater. They're going to try and get up top. Little over 3 minutes left on the clock. Sykeston's going to have to fight through this chokehold. And then once they fight through this chokehold, they're going to have to capture the point, which is it's a whole other can of worms, really.
Yeah, and right now Dominic is still controlling the tempo of the game. They're backing up a little bit, but you know, even though they're backing up, that doesn't mean they're losing any ground. They're just kind of regrouping and holding the line.
Ignatius able to find Dominic's Lucio. And then in a Reinhardt v. Reinhardt battle, it looks like Dominic won. Sykeston's Hanzo able to find Ash. And then from the grave, Ash's TNT is able to kill Sykeston's Ana.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Ash was doing there. It looked like she kind of got trapped in front of Reinhardt's shield and was just kind of out of position and paid the price for it.
Dominic with 2 ultimates ready. Both Bastion and Reinhardt could be a very powerful combo, but of course, Sykeston also has some ultimates. That being Olari and Ana. Here comes the ultimate from Bastion, Papachulo. Not able to find anyone, and Sykeston's on point. We're going to see how long they can stay on point. Lucio able to take out Reinhardt. Or Reaper, sorry. And Reinhardt's going to retreat. But again, in a Reinhardt v. Reinhardt battle, Dominic's going to win. Minute 41 left on the clock.
Yeah, Dominic's got some ults ready, and it's going to be really tough for this last minute and a half of the game for it to get broken up here.
Ultimate from Hanzo here. Able to find Ana. Reinhardt's ultimate's coming out to play. Gets slept by Ana. Looks like Sykeston's switching to Diva off of Reinhardt. And they're just hoping with a minute left on the clock they're going to be able to get on point. And even get into the second half of this game mode.
Yeah, they need to start doing something with Sykeston. That Diva needs to start diving in the back line and at least just break up this wall that they have right now. They are starting to run out of time.
Reinhardt pushing forward. He wants to find that Reaper. Ultimate from Reaper now. Trying to get on point. Sykeston's on point. They were able to take out Dominic and get a team kill. Sykeston's on point and getting the capture.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. They needed that last second push, and luckily it went their way, and that's awesome to see. So we get to see a little bit more of the gameplay here. Let's see how Dominic responds.
Sykeston starting to escort the point. Dominic's still holding strong with their lineup, not changing anything. Diva able to find Ash. Sykeston's on a steady push now. Another ultimate from Papachulo here. Let's see if he finds anyone. Not able to get any kills with that one. Ultimate from Dominic's Reinhardt. Able to find quite a few of Sykeston's players. Genji the only one left alive.
And there we go, seeing again the Reinhardt Bastion combo. It's really hard to stop that with so many bullets coming towards you while you're laying on that ground.
Bastion doing a little bit of a dance now.
I believe he was just singing a Christmas carol there too.
Ultimate from Diva now.
here we go again, same story, just a couple feet behind where they were originally. It's just another choke that Dominic is controlling with that Reinhardt Bastion combo, and it's just so tough to break that.
That's the hard thing about King's Row is 2 chokes real close to each other. Real hard to push. Ultimate from Ana here, and Genji, and Alari. Sykeson's using all their ultimates here. 12 seconds left on the clock. Dominic able to take out Genji as well as Reaper. Ultimate from Kaz's Junkrat able to take out Mercy. Dominic able to keep Sykeson off point. That's going to be the end of round 1. Now Dominic will have a chance to attack.
And Sykeston dumped a whole lot of ults there right at the end, and they still couldn't break the line. And that's tough to see when you're Sykeston, because that was your hope right there. That was your Hail Mary, and it did not come through for you.
Now, if I'm Sykeston, who would you recommend that I play to combat the Reinhardt Bastion?
If they bring that Reinhardt again, I would go Ramatra, because he plays perfectly against Reinhardt, being able to punch through a shield and do damage to him. And I would just hope that you can get Reinhardt out of the way and have the rest of your team deal with that Bastion, because the Bastion's going to hurt no matter what. But if you can get that tank out of the way that's been suffocating you all game, that's at least something that Sykeston can build off of.
Dominic changing their lineup a little bit. Looks like they changed one of their healers for Lifeweaver, and one of their DPS for Widowmaker. Widow's going to try and get a snipe here. Also, Sykeston changing up their lineup, going for Junkrat and Orisa. Now, Orisa can either be a very powerful counter against Reinhardt, or she can't do anything. It completely depends on how Ignatius is going to play Orisa.
Yeah,
and we're about to see.
If he gets help from this Mercy right here with this damage boost, it's going to be tough for Dominic to break that up. But we'll see how it goes, because it is a risk. But at this point, if you're Sykeston, you got to do something.
Papachulo looking for the snipe, not able to find anyone. Sykeston ducking behind some cover. Dominic effortlessly pushes through the first chokehold.
Yeah, and I don't know about that one if I'm Sykeston. That choke is so important on this map. You got to hold that to burn some time. And they're just letting them walk right to the point. And
Dominic's already on point. Reinhardt finds a Lari. Dominic's almost all the way through the capture. Sykeston just keeps backing up. Only Orisa left. Now, if I'm Sykeston, what I would do here is you can't be backing up. You have to stay on point. You have to hold your ground. Because now Dominic has 5.5 minutes to push not very far. And we see Palmer Games is just going to sit on this point and push while his teammates are kind of cleaning up Sykeston a little.
yeah, it'd be one thing if the payload had made it all the way to the end of the map for Sykeston, but they did not get very far at all. So you have to be on top of them right now to stop this payload.
Sykeston grouping all up.
And
Looks like
they're not even there. Where, like, you can't win a game like this. They just got to get in there and get dirty.
Sykeston pushing from up top. They switch to Zarya. 1.49 meters from the point. Ultimate from Papachulo here. Let's see what he's going to do. Lots of ultimates here. Cleaning up the stragglers. And it looks like Dominic is going to take this map. Very fast push from Dominic.
Yeah, there was not a lot of resistance there from Sykeston. And they got to figure it out on this third map, otherwise...
Take a look at the play of the game. Play of the game is actually coming from Sykeston and Excel as Reaper. Take a look at this play right at the end. Beautiful ultimate. Clearing out Dominic, getting Sykeston the capture.
And that's what they needed. They needed more of that, though. They needed some more getting behind Dominic and just breaking them up a little bit.
If I was Sykeston, the main problem that I saw them having was they would push back, and you can't push back in a scenario like that where you don't have to push very far. you have to really stand your ground. You want to go Arisa, I believe was a good choice.
Yes.
Absorbs a lot of damage.
But the problem is they went Orisa and then backed up. She's able to hold that just like Reinhardt is, and they just kept stepping back.
Sykeston, you ready? Heading into the third map, Dorado. We're going to see if Sykeston's going to change anything up. This is an escort map, so it's a push from the beginning.
Yeah, and Sykeston's got to get off to a hot start. I mean, they're down 2-0 right now, so don't hold back. Just go. You got to do something. Something's got to change.
Here's map 3 of 5. So if Dominic wins this map, this first match will be over, and Dominic will be moving on in the tournament. Take a look at who we've played. Sykeston going for D.Va, Brigitte, Genji, Moira, Reaper. They're going to be on the attack first. Dominic going for their standard Bastion, Hanzo, Reinhardt, Lucio, Baptiste combo.
Now, I like the D.Va pick, but the D.Va's got to get in the back line. D.Va's not made to sit there in the front line and just fight around with this Reinhardt. She's got to get back and get the weaker characters.
D.Va is very much a dive character, and Dominic has some pretty weak backline characters. Bastion really doesn't have a whole lot of health, neither does Lucio or Baptiste. So D.Va really just needs to hop behind.
And that's exactly what she's going to start doing right here. I'd love to see that.
D.Va going for the quick hop up and then quickly retreating down because Dominic also picked the high ground. Lucio going to chill on the point. Going to pause their push. Sykeston's going to have 3 minutes and 40 seconds to push to the first checkpoint. D.Va trying to get up top. Genji behind. That's what you love to see, is a dive character like Genji. And we saw right there, when you have a dive jump up, it's quite easy to take out that Bastion.
And that's perfect. That's just what they needed.
Sykeston's Lucio taking out Dominic's Lucio. Sykeston's on an unhalted push. Gonna try and see what Dominic is hoping to defend here. Dominic able to take out Sykeston's Moira. One support down. Still pushing fast. Reaper dove from the back. Able to take out Bastion. As well as Reinhardt. But no one's on the point.
Yeah, we see how well this strategy is working for Sykeston, where they're starting to dive behind the Reinhardt and get those softer characters, and it's really putting Dominic on their back foot right now.
Now Dominic's going to have to switch up their play a little. Now that Sykeston's starting to dive, Papachulo able to find Sykeston's Moira, sorry. Little under 5 minutes on the clock to push to the next point. Ultimate from Reinhardt here, catching 4 of the 5 Sykeston players. Able to take out Lucio. Reaper, as well as destroy D.Va's mech and kill D.Va. Dominic finally able to clear the point. Sykeston's going to regroup. Sykeston had a really good thing going. Now they have 4 ultimates charged. Almost a 5th one.
Yeah, but if you look at it, Dominic does too. Like, they just used the Reinhardt ult there, and they wiped the team. So that just shows you that Dominic is still just waiting for their moment, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Interesting to see. Sykeston's coming through the hallway, jumping up top. They're going to try and get their ultimates down. See, they're really taking the high ground, just pushing on Dominic. Ultimate from Sykeston's Reaper, not able to find anyone. But Lucio and Genji were able to find Hanzo and Dominic's Lucio. Sykeston's pushing again. Ultimate from Moira. able to take out both Bastion and Baptiste, as well as Reinhardt. Sykeston's on a roll now. It seems they finally figured out how to combat Dominic's Bastion Reinhardt combo. Now Dominic's gonna have to change it up. 3 minutes left.
I think we may see a swap from Dominic maybe here in this last part of the map, just if this is not working, because Sykeston is just diving back and feasting on those squishy characters. It's going to be tough to see.
Ultimate from Hanzo here. See if he finds anyone. Doing a lot of damage, not able to kill anyone though. But it's okay, Papachulo's going to finish off Lucio. D.Va goes for the ultimate. Lucio saved his team at the cost of his death. Poor Lucio. Dominic able to fight off. Now, if I'm Dominic in this scenario, and I'm getting combated by Sykeston, I'm going to use my ultimates, because I don't want to lose them.
Right.
And then, realistically, I want to switch characters. Maybe to a tank that can help combat a diver. Maybe a tank that can also dive, because maybe I want to push for Sykeston's squishy characters. It all just depends on how Dominic wants to play.
Right, because how do you stop somebody from diving your back line? Well, go after their players. Then they have to go defend them just as much as you have to defend yours. So then it's going to... See, here we got more ultimates coming out.
3 ultimates from Dominic. Able to find 2 players, Lucio and Genji. Sykeston having to fall back. Minute 43 left on the clock. Mere meters to go.
You know, we keep saying that, you know, Dominic might have to change, but here they are stalling Sykeston out. Maybe they just needed to regroup a little bit and get some ults down and play it their way.
Dominic did change to Kiriko for a healer. Now, the only thing is, to clear Sykeston's push right there, Dominic had to use a lot of ultimates. They used 3 ultimates there. So my question is, was Dominic able to team up? Or did they just have all the ultimates? Ultimate from Hanzo there. Little under 5 meters to go. Sykeston all on the point, hoping to knock Dominic off to get the push. Minute left. 2 ultimates going in from Dominic's Kiriko and Lucio for Sykeston. Ultimate from Reaper, and that's going to knock Dominic off the point. Sykeston's going to get the checkpoint.
Yeah, so far this game's looking like a little bit of an ultimate party. It's just who gets theirs first and uses it first, because that seems to win team fights. It's an interesting dynamic to see for sure.
Another 2 minutes on the clock for Sykeston. We're going to see how Dominic can combat this.
Yeah, and I think a Reinhardt Earl is going to come out here a little early, so that way he can either charge another one or get it changed. Yep, see, there he goes. But unfortunately, he was not able to capitalize.
Killed immediately by Reaper. It's okay, Papachulo's Hanzo's going to come in and take out that Reaper. Kind of an eye for an eye situation. Of course, he said, you're going to take my Reinhardt, I'm going to take both your DPS.
Yeah, but Sykeston's Moira has had 3 ults in the last minute and a half, and she's really cooking right now, and she can do the damage herself too. Don't count her out, even though her DPS is down.
Interesting to see. Sykeston, D.Va has her ultimate. She's going to get... See when she's going to use that. Dominic has 3 ultimates. 2 DPS ultimates and a healer ultimate. Here comes 2 of those ultimates. Look at Kaz and Papachulo taking out 3 of Sykeston's players. Only one left alive is D.Va. 43 seconds left on the clock. Sykeston's going to have to push.
Yeah, that team chemistry from Dominic, dropping all their ults on top of each other to really just clear out the whole team. It's tough to beat that. There's only so much you can do and so much you can run away from.
30 seconds left. Dominic has the high ground. Sykeston's hoping they can just get under the bridge. Just keep constant pressure. That's the name of the game here. Ultimate from Baptiste. Papachulo got behind the line. Able to take out Kiriko. Ultimates everywhere flying now. Kiriko, D.Va. Looks like we're heading to overtime. Sykes able to get on point. Ultimate from Bastion. Or Reaper, sorry. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Dominic just has to clear the point. But Sykeson's able to kill Reinhardt. We're going to see. All Dominic has to do is clear Sykeson off the point.
Yeah, but it looks like Sykeson's got a good enough push right here at the end and cleared off that Reinhardt that they're just going to push it all the way home.
Dominic not able to reach it. That's the end of the first round. Sykeson getting 3 points. Now it's going to be Dominic's turn to attack. It looks like Sykeson has really figured out how to combat Dominic. With that diving backline with D.Va, Dominic's going to have to rethink how they play.
Yeah, and if they don't rethink it, I would like to see Sykeston do that exact same strategy just on defense this time. It can work both ways, but getting back there really worked out for them, and they really need to capitalize on this game right now to stay in this tournament.
See if Dominic is going to change up at all. Dominic had a couple of changes, going Zarya for the tank and Symmetra for a DPS. Now, Zarya and Symmetra, those are two interesting heroes. They both carry energy weapons. Both of them charge up over time, the more time you're focused on a character. And Symmetra adds 3 turrets that do a lot of damage if they're not taken care of. If Dominic's able to keep those turrets alive on the point, and Sykeson's not able to take them out, it's going to be a real thorn in Sykeson's side. Sykeson hanging up top.
Yeah, and I think the strategy from Dominic is a way to combat those dives behind, is they can kind of throw those turrets down and let them do the work so they can focus on pushing forward.
Zarya as a tank. It's going to be an interesting choice. You can see that energy beam in those turrets. Those turrets just took out Genji.
Yeah, not only do those turrets do damage, but they slow you down too. So when you're diving back there, you're trying to get in, do a little bit of damage, and get out. And if you can't get out, you're still back with the enemy team, and it's not a pleasant place to be.
You can see Symmetra just dynamically placing those turrets as they move along. Sykeston retreating. Dominic is on a free push to the first checkpoint. Sykeston's going to have to group up and stop him here. Reaper trying to come from behind. See how Dominic combats it, if they do at all. Sykeston's going to hold a push here, right at the first checkpoint. 2 meters to go.
And Sykeston's Ana got that anti down, which is helpful to clear out some of the players like Dominic's Ana, but they need to get a couple more bodies before they can get this point cleared.
Sykeston able to take out Symmetra. Couple ultimates here. Ultimate from Junkrat, not able to find anyone. Ultimates from both Lucios. Dominic's pushing hard.
Sykeston's Lucio kind of saved the entire team right there because that Junkrat ult came in hot.
Sykeston able to fend off Dominic. Pushing it backwards. Dominic has 2 minutes to get to that first checkpoint. We're going to see if Dominic's going to change up their strategy at all. You can see Reaper just kind of sitting behind. He wanted that Junkrat, and he got him.
Yeah, and we saw the idea there from Papachulo trying to get that barrier down so they can get up onto the point, but he didn't realize that the enemy DPS was sitting there waiting just to pick him off.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to think that maybe it was just... maybe Capture just isn't Sykeston's game mode. They seem very much like an escort team. We saw in the first Capture, Sykeston really struggled capturing the point. And in King's Row, Sykeston also struggled to capture. But we can see on these escorts, Sykeston is doing a very good job holding up. We saw that ultimate from Reaper. Sykeston virtually shutting down Dominic. Dominic is going to have to change up their strategy, maybe some of their heroes. to get past Sykeston.
Yeah, we saw Dominic roll out the almost exact same lineup for the past couple games and just suffocate Sykeston, but Sykeston forced Dominic to change, and Dominic looks a little uncomfortable right now.
48 seconds left. Ultimate from D.Va. Able to find Junkrat.
Oh, that's brutal to see both your supports go down to a D.Va mech landing on them. That's tough to see.
Team kill for Sykeston, first of the game. We saw right there Zarya's ultimate completely canceled by Lucio.
Yeah,
Dominic's got 15 seconds left. I don't think they're going to be able to push.
that team kill couldn't have come at a better time. It wiped the whole team, got him a free extra seconds here for Sykeston, and Dominic going back to the Reinhardt Bastion that's worked so well so far. So let's see what it does for him. See if they can get some of this momentum back.
Overtime now. Question is, can Sykeston hold him back? Looks like Dominic's actually able to clear out Sykeston. They might still be in this. See if Lucio's going to come in combat.
Dominic going back with the old reliable lineup, and man, that was a fast overtake.
Just like that. Another 2.5 minutes on the clock. It's almost like a switch flipped in Dominic's head. As soon as they changed back to their default lineup, a complete shift in the dynamic. Sykeston just had no chance.
Yeah, that's why we have certain characters that are your main. You're comfortable playing with them. You can always do good with them, and sometimes that's just what you need. You just need to go back to the basics.
Ultimate from Lifeweaver. Reinhardt able to take out Lucio. Dominic on a full push now, and Sykeston on the run once again.
Yeah.
2 ultimates from Ana and Genji. Let's see how... Immediately killed by Dominic. He didn't even get any kills off.
And I think what's different this time with Dominic rolling out this lineup is they're all together. So this dive that Sykeston was trying to do is not as good anymore because the entire team is on top of every character. So you can't really pick somebody off and get them.
Exactly. That's a great way to combat a dive. Ultimate from Reaper, immediately slept by Dominic. That D.Va ult, only finding Ana. As I was saying, if the enemy team is diving, best way to do that is stay together. Dive comps work best when people are off by themselves. So when Dominic bunched up, really helped out. Looks like Sykeston's actually able to push back Dominic. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Dominic's going to have to overtake again.
Let's see if Sykeston can start to get Dominic in a little bit of a panic where they start to fan out and go back to that dive that worked so well this game.
Ultimate from Papachulo. See what he finds. Able to find Reaper and Lucio. And honestly, that might have just got Dominic another extension.
Yeah,
Ultimate from Lifeweaver. Lucio.
Here we go. We got Dominic fanned out again, but here come the ultimates from Dominic.
Ultimate from D.Va. Not able to find anyone. Dominic getting another checkpoint. Minute 13.
Starting to look a lot like last round, where it comes down to the final seconds every single time. That's pretty exciting. This is how you want to see games played, down to the wire.
Sykeston able to push Dominic back again. 40 seconds left. See if Dominic's going to be able to take over.
Yeah, they comboed their Ana and their Genji ultimates right there, and Genji just went to work. And he cleared Dominic out and wasted just another couple seconds right off that clock.
30 seconds left. Dominic's going to have to really push here. Ana missing the sleep on Reinhardt. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that is a
Lucio
long
able
cooldown.
to take out Bastion. Ultimate from Reaper. Clearing out Dominic.
My goodness.
Another team kill for Sykeston. Sykeston's going to take the map.
Sykeston wanting to play more Overwatch this morning. We love to see it.
Going to be a win for Sykeston on that map. We're going to the 4th map. Esperanza. Play of the game coming from Dominic and Reinhardt.
Now again, we saw Dominic go back to their bread and butter lineup, and it worked on the first point they went back with it, but again, Sykeston was able to break it up and put a stop to it.
Let's take a look at a replay of what we just saw and how Sykeston expertly held right at the end with that reap roll from Excel. I would have called that play of the game. And the other replay from right before, where Dominic was able to get past. You can see it really just became an ultimate push.
I mean, that's what they're there for, right? They're the most powerful abilities in the game, so they're supposed to be game-changing like that, and both teams used them to perfection.
Heading into the next map, Esperanza. Looks like there it is. Esperanza's a robot map. Robot maps, I'm gonna be honest, not a big fan.
Yeah, it's a newer game mode in Overwatch. It came in with the inception of Overwatch 2, and it just hasn't quite made its way into the hearts of players yet. I also am not a huge fan of push, but you know it's in the game, and you got to play what's in front of you, and let's see a good fight.
Now, what I mean by push, you can see our friend the robot and 2 walls. Aim of the game, control the robot. Once you control the robot, he's going to push your wall. Now, if the other team gains control, the wall's not going to go back, but the robot will start running to your wall and push. And then, of course, whoever pushes their wall the farthest is going to win.
See, but another interesting fact about this game mode is on push maps, the more people on the payload, the better it goes faster. On these robot push maps, you need 1 person, and there is 1 speed on the robot. So it's going to be interesting to see the teams push up a little bit and leave 1 player behind to just do the dirty work of pushing the robot, because you don't need any more. It doesn't benefit you. So we'll see if people play it a little more aggressive this game.
Dominic changing their lineup a little bit. Switching out Ana for Olari. Looks like Sykeston's going to stay the same.
Well, and it's a daytime map, so Yari is a fantastic pick for that, because a fun little part about her kit, the more sun is out, the faster she charges her weapon. So if you're playing at night, it takes a little bit longer, and you can play her, but it's not as easy and not as good unless you do it at the daytime.
Sykeston sneaking around the back of Dominic. Dominic able to capture the point, though, or the robot. We can see that robot start to push the wall.
Yeah, the 2 teams just kind of flip sides right there, and now it's starting to turn bad for Sykeston unless they get their side back.
Sykeston able to take back their side. 9 minutes on the timer. Or, of course, if they push it all the way to the other end. In the middle, instead of a checkpoint adding more time, actually changes the spawn point so the spawn points are the same distance away from each other to make it even. See Dominic able to take out Sykeston for the first push. And even though Dominic has 3 or 4 players on the payload, the robot does not care. He's just going to go at 1 speed.
Yeah, and it's his speed. He's going to push that at the exact right pace for him, and the team's just going to have to duke it out and let him do his work.
Little fun fact about the robot. If you need a little bit of time, Ana can actually sleep the robot. Granted, it only lasts for maybe a second, but sometimes that second is all you need. So if you ever find yourself on push, and you just need that little bit of time and you have an Ana, have Ana sleep the robot.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a Hail Mary play right there with an honest sleep, but you know, sometimes Hail Marys pay off. But again, Sykeston got flipped around there and was defending the wrong direction. And Dominic just kept pushing on through.
Dominic already at the halfway point. Their spawn point has changed, so it's closer to the robot now. So the spawn points for the 2 teams are the exact same distance now. Sykeston switching to Orisa instead of D.Va for their tank. We're gonna see how Orisa plays.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the Orisa come out and play a little bit more aggressively than he did in King's Row.
Dominic able to keep out Sykeston. They're gonna keep on pushing. 7 minutes left. We can see the end goal already in sight. If Dominic makes it to that end goal, that's gonna be it. They're gonna have 3 maps. And Dominic will be moving on in the bracket. Ultimate from Papachulo, able to find Lucio.
Yeah,
Bastion able to find Reinhardt.
Sykeston again getting in trouble. They just keep backing up, and the Orisa's not getting engaged, and they need a little bit more of that. And you see what happens when Orisa gets engaged, and she just blows through Reinhardt.
Ultimate from Dominic to Lari here. Didn't seem to do too much. Lari's ultimate kind of puts an effect on the players, and if they take a certain amount of damage, they'll actually explode. So if you have a Lari's ultimate, you really want your team to send out that Lari's ult, and then you just need your team to hammer everyone they can to get to that certain threshold, and then everyone just kind of starts exploding with the power of the sun.
Yeah, it's a nice little chain reaction if you can get it right, but otherwise you just kind of fly around and you're just shooting in the back line and nothing really happens. It's kind of wasted out, so.
Ultimate for Orisa. Wasn't able to find anyone. Reinhardt able to find Reaper. Hard pushes now. Sykeston finally getting some combat on the robot. Papachulo is not going to have any of that. He's going to send out his rocket launcher. Able to find Lucio again. Poor Lucio. Not allowed to live. Ultimate from Reinhardt. He was hoping for a Orisa.
That Orisa's fighting for her life right now, but that's what she needs to do. I know it's not like a great situation for her, but that's what she had to do in order to stop that.
You can see Reaper tried to get on point at the very end there with that teleport. It was just not enough. And that's going to be the game. Ultimate from Kaz, Comet, Junkrat.
Yeah, and this game was just another story of Dominic sitting in their bread and butter lineup and Sykeston not quite being able to break it up.
That's going to be the end of the first match. Want to take a look at a replay right at the end there. Just going to see that final push from Sykeston. See how they dealt with it. You can see that Orisa fighting for her poor life. Orisa can absorb a lot of damage, but not that much. You can see Lucio tries to come in and save it, but he's not able to. And it's just too little too late. Sykeston not able to hold it. And Dominic is going to win the first match. Dominic is going to be moving on to the bracket. And they will be facing St. Charles High. And Sykeston will be going into the losers bracket. Let's take a look at our bracket real quick. Not updating just yet. Let's take a look at our other bracket. Here we go. We can see St. Dominic and St. Charles High in the semifinals. Up next, we have, I believe we have the results from the CBC Francis House Central game. Do we? CBC won. CBC is going to be moving on. CBC will be playing the winners of the game of St. Dominic Junior Varsity versus Confluence Academy. And we're already moving along in the bracket. And how do you think the pacing's going so far? I mean, that was a real tough game for Sykeston. They were really able to get a foothold and push. But that robot, I mean, they just kept backing up.
Yeah, and Sykeston kept falling into the same issues they had throughout all different games. They kept stepping backwards and never really engaging, and they started to dive and started to finally get something going, and then the immediate next game, they kept stepping backwards, and it just did not work out for them. And hopefully they can clean some of that up and keep moving along in this tournament.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Then we're going to be back with the next round of Overwatch here at the St. Dominic Open. Welcome back to round 2 of the St. Dominic Open. This match, St. Charles High versus St. Dominic Varsity. Starting out on Antarctic Peninsula. Antarctic Peninsula capture map. Taking a look at our team here. We already know the St. Dominic Crusaders. Let's take a look at St. Charles. We have... That is not the right information. I am so sorry. See if that'll update properly. Okay, well, I can read it off. We have Cheeky Scrub, commonly playing Reinhardt. Windowmaker, not to be confused with Widowmaker, commonly playing Bastion. Ice Meal Bacon, commonly going Symmetra. Bread, just Bread, going Lucio. And Silentins going Baptiste. You can see up there, matching their common characters. Dominic, Reinhardt, Lucio, Bastion, Baptiste, and Symmetra. We're gonna hop into the first round. St. Charles going down low. Coming up the center.
Yeah, we have identical team comps here, so it's really just going to be who gets the best strategy and who gets the best foot forward.
St. Charles able to teleport behind Dominic. Able to take out Baptiste. Now the point is open. Dominic is capturing. Meanwhile, St. Charles is trying to go around. Symmetra able to take out Reinhardt. Reinhardt able to take out Lucio. Symmetra taking out Symmetra. Dominic's gonna capture the point.
Yeah, St. Charles didn't even want to attempt to capture that point. I saw that Lucio go around the corner, and he didn't even look at the point that was being capped.
Now, Reinhardt was trying to push into the point. Fortunately, he got caught on the wall. And then Symmetra said, hey, look at my fancy energy gun. I'm gonna shred your health. I mean, with an identical team, it really just kind of depends who gets the first hit. And of course, who knows the characters better. I would recommend either one of these teams switch it up a little bit. Just so you're not kind of relying on chance. You're relying more on the true skill. But of course, skill is always at play. Ultimate from Baptiste. St. Charles is going to capture the point almost. Stopped by Symmetra. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Ultimate from Bastion. St. Charles is going to capture the point. Dominic at almost 60% capture.
Yeah, it's a good percentage from Dominic, even though the point got taken from him. It was a nice little ult dump. So we can just move right on to the next fight here.
Both Symmetras have their ultimates. St. Charles has their Bastion charge. Let's see what they're going to do with those ultimates. Symmetra's ultimate is honestly just more of an annoyance. St. Charles teleporting behind again. They really love to teleport behind Dominic. Able to take out 4 of Dominic's players. That's a team kill for St. Charles. They're going to keep holding on to the point.
Yeah, if you're Dominic right now, you got to switch something up. You got to stop that teleporter from coming down, and they were able to do it just so nicely with that ultimate coming through that teleporter. Completely negated Dominic's Symmetra.
We're going to see if St. Charles is going to try and teleport behind again. Ultimate from St. Charles' Bastion. Not able to kill anyone. Ultimate from Baptiste and Lucio. Both Lucios. And Symmetra. Everyone's using their ultimates now. Little Reinhardt clash. St. Charles still holding on to the point, 78%. Now Baptiste ultimate for St. Charles. Unfortunately, there's no one around to shoot at.
Yeah, Dominic now on their back foot right now. I'd like to see a couple changes now that we got some ults out of the way, that you're not in danger of losing them, but it looks like they're rolling with the same team. Dominic just not able to take the point back. When you're running the exact same team comp, once the other team gets set in, it's real difficult to break that because you're not countering anything because you're the exact same player.
St. Charles able to take first point. Now, of course, big question is Dominic going to change their lineup at all? I would hope so. That's the only way I can see Dominic kind of taking over. St. Charles seems really locked in their team comp. Dominic is going to change, losing Symmetra, gaining Hanzo. Hanzo, of course, just coming back from being banned. St. Charles is going to stay with their lineup. They seem very comfortable in those shoes. So we're going to see if the addition of Hanzo, played by Papachulo, is going to change it up. See if Dominic can get a foothold.
And if y'all tuned into the first game with St. Dominic, Papachulo was playing Hanzo, and he was a nightmare to deal with. He was dangerous just sitting back there picking off players, so let's see if he can replicate that here. And he's already done it.
Taking out Symmetra. St. Charles teleporting behind again. St. Charles really loves the teleporter. Both Reinhardts just traded for the kill. Dominic's going to capture. St. Charles going to try and sneak around. Junkrat able to find Lucio.
Yeah, and what Dominic needs to do is watch out for that teleporter behind, and as soon as they see it go down, immediately pivot and prevent that from damaging them any further.
There goes that teleporter. St. Charles again, once again, in the fight. Up and close. Symmetra able to take out Dominic Reinhardt. St. Charles is dominating the point now. Junkrat tried to get his ultimate off. Killed before he could do that. St. Charles is going to own this point too. Dominic got up to 42%. See if they're able to take it back.
It's looking like Dominic and St. Charles are having a good fight when they're actually fighting each other, but Dominic needs to figure out how to stop that teleporter because every time that comes down, they seem to get discombobulated and kind of throw them off a little bit, and they need to figure out how to prevent that teleporter from changing the game and losing the points.
Ultimate from Papachulo here, see if he finds anyone. Ultimate from St. Charles Bastion. He also wasn't able to find anyone. But Reinhardt was able to find Papachulo. And Lonnie able to find St. Charles Reinhardt. Dominic on point now. They're going to capture again. St. Charles getting up to about 45% before Dominic takes back over. 2 ultimates ready for Dominic. St. Charles is about to have 2 ultimates ready as well. I'm going to wait, see this teleport, because we all know it's coming. It's come every single time.
It's just a matter of when and where. Although if Papachulo can get rid of Symmetra right off the rip, it's going to make it a lot easier to deal with the St. Charles team.
There's that teleport. Let's see where they teleport to. Teleporting behind.
Oh my goodness, St. Charles teleporting behind Dominic? Where have we seen this one before?
Dominic switching to Ramatra now.
That's what I want to see, Dominic. Some counterplay. Thank you. Something to break it up, and look at that.
Team
Dominic.
kill from Dominic.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what they needed.
Perfectly countered that. Still on capture, 84%. See what St. Charles is going to do. They're going to try and come around. Just wait for this teleporter to come. There it is. Are they going behind? Only Symmetra. Ultimate from Hanzo. Killed before it can go off. Or it did go off, sorry. And Dominic's going to capture second point.
That was a beautiful ult from Hanzo, though. Not because it killed anybody, but because it kept them off the point. Because you'd have to fight through that in order to get to the point, and that was perfectly placed. Great job from Dominic on the counter.
Exactly. Not all ultimates need to kill. Sometimes you can use them just to make people rotate. And if you can make people rotate off point, or keep them from rotating on point, it's as good as killing them.
Yeah, in this game, you need those points in order to keep moving, and if you can't get to the point, well then you don't need to be killed because you're not doing anything anyway. So beautifully, beautifully done by Hanzo. Great counter by Dominic switching to her mantra. That's what Dominic needed to get back in this game.
Dominic switching their healers up to Kiriko and Ana.
And
St.
boy.
Charles is going to switch tanks to Orisa. This is going to be a fun one. Orisa, never fun to defend against. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but holy cow is she a bullet sponge. Taking everything and more. Just try and see where St. Charles is going to get this teleporter behind.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see with Orisa now on the field if Ramatra stays out there, because they don't play into each other very well. So this Orisa might kind of suffocate that Ramatra back into switching again.
What I would really hope to see is a tank like Zarya. Zarya can really power through Orisa's defenses. That'd be a really good counter.
And not only against the Orisa, against St. Charles' Bastion as well, because what Orisa does well, or sorry, Zarya does well, is if you shoot her, she gets more power. So with all those bullets coming down range, it's awesome to play Zarya against them. So that would be a very fun pick. But again, here we go, seeing St. Dominic take them down no matter what.
Dominic taking the point. Orisa thought about running away, then decided to just come back by herself. Immediately killed by Dominic. I don't know if that was the best play, but it looks like they did it to switch characters. Switching to Zarya. We're going to see how well Zarya is going to play out.
And like
Ultimate from Papachulo.
We were just saying that Zarya is a great play if you're taking a lot of bullets, but the way you counter Zarya is you just don't shoot at her, and she doesn't have any energy, and she doesn't put out a lot of damage. So it'll be interesting to see if Dominic tries to just avoid her overall, because then she becomes kind of useless.
St. Charles electing to stay on the high ground. Dominic's just going to sit on the bottom. Junkrat's just going to lob his grenades up top. They're just going to hang out. They're going to keep capturing. Here comes a teleporter play. Behind. Bastion slept immediately killed. Papachulo and Kaz Comic. It's another team kill for Dominic.
It looks as if Dominic has wisened up to that teleporting behind your strat, and they are now shutting that down, and that's what was really killing him in the first round, so it's good to see that back.
92% on the tiebreaker round. They switched to Reinhardt. See how that's going to play.
I don't like the Ryan switch. I don't at all.
Again against Ramatra.
It's the wrong pick. I mean, it worked out there, so I guess, you know,
it did work out.
But,
St. Charles clearing all of Dominic out pretty quickly. I hope I got a replay of that. We'll take a look at that in between rounds. It seemed like they wised up to the teleporter a little too much. They got a little cocky. And St. Charles decided, you know what, we're going to teleport on, and we're going to wipe out your whole team. All Dominic has to do is capture 1%. Here comes the teleporter again. Ramatra versus Reinhardt. See how that goes. Bastion coming in. St. Charles on point, taking out Ramatra again.
Yeah,
Papachulo taking out Bastion.
Lucio kind of helped out St. Charles there, because while that Ramatra and Reinhardt were fighting one-on-one, which Ramatra should have won, Reinhardt just had too much health and couldn't deal with it.
By the time we get to this final fight, Dominic's going to have 4 ultimates. Hopefully, we can get a Junkrat ultimate along with Ramatra, Hanzo, and Ana. If Ana nanos either Hanzo or Ramatra, we could get a really powerful play here, and all Dominic has to do... Here comes that ultimate from Hanzo, taking out Baptiste's Lamp. Ultimate from Baptiste. Here comes Junkrat, immediately shot and destroyed. Ultimate from Reinhardt, taking out Ana. St. Charles is going to hold the point, but Junkrat's going to try and sneak behind, knock people off. St. Charles is able to kill him with another team kill. 89%. Dominic is going to have to push hard to win this.
So, but if you look, St. Charles doesn't have any ults, but what does Dominic have? They have a Ramatra and an Ana ult, which those paired together, look at that right there.
Here comes that Ramatra ult.
As long as Ramatra stays up, this is, well, all right.
Bastion took out Ramatra
Bastion,
and Reaper.
he took that personal is what that was.
Looks like St. Charles is going to win this first map 2-1. Take a look at our play of the game here. Reinhardt, St. Charles High. You can see right here, devastating shockwave. Getting St. Charles another team kill. Taking a look at our map pool, seeing what's up next. Up next, we're going to Blizzard World. Seems to not be updating. There it goes. That color is not correct. But up next, we're going to Blizzard World. Blizzard World's a hybrid map. Capture the point, and then once you capture the point, you're gonna push. It's gonna be the same style of maps all day. Let's take a look at a replay real quick. I want to take a look at that St. Charles High team kill. Just see. They were able to come in. Thought Reinhardt was going to die there, but that Baptiste Lantern kept him alive.
What St. Charles was able to do in that round was just get team kills. They were able to clear out the entire Dominic team multiple times, and that's what won them that round.
Taking a look at Team 2, St. Charles High. The names are not correct, but the usernames are. You can see who they like to play. And you can see that comp works really well, especially with the Symmetra teleporter. It's just so hard to defend against. When everyone runs behind you, and you got to completely change how your line works. Hopping back in game, Dominic is going to be defending first.
Yeah, this first choke right here, right where this statue is going to be very important to hold. The second you break that, you're falling back on the point, and then it just adds more and more time that the other team gets to push. So holding them at this choke is going to be crucial for Dominic.
Dominic changing up their heroes. We have Arisa as a tank and Alari as a healer. Now, my concern is they still have Symmetra. Is Symmetra just going to teleport behind?
You already know it. What does St. Charles do? What have they done all game? Teleport behind Dominic. And I can see that teleporter coming down right on that right side once they enter this choke and get the high ground behind Dominic, and I think that's going to be it for him.
St. Charles going underneath.
Oh no, I think this Reinhardt's a decoy coming up the middle, and the entire team comes to the left.
I think that's exactly what's happening.
There's
that teleporter up top.
Shocking stuff right there from St. Charles.
And just like that, St. Charles has completely made that chokehold oblivious.
That's crazy. Who saw that one coming from St. Charles? Anybody? Anybody see that coming? A teleporter behind? Crazy.
Dominic able to hold off, take out St. Charles. We're going to see if they're going to do the same thing. Teleporter right up top. Wonder if Dominic's going to try and take the chokehold again.
See, but they played it a little defensively and a little bit back on the point, so maybe they just accepted that this is what St. Charles is going to do and teleport to that high ground, so they might as well just defend the point straight up. And so it looked like it worked.
I think that's exactly what Dominic's doing, and honestly, that's what I would do in this point, in this scenario. If I always know they're going to take the high point, there they go with the high point again. That Symmetra really loves to teleport around. And that whole team is just falling. Dominic able to take out both Bastion and Baptiste. That Junkrat really just abusing, able to take out Symmetra. And hunting down that Lucio.
I think the switch to the Junkrat and the Orisa have really helped for Dominic because they can play at range and spread out. So you can't teleport behind the entire Dominic team because they're not all together. And it's really just made it a little difficult for St. Charles to get any real damage and kills on Dominic's players.
You can see Dominic with almost 3 ults ready. It's gonna be interesting to see how they use them. St. Charles neglecting to use a teleporter instead, using the steps.
Well, if Dominic's going to give you the space like that, there's no reason to use a teleporter up there. You can just walk right over there. Now, going behind them again through the choke, that's a good one. I have not seen that strat before.
Let's see how this plays out. Ultimate from St. Dominic's Bastion. Able to find Lucio. Teleport to the high ground again. Orisa v Reinhardt. Sorry. Orisa's going to win that.
Yeah, she is.
Ultimate from Symmetra. And St. Charles ultimate. Able to kill Junkrat. That's not going to matter, though. Orisa's going to happily throw a spear at Bastion.
Yeah, Reinhardt might have been able to survive that against Orisa if she had a little help, or if he had a little help, but the help was not there, and it was just a 1v1. Reinhardt's got no chance.
Dominic with 4 ultimates charged. Papachulo's going to have to wait a little while. St. Charles with maybe 2 for this last fight. 50 seconds left. We're going to see how St. Charles is going to play this.
Yeah, is
They
Dominic
need
going
to get on point.
Is Dominic going to dump all at once and just get a whole team kill, or are they going to slowly bring him out and chip away at the St. Charles team?
Here's our ultimate from Orisa. There's our ultimate from Kaz Comic Junkrat, taking out 2 St. Charles players. And of course, Papachulo's Bastion cleaning up the rest. 20 seconds left.
And Iari still has her ultimate left. Has not used it. So we have just another team ult that can wipe a team just as easily. Just waiting to be used.
Now they do have an ultimate with Lucio, so it's going to be interesting to see how they use that. If they use it in time right there with the Lari's ultimate. Doesn't matter. Dominic is going to clear out. That's going to be the end of overtime. St. Charles not able to capture at all. Going into round 2.
Strong as that Lucio ult is, giving your team extra health, that Iari ult, if you get enough damage and the entire team chain reacts explodes, it's hard to beat. Alright, here we go. Round 2 on this map, and all Dominic has to do is capture the point. They don't have to push anything. They don't have to get to the end. They literally just have to capture this point, and they win the game. Let's see if they can get that
switching their
done.
healer to Mercy. Dominic's just trying to stay alive as long as possible. St. Charles switching to Zarya. Perfect counter for Orisa. And Reaper.
And it might counter this whole strat that St. Dominic has, because what I'm assuming is that Mercy is to hold the Orisa and keep her alive as long as possible, which means she's going to be doing a lot of damage, which means that Zarya is going to be charged the whole way up.
Depending on how Mercy plays, that might decide this round.
Yeah, and she's
Depending on
always
how
got that
Orisa
little
plays.
res in her back pocket that she can just pick up a down player, so maybe she can get a stolen life in there from somebody.
Papachulo taking out Baptiste. Dominic passed the first chokehold. Junkrat able to take out Bastion.
St. Charles is just hemorrhaging players right now. Losing a support early is never a good sign, and here we go with Dominic.
And that's, I believe, is going to be the end. Second map. St. Dominic 1. St. Charles 0. Tied 1-1 for maps. Take a look at our play of the game. V-Bird as a Lari. V-Bird played by Edwin Pelican for St. Dominic. Here we see that Alari ultimate Just does a lot of damage and can really change the dynamic of a capture. Taking a whole team out just like that. That team kill really changed everything up.
That was the perfect ultimate to save for that last fight there, too, because that is one of the ultimates in the game that can just absolutely wipe a team by itself if played right.
Map up next, Rialto. Rialto's an escort map, push right outside the gate.
Let's see. Right here on Rialto, there's this bridge, and a lot of people like to be sent off that bridge. Let's see if that's a strategy that gets played into this.
Both teams running Lucio. Lucio in that bridge can become a very deadly combo. Let's see how St. Charles and Dominic are going to play this. 30 seconds to assemble their heroes.
Maybe they can put the bumpers up like at a bowling alley to keep people from falling off that bridge, because otherwise, I think somebody gets taken off right in the first fight.
Wouldn't that be great? Can I get the bumpers on Rialto? Just can't seem to stay on the bridge. This bridge right here. Right after a choke point. Just so he can get knocked off the edge.
Yep, and
St. Charles attacking first.
Bringing Lucio's.
Now, St. Charles bringing two characters we haven't seen yet in this tournament.
Oh.
We have Junker Queen as a tank. Very good pick. I love Junker Queen.
Yeah.
She's a very good tank. Very versatile. Also bringing Sojourn. Sojourn is like the bigger brother, or I guess bigger sister to Soldier 76. With her railgun, if you get that charge all the way up, it can do some massive damage, especially with a headshot.
Yeah, if that headshot on a fully charged Sojourn finds one of the softer players, they have to go back to the spawn room immediately. There's no chance for them. And
you
then
can see St. Charles running away, zooming around the backside, not even pushing the payload. They're just coming for the kills.
Well, and that's what Junker Queen does best. She is for the kills. She is all offense, and if you keep that Junker Queen alive, she becomes a problem. So we'll see if St. Charles can keep Junker Queen up, because she doesn't have as much health as other tanks. So keeping her alive is an absolute must.
St. Charles effortlessly takes out almost all. That would have been a team kill. Basham was killed a little later. That push out from the side really just... Dominic was not expecting it, and they could not defend against it. Junker Queen came in and just absolutely wreaked havoc. Sojourn takes out Bastion yet again.
Yeah, Dominic coming around that corner was a little bit unorganized, and that got the Bastion killed right off the bat. And that's not what you want to see if you're Dominic, because now you don't have your DPS player for a couple seconds.
Reinhardt on point, see if he can live. Already an ultimate from Junker Queen. Shows you just how fast she was charged. St. Charles with another team kill. Hitting the first checkpoint to the bridge. They're going to have 5 minutes to push to the next checkpoint. And that Junker Queen Sojourn combo is just really...
Oh, well, see, there we go. There's the bridge. There's a Lucio kill. We knew it was coming.
Couple ultimates going on. Kiriko. Reaper. Another 4K for Dominic. Or for St. Charles against Dominic.
Yeah, we keep talking about that Sojourn and Junker Queen combo, but let's not forget Lucio's in there, giving her some extra speed that makes her incredibly tough to deal with.
Dominic hoping to put up a stand here. Dominic finally able to kill that Junker Queen and that Sojourn.
That's what Dominic really needed, was to get some kills right there, but they also did without burning any of their ultimates, which allows them to keep those for an even tougher team fight later on. Great play by Dominic.
You can see Dominic has all 5 ultimates. St. Charles has 2. We're gonna see if this next fight's gonna use any of them. Ultimate from Sojourn, ultimate from Reinhardt, ultimate from Lucio. Able to take out Reinhardt. Ultimate from Dominic's Lucio.
Lucio was a little late getting that ultimate down. His Reinhardt was dead before he was able to pop it, and that...
Bastion
Luckily,
taking out
kinda worked
Junker Queen
out.
again. And then Reaper taking out that Bastion. St. Charles on the point again. Reinhardt's right there to take over. Reaper hot on his tail. Dominic still has 3 ultimates, but now Reaper has his ultimate, so he's going to try and get behind St. Dominic. Use that ultimate. Ultimate from Junkrat. It's going to see who can get. Able to get both Sojourn and Lucio. Beautiful ultimate from Kaz. Hunt down that Junker Queen. It's easy to kill a Junker Queen when you have 3 people on her.
Yeah, and it helps that they cleared out some of the players that were around her beforehand so that they could really target her and get her out of the game.
St. Charles about to have 2 ultimates, almost 3. Dominic with 2. Let's see how this ends up for him. Looks like St. Charles might go through the building. Here comes that Reaper. He's going to try and get behind. Try and use that ultimate. Junkrat able to take out Lucio. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Here comes that Reaper in the back line of Dominic.
There's that ultimate from Reaper.
And I think that's about it for Dominic on this point. They're going to have to regroup and keep him from getting to the end.
Another team kill for St. Charles. 3 minutes on the clock now. Lucio just kind of being annoying there.
Yeah, that
Junker
Lucio,
Queen.
oof, keeping that Junker Queen in his radius and giving her that speed boost.
Able to take Lucio out. Maybe they'll finally be able to take Junker Queen. Junker Queen has really just been the problem for Dominic. Ultimate from Dominic's Bastion. Let's see who he gets. Not able to find anyone. Reaper just phasing through. 2.5 minutes left. Dominic has 3 ultimates. Let's see if they're going to save him or use them. By the time they use them, St. Charles will also have 3 ultimates.
If I were Dominic, though, I'd be playing a little bit more of a range game. Both Junker Queen and Reaper have shotguns, which you have to be up close and personal to use. So I would try to sit back as much as I can and just try to pick them off from a distance, because otherwise it gets real nasty real fast.
Couple ultimates going on right now. No one really dying. Reinhardt able to take out Lucio. St. Charles able to get the jump on Dominic. If I was Dominic, I would switch off Reinhardt because he's too close, and they just did. Switching to Orisa could prove to be a problem for Junker Queen.
I would have liked to see that Orisa switch a lot earlier in this game, because I think that's a much better counter than Reinhardt to Junker Queen.
Holding that distance is going to be the name of the game.
Another good switch I would have liked would have been a Sigma, though, because he's got that big boulder that he could throw and stop the Junker Queen from getting close to you at all.
Exactly. Dominic able to take out half of St. Charles. They're going to retreat a little, regroup.
This is coming down to the wire. We got 40 seconds left, and it's about to become an ult party.
Dominic has 2 ults ready. St. Charles about to have 3 ults ready. Dominic using one of their ults. There goes their second. The hope is, can Orisa charge her ult fast enough?
But
holding St. Charles back.
They just lost their tank, and Lucio just respawned, so they're going to have to really push here in these last couple seconds.
15 seconds. They do have a Reinhardt ult. Question is Dominic going to predict it? And will Dominic be able to defend against it? There's that Reaper ult,
They did.
immediately killed.
I feel like they predicted it, don't you think?
I think they predicted it a little bit. Dominic just has to knock him off the point. Ultimate from Junker Queen knocked her off the point. Ultimate from Orisa. Just like that, Dominic able to clear St. Charles off the point. Not before they were able to get 2 points.
And that's just what Dominic needed right there. That switch there at the end really kind of saved their game.
Dominic playing up close with Reinhardt against Junker Queen and Reaper really hurt them in the beginning. But as soon as they switched to Orisa and they got that distance in between, Junker Queen was rarely an issue.
Yeah, she just could not get close enough to do damage because her entire kit is about getting up close and in your face and just beating you down. And she could not do it, and then Dominic won.
Dominic on the attack now. Keeping the same lineup. St. Charles changing a little bit, going for Kiriko as a healer. See how Dominic does on the push. 30 seconds before we go. Is Dominic going to try the same strat that St. Charles did coming around along the side, or are they just going to go straight down the middle?
I think for St. Charles it worked to kind of flank around because they had a little bit of a softer team where taking them by surprise works. But if I were Dominic, going right up the middle since you got a beefier tank, that's the way I would play it. But it's looking like Dominic's lining up on that right side. They might go down to the same strat.
The Reaper trying to get a little sneaky hit. See if St. Dominic falls for it. Dominic is rushing the right side. St. Charles just now notices. We're going to see if it works for St. Charles, or St. Dominic, how it works for St. Charles.
And then the Dominic Lucio going to grab the payload to drag that up towards the team.
Dominic taking out Bastion, Reaper, Lucio. Almost Junker Queen, so close. I would say that works for Dominic, able to push St. Charles off the point.
I'd say so. They got a couple early kills, and just that Junker Queen just kept having to step back. Otherwise, she would have been put down. And so now St. Charles has got their team back, and let's see if they can stop the bleeding right here.
At this point, the only threat to Dominic is Bastion, just because he's the only ranged attacker, save for Kiriko and Lucio. Dominic able to take out that Lucio and that Bastion, already making it to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, if I'm St. Charles, something's got to change right here, right now.
5 minutes on the clock. Knocking that Reaper off. Try to teleport up. Not able to.
Do I dare say that was another bridge kill?
I believe that was a bridge kill. St. Charles having a team group up again.
St. Charles got a little stuck on this corner on their attack. Let's see if Dominic can work their way through and keep this time advantage.
Dominic with 3, almost 4 ults charged. St. Charles with almost 2. There's an ultimate from St. Charles Kiriko. Lots of ultimates going off. Junkrat able to find Reaper. St. Dominic's Bastion able to take out St. Charles's Bastion. Dominic's going to keep pushing.
And Dominic still has 3 ultimates left after that fight.
St. Charles hoping to have 2 ultimates by the next fight. There goes ultimate from Junker Queen. Ultimate from St. Dominic's Lucio.
Now, I think that Junker Queen ult was a bit of one where you kind of burn it and hope for the best and then switch. And look, there we go, right there. The switch to Zarya, which perfectly counters Orisa.
5.5 minutes on the clock.
Now the
Dominic.
switch, is it too little too late, do you think? Or
I don't think so. I believe they'll be able to hold here at least until Dominic switches off Zarya.
I mean,
Ultimate from
it's 5 minutes.
Papachulo.
Dominic has 5 minutes.
Able to find Lucio, taking out a healer. Ultimate from Reaper. Not able to find anyone. Dominic's still hard on the push. Their tank's almost dead though, and they don't have any healers.
Don't need him.
They were
Dominic
able to do
doesn't
it.
even need him.
Dominic taking the map.
Who needs healers anyway? Yeah, I think that switch to Zarya was just too little too late. That needed to happen sooner. Just the same way Dominic waited too long to switch to Orisa in the first round. St. Charles also waited just a bit too long.
Play of the game from Junker Queen. Obviously, Junker Queen dominated the first half of the game. Of course, until Dominic switched off Reinhardt. And that's going to take us to our fourth map, Coliseum, which is a push map with the robot. I talked about how I'm not a big fan of the robot, but we're going to see how this is going to go.
Now, Junker Queen actually does play quite well with a push map if they want to roll with Junker Queen again. But we'll see. She got countered pretty hard once they switched to Orisa, and I'm interested to see the team comps on this one. But they got to do something, otherwise the game's over for St. Charles.
I'm going to assume Reinhardt, Lucio, Junkrat, Ana, or Baptiste, sorry, and Hanzo for St. Dominic.
Oh, their bread and butter formation right there.
Absolutely. I truly believe they're going to go Reinhardt on a push map like this where it's all up close. It has to be up close. I think it's going to be Reinhardt at least. Maybe Junker Queen. St. Charles picks Junker Queen. Might be a problem for Dominic. But of course, we'll see.
But if we have our Hanzo back there for St. Dominic just picking away at that Junker Queen, it might not even matter. It's going to be very exciting for sure.
Just
you never know what happens with push.
Push can switch like that. That last map, I believe I caught a replay right at the end there. Let's take a look real quick. Final Dominic push. Fortunately, I didn't capture too much. But that Zarya, too little too late. Dominic was able to take the win. We're going to see if...
I want to see these teams be quicker on the trigger on these switches. Because they seem to just want to wait and wait until they get their ultimate, which I get because it takes a minute to get your ultimate, but at the same time you give up so much ground that is it worth it?
Exactly. That's the golden question. Do I wait another minute as someone who's getting hard countered, and do I get that ultimate, or do I switch now and I waste that ultimate progress? It's a hard choice. Hard choice that we will probably see in Coliseum. Let's take a look in game. Let's see what people are playing. I'm assuming...
Do you think St. Charles goes back to the teleport behind Dominic strategy? It worked well.
No!
Whoa.
Going Winston. They're going for a dive comp. St. Dominic running Orisa. Something tells me St. Charles is going to be switching to Zarya very soon.
Yeah, I mean, dive is great. If you can get dive to work, it's fantastic. But Dominic has a Bastion and an Orisa, so you get behind the Orisa, and then you're met with a Bastion. And then if you even get past him, Baptiste has an Immortality field that'll stop the dive anyway. So, yeah.
And Winston, he does have a shield, but with Bastion and Orisa, that shield's like a piece of saran wrap. Not doing much.
Yeah, it can only take so much, and
Junkrat easily finds Reaper and Winston. Something tells me they're going to be switching very quick. And Baptiste.
I mean, they just got steamrolled right there. You got to switch. It's early, and you want to try it again, but you got to switch. You have one game until you're eliminated. If you're St. Charles, you got to be quick on it.
Papachulo taking out Bastion. St. Charles is going to switch to Reinhardt and Symmetra. I think they're going to go for the teleport.
I mean, it worked so well the first time. It's like Dominic.
There's that teleport.
Dominic's bread and butter lineup is kind of what they're running right now. This is St. Charles. And
We're going to see how long Dominic stays on Orisa. Something tells me not very long.
Yeah, St. Charles got those turrets down immediately on that Orisa, and it just ate her up.
St. Charles on the push now with the robot. Dominic still running Orisa. No changes to their lineup. See where Symmetra's going to place her turrets. Dominic going to hold back a little bit, play range. Perfectly what their team is built for.
Well, if you're Dominic, you're playing at range because Reinhardt can't touch you and Symmetra can't touch you.
The teleport behind on top. If I'm Dominic, I'm going to capture the robot right here. I'm not going to bother. Which is what we see Bastion doing. Reinhardt goes for the push. Unable to get it.
Reinhardt can't do anything. He's got an axe. He can't get close enough.
Here comes Lucio. Trying to bop Bastion off. Able to take out Reinhardt. Question is Lucio. Symmetra joined the fight. St. Charles is going to take the robot back. 7.5 minutes left. Dominic in the lead by only about 20 meters.
But now what that did was bought Dominic some time to get a switch off and bring their whole team back from the dead.
Dominic switching to Ramatra. Welcome change. St. Charles with 4 ultimates ready. Ultimate from Bastion on St. Dominic. Able to take out St. Charles Bastion as well as Lucio. Reinhardt's going to retreat. Taken out by Ramatra. Dominic in full control of the robot.
I think this game is quickly turning into who can counterpick the other person first.
Dominic with 3 ultimates charged. St. Charles with 4. Question is, who's going to use them first?
I think we see a Rein ult here really quickly, and then he's going to switch right off.
Just like that. Perfect Rein ult. Taking out both of Dominic's healers. St. Charles is going to take the robot.
Fantastically played by St. Charles.
Came in with that Reinhardt ult. Knocked everyone down.
But now Dominic's got 3 ults of their own, and they're going to have a 4th hero with Ramatra just as soon as this fight starts. So we'll see how Dominic can bounce back from that.
Symmetra able to take out Junkrat. It's going to hurt for Dominic. See what ults are going to be used here. Teleporter behind. 2 ultimates. Lucio and St. Charles. Ramatra is going to use his. Robot taking control. Not for long.
Yeah, Dominic lost a valuable ult there with Ramatra. And, oh, we got another switch from Dominic back onto Reinhardt.
St. Charles close to taking the lead. You can see those turrets effortlessly take out both Baptiste and Reinhardt. Dominic back in control of the robot. Of course, until Reinhardt shows up.
St. Charles now a little bit staggered, so if Dominic can get a couple easy kills right here, it's just going to keep putting St. Charles on their back foot because they're not going to have the whole team in any of their fights. But St. Charles Reinhardt is holding his own.
Just taken out, not before taking out 2 of Dominic's players. Ultimate from St. Dominic's Bastion, able to take out Symmetra. That's a big kill. May not seem like a big kill, but Symmetra has just been a pain in the backside for Dominic. Dominic on the push now. Still in the lead by only 5 meters.
And thankfully for Dominic, as bad as that was going there for a minute, they still retained the lead. Always good to see.
4 minutes left on the clock. Here comes the teleport behind. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Doesn't seem like he caught anyone.
He missed it. That's awful for Reinhardt. Looks like they still got a couple picks off, but what could have been is the story of that ultimate right there.
Dominic's Reinhardt going for the pin, not able to get it. St. Charles hoping to regain control of the point. 3.5 minutes left. Reinhardt missing the pin. Ultimate from Dominic's Lucio. Dominic back in control of the robot. See how long they can hold on to it. Lucio going for the push.
Yeah, Dominic kind of stealing the robot here. Nobody's really dead, but Dominic's Lucio is just kind of sneaking behind and taking that robot away.
Dominic switching to Zarya. Didn't even catch the switch. Just cleared out St. Charles. Dominic's back on the push again. Two and a half minutes left. Dominic has 2 ultimates. St. Charles about to have 3 or 4. Let's see how this Zarya play pans out.
Somebody's got to deal
Ultimate
with
from
those
Soldier
turrets.
76. That's a team kill for Dominic.
And then right here, Dominic's going to get the forward spawn. That's going to help them out tremendously.
That forward spawn, of course, changes the spawn point. So the spawn points are the same distance from each other. 2 minutes left. Dominic in the lead. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Able to find Zarya. St. Charles back in control of the robot.
See, but if I'm Dominic, I'll live with that. St. Charles burned a couple ults, got them out of the way, so now you don't have to worry about them while you charge your own.
Not only did they burn a couple ults, but we have the forward spawn. So it's not like they're being sent back super far.
Exactly. It wasn't a huge loss right there for Dominic. They got what they needed. They put a little extra distance on there. They're doing all right.
Ultimate from Papachulo. See who's going to find. Able to find Lucio. Now an ultimate from St. Charles. Able to take out St. Dominic's Bastion. You can see Zarya did not want that Symmetra to live. 3 kills by Dominic. Back in control of the robot. Less than a minute left. If Dominic can win this map, then they will be moving on.
St. Charles needs a little bit of help here in order to stay in this tournament.
Only have 1 ultimate left. If they're lucky, they'll be able to charge Baptiste. They just used their ultimate. Dominic has 2 ultimates, both Zarya and Lucio. I would love to see a Zarya ult here, but Zarya and Lucio were taken out by St. Charles.
But again, Dominic has forward spawns still, and they're bringing back 2 ultimates with multiple others on its way.
10 seconds left. All Dominic has to do is knock St. Charles off the robot. And that'll be the match. There's that ultimate from Zarya. Taking out Symmetra and a healer. Ultimate from Lucio. Let's see what's going to happen now. Overtime. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Able to only get Lucio. Papachulo taking out Reinhardt. That's going to be the game. That's going to be the match.
St. Dominic moves on, lives to fight another day.
Take a look at the play of the game here. Of course, Symmetra. Symmetra just dominating through that entire match with those turrets and that energy gun. You can see right here, well-earned play of the game. Dominic just could not adapt to that, or sorry, St. Charles just could not adapt to that Zarya. Dominic will be moving on Sorry, let me just update my bracket here so you guys can see how this all played out. There we go. If I switch to my bracket, you can see in our winners final, you actually can't see it. We have CBC and St. Dominic. That's going to be coming up soon. And we will be back at the St. Dominic Open Overwatch. Welcome to the first match of the losers bracket with Confluence Preparatory Academy and Howl Central. Gonna be starting out on Coliseum. That is not the right map, sorry. Really messed up there. Oh, the entire lobby just died. Stand by. Sorry about that, we had the wrong map. Going into the first map, Busan. Busan as a capture point. Taking a look. Francis Howell in Confluence Academy. Francis Howell running Arisa, Kiriko, Baptiste, Widow, Reaper. Confluence running Ramatra, Bastion, Ana, Kiriko, Soldier. Gonna be an interesting matchup. We haven't seen either of these teams play on this stream.
I think that Ramatra is going to come out and switch real fast when he sees Arisa.
I don't doubt you. I think you're exactly right with that. And we're off with the first match of the losers bracket, St. Dominic Open.
Yep, and there goes Ramatra. First death is the tank. I think that gets switched over real fast.
Yep. Big kill by Francis Howell taking over the point. There goes that tank change going to Zarya. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a fantastic counter for Arisa. I don't know if the rest of the team that Arisa's got behind her puts out enough damage if Arisa doesn't shoot at Zarya, but Zarya is going to be your best bet against an Arisa. Zarya really quick on that bubble.
All with about 30% capture.
Widow taking down the Ana, which does not bode well for Zarya, because what you have to do with Zarya is you have to keep her alive as a support player. And if you're not there keeping her alive, those bubbles can only do so much. And you just see right there.
Reaper with the 3K. Gonna make Confluence switch to Echo. See how that's gonna work out for him. They're gonna try and go around. Soldier alone with none of his team. That didn't work out. 55% of the capture.
Yeah, Confluence needs to start talking with each other a little bit more and kind of group up, because right now they're just getting picked off one by one, and at this rate, this match is going to be over very quickly.
Yeah, they seem to just be running in all by themselves, and that is a perfect recipe to getting your team absolutely plowed through. You can see on the hologram that they're not grouping up. As soon as one spawns, he's just going to sprint off into the fight. See the soldier. 90% of the capture. Confluence is going to have to take control here.
Still not grouping up.
That's going to be the end of the first round. Quick first round for Francis Howell.
I think Confluence came out hoping that Ramatra was going to really pay off against a Reinhardt, and then when it wasn't there, they just could not recover.
They tried to go Zarya, which is a good counter, but the problem is you can't just run in. Also, now that I realize it, that is the wrong logo for Francis Howell. Sorry about that. Let's get the right one in there. There we go.
Oh, Confluence bringing out a Wrecking Ball, which we have not seen at all this tournament. Very interesting play.
As well as Tracer. Interesting matchup for the second round. Francis Howell staying the same. I'm interested to see how Confluence is gonna play this with both a Tracer and a ball.
Francis Howell obviously going with the safe pick, which is just a suffocating team comp, but if Confluence can get this team to work and flow, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. That
Bastion and Marisa just shredded through that ball. And then the Bastion, insult to injury, taking out both Tracer and Ana.
And again, Confluence is just coming in here one by one and just feeding to Francis Howell.
I would say biggest thing for Confluence to work on is just grouping up. You can see how Francis Howell stays all together. That way they're a lot harder to pick off because everyone's together. Confluence switching to Sigma, which I love. I am a Sigma main. I love my Sigma.
Yeah,
we'll see how they play.
If you're not switching to Zarya against a Orisa, go Sigma. Sigma is another great character because he can just absorb all the bullets and then use those into shield.
But the question is Confluence going to group up? And it looks like they might be. See, that shield just negated all of Bastion's turret.
Yeah, they finally are grouping up, but they still look a little bit separated in their strategy. They're not all facing the same direction, and they're all kind of off doing their own thing, and it even though they're together, it still didn't look like they were one team. And you can clearly see Francis Howell is just always in each other's pockets, just staying right next to each other, and it's working really well for him.
Back with Zarya. Immediately killed. You have to be with your supports as Zarya. You can't run and gun by yourself. Not much is going to happen. St. Charles with almost 4 ults. 87%. By the time Confluence gets back, it's going to be too late. Hopes that they can get anyone on point. St. Charles is just going to use all of their ults here. Beautiful ult from Reaper. Only found one person, though. And that's going to be the end of the first map.
Bastion with a little bit of salt in the wound right there. Just ulting right on top of the point on top of his teammates just for the fun of it. Confluence has really gotta talk amongst each other and get it figured out. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very one-sided fight.
Hauta from St. Charles' Bastion. Sorry, Howl. Very fast first map. Let's take a look at our map pool, see where we're going to be going next. Up next, we're going to Numbani. Hybrid map. After that, Route 66.
Which again, hey, maybe it's a different map type. We might get some different play here. You got to hope for that if you're Confluence, but otherwise they might be looking at a 2-0 hole right here.
Yeah, some teams work better on different game modes. Some might be good at controls and might not be great at hybrids or escorts, or vice versa. It really just depends. Here we go. Second map, Numbani.
All right, let's see if Confluence can turn the tide a little bit here.
It seems I spelled Howl wrong. Let me just change that real quick. I prepped for this late at night, so forgive any spelling or pronunciation mistakes. It's been a long day so far. Howl going Sigma, Bastion Junkrat, Mercy Baptiste, CPA going Diva, Widow, Mercy, Kiriko, Bastion. CPA is going to be on the attack first. Make sure I actually get in game. Don't want to forget that.
All right, Confluence with a little bit of a dive with the Diva, but then we have a Widow standing in the back line hoping to get some picks off early. Let's see if we can get behind this Francis Howell defense and get this point captured. Hal's not really challenging them other than right here up on the point.
Honestly, I don't blame him. This is a real nice spot to hold. With that corner, you get a good choke point, lots of high ground. So I don't blame Howl for staying back a little. Howl's Sigma taking out that Widow.
Yeah, the Widow had kind of just wandered up there on her own. And I'm not sure what
Mercy was hiding. Taken out by Bastion. Bastion also taking out Diva. And Mercy getting the res on Bastion. Bastion already with 76% ult charge. We're barely 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's just Bastion holding an angle and just suffocating the enemy team with a barrage of bullets from that gun on his back. Howl not realizing that the team has gone below them. Let's see if they can quickly adjust to stop this push.
Confluence switching to May. See if that provides any change. Not really. Confluence pushed back once again by Howl.
At this point, Confluence just needs to get rid of some of these supports that Hal has sitting back and keeping everybody alive, because this Mercy's just gonna res the first person that gets down, and it's just gonna be another shutdown from Francis Howell.
Ultimate from Howl. Who's going for? Able to take out Bastion. Personally, I would have shot for right in the middle here. Hoping I could get out May, Diva, Kiriko. But that's okay, because they were taken care of pretty easily. Howl with almost 3 ults ready. Confluence with 2. Minute 19 left.
Hal's got to be feeling pretty good right now. They have not had to face much of a fight from this Confluence team, and we're hoping that we can get this turned around for them, but as of right now, it's not looking great. And Confluence just got caught flat-footed right there with their team waiting to group up and everybody getting trapped by that.
Confluence once again just kind of throwing everything they have one at a time. With a comp like this, you kind of have a hybrid between distance and up close with your Sigma and your Bastion and your Baptiste. So you really cannot spread out. You have to keep everything together.
We're seeing it again, one-on-ones from Confluence, and it's just, they just keep getting picked off.
Just saw a main Sigma fight. I don't exactly know what was going to happen there. Here come all the ultimates from Howl. That's going to be the end of the first round of the second map. Now Howl is going to have the chance to attack. I think they're going to go same comp that they have been going. Sigma, Mercy.
Hey, if it ain't broke, but I mean, it is working for them just fine. So until they get some sort of resistance from this Confluence team, there's no reason to change what Hal's doing right now. They are working this team to perfection.
Howl changing it up a little bit. Orisa as their tank. Confluence also changing it up. Kiriko and Junker Queen.
And they got a Moira now too, along with that Junker Queen. So this is a very high damage Confluence team coming out right now. Hopefully they can get rid of that Orisa quick, but Orisa's tough to deal with.
Especially since they now have a Widow.
I would have liked to see that Soldier stick around instead of a Widow, and now they're going with Diva. It's getting to the point where you got to take risk like that. I like that Junker Queen. It was a little exciting. It would probably put Hal on its back foot, not expecting that, but
Hal going Symmetra, I guarantee they're going to try and teleport behind. Try and do what St. Charles does. And just get in the back line. And they're just going to run around the backside of the map.
And again, Confluence broken up
There's
into
that teleporter.
Groups. It's just not working for him right now.
Howl on point, dominating.
And just like that,
it's going to be the end of the second map.
Man. Confluence just
play of the game.
Confluence just not showing any life right now. They need something to go their way.
Kawada, once again. Taking a look at our map pool. Third map, Route 66.
Now maybe, just maybe, Escort is what Confluence is looking for. It's the third map type, so maybe we can get a little extra push out of this team. But as of right now, Francis Howell is in complete control.
See how this is going to go. Howell's going to be on the defense first.
If Confluence brought out that Junker Queen early, I would not mind seeing that. This would be a good map for her to attack on, but it's going to be tough. They got a big hole to dig themselves out of, so it can be done, but they got to be on their nines and work as a team, and we just have not seen that up until now.
I would like to point out that TBA push map is New Queen Street. However, based on how last two maps are gone, I don't know if we're going to be making it there.
Yeah, and even if we do make it to that point, it will not work well for Confluence because push is such a team-focused mode. You really need everybody to be there at the same time. I don't know if they would stand much of a chance on that one either.
Third map, Route 66. Let's see what heroes we're going to pick.
We got Hal on the defense first, so maybe they can set the tone early and just shut down Confluence for good right here at the beginning. Or maybe Confluence comes out swinging and turns this thing around.
St. Charles once again, Orisa and Symmetra. Confluence changing it up quite a bit. They had a Life Weaver just switched to Kiriko. Zarya, Torbjorn. We have not seen Torbjorn yet.
We have not,
Sojourn.
but I think that turret's either going to sit on the payload and hope for the best, but usually you see a Torb on defense because the turret is a set and forget and it kind of holds an angle, but we'll see what they got planned right here. This could be real interesting. Obviously, the Zarya pick, fantastic against a Bastion and an Orisa. She runs into a little trouble with Symmetra, but she's already countered two of Francis House players, so this could be a good thing for him.
See that turret?
It's
Placed
sitting in spawn.
right in spawn, hoping that Torbjorn goes to place it, immediately destroyed by Bastion, and then Bastion followed through, killing Torbjorn. Francis Howell sitting on point. Knocking off Sojourn. Immediately shut Confluence down.
Here we are again. Francis Howell just picking them off one by one. Francis Howell not giving an inch to this team. They are not wanting to play another round. They're going to end it right here, right now.
That Bastion Orisa combo just absolutely shredding through every player Confluence sends against it.
Now, what I would like to see, because he's my best character, my favorite characters, is Zenyatta play from the Confluence. Get that Discord orb out there on that Orisa or that Bastion. That does extra damage to whoever is holding that Discord orb, and hopefully that would be able to break that line, but we have yet to see a Zenyatta today.
Zenyatta's not really a huge player in the competitive scene, which is a shame. He's a very fun character. He's very small, and he's silent. He can sneak behind. You wouldn't think of him as kind of a dive, but he can dive behind. Throw that Discord orb, fully charged.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a glass cannon. He's great to slide behind, get that Discord orb, and get his full charge off, and really do some damage and get a free kill. But then he can't get out of there. He is he's slow. He doesn't have any defensive moves. He's got a pretty powerful kick, but it's a bit finessey to play him, and sometimes it works, sometimes it does not.
Minute left. Howl's sitting with 4 ultimates. We just saw Bastion's ultimate. CPA, Confluence trying their hardest. Now a minute left. Finally pushing the payload a little. Looks like Howl is backing up.
Hal kind of moving to a better defensive spot on this corner. And they're still just holding Confluence down.
This ends now.
Looks good though. Confluence just not able to get through this defense. Hopefully they can do the same to Hal, but based on what we've seen so far, I'm not so sure about that.
That's the end of round 1. Now Howl's gonna have the chance to attack. We can only hope and pray that Confluence is able to hold him off a little. Gonna see what characters we're going. Howl just has to push a little bit right out of the gate.
Yeah, they don't have to go very far, and they haven't had much trouble up until this point, so maybe we get some crazy picks from Confluence, but oh my goodness, it's like they heard me. Look at that, a Zenyatta. Man, I love that play.
We're gonna see if it's gonna play off though. Do you
Yeah.
think it's gonna play off?
Well, I mean, this is a very high damage team Confluence is rolling out with, and if they can get that orb on somebody and focus, again, Zenyatta, and what we haven't seen from Confluence is a lot of team play. Zenyatta works really well with team play because once you get that Discord orb and focus, that player does not stay alive very long. So if they can focus, this can get really interesting.
We can see where Francis Howl has to push to. Only 17 meters. I don't believe this is going to be a very long round at all. 4 minutes on the clock. Of course, Howl's already pushing. That Zenyatta just kind of hiding in the back line. Trying to go against the poor Orisa. That's going to be the end of this match. Francis Howl, 3. Confluence Preparatory Academy, 0. Howl's going to be moving on in our losers bracket. They will be playing the winner of either Sykeston or St. Dominic Junior Varsity. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Overwatch. Welcome back to another round of Overwatch. Now we have Howell Central and St. Charles High School. We're going to be starting on Oasis. Of course, just waiting to make sure everyone's ready. There we go. Here we go. First map. Second round in the losers bracket. Oasis.
On this map, you definitely want to get this capture point quickly, and you don't want to get trapped outside the surrounding outside wall. Because if you do, it is incredibly difficult to make its way back in.
Character's been picked. Francis Howell, going with what we saw last game. Symmetra, Bastion, Orisa, Ana. Now Moira. St. Charles High, Reinhardt. We're going to pause real quick. We're having some audio issues. Bastion, Lucio, Lifeweaver, Torbjorn. Kind of in a holding pattern now. We will be right back once we fix this audio issue. Here we go, audio issues fixed. Get back into it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
St. Charles, Symmetra again. They're gonna fight for up top.
St. Charles getting top control first. But Francis Howell not going quietly.
Symmetra able to take out both Reinhardt and Bastion, and Moira taking out Lucio. Francis Howell is going to be the first to capture.
You cannot escape me.
Now Francis Howell gets to play the high ground while St. Charles has got to figure out a way to get up there.
St. Charles on point. Brought on by one of their teleports. Reinhardt getting antied. Ultimate already from Francis Howell's Moira.
Even though St. Charles doesn't have their tank on the field, they still kind of held out there for a second.
That nano on Orisa is very hard to beat. Francis Howell up to 55%.
This map is just so difficult to retake the point once one team has it.
Ultimate from Reinhardt. Ultimate from Orisa. Now St. Charles is going to take the point. Francis Howell getting 88% of the capture. Howell has 2 ultimates. So does St. Charles. It's going to be interesting to see who uses them first.
St. Charles took the high ground, and now Francis Howell is trying to poke them out of it. Here comes the Bastion ult on top of him to kind of break that up a little bit.
That Lucio ult keeping them alive.
That Ryan was in big trouble with no health and he was antied, but he has somehow stayed in the fight and just keeps on trucking.
St. Charles still holding the point, almost 70% capture.
Yeah, Francis Howell's kind of getting staggered up a little bit, and they're not all together at the point, so they keep getting pushed back and losing bodies, and they're going to need to make something happen here quickly before St. Charles takes this objective.
St. Charles teleporting back to the middle.
Oh,
Howell able to take over.
big mistake by St. Charles right there by not dropping into that objective sooner.
Able to take the point back pretty fast.
Yeah, it ended up working out for St. Charles. Nothing too bad lost there, but that could have been really bad if they weren't able to take that point so quickly.
St. Charles going to take the first point.
Score 0-1.
Let's see how Central responds right here.
Ready for battle.
Are we going to see any change of heroes? That's what I'm wondering. Have a change of healer on both sides.
Nothing too crazy. Almost the exact same team comp again, just different tanks.
Now it's the exact same team comp. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this out.
It's just going to be a grudge match between these two. It's just going to be who breaks first.
Yep. Both teams going for the high ground again. St. Charles backing up. Rather going to capture the point.
Yeah, they'll gladly take that early percentage if they can capture the point if it opens up.
St. Charles Reinhardt's fall.
Kind of takes him out of the fight for a minute, and the rest of his team pays the price for it. Still no capture on this point.
Howell was hoping to capture. And they do. Reinhardt's standing by. He doesn't want to let that happen.
Here come all the Symmetra turrets. The Bastions.
I mean, when you're running the exact same team comp, it's
It's all about
becomes very
timing.
interesting.
It's gonna be hard to break this line. There's no counter to anybody because, well, you're the same character, so somebody's gonna have to switch at some point. It's probably gonna have to be somebody on St. Charles in order to kind of break up this defense.
Ultimate from BAP here.
Oh, and it looks like St. Charles is just going to walk right into the point and say thank you very much and wipe the whole enemy team.
Beautiful takeover by St. Charles. But Hal has almost all 5 ultimates.
Yeah, we'll see how they play it with those. Oh, here's the first of many ultimates.
Lots of ultimates playing now.
Gonna have to almost wait till the smoke clears to see who's left standing. It looks like Francis Howell is.
They're going to capture again. They still have 3 ults left. It looks like most of the ults that were used were from St. Charles.
St. Charles needed a lot more percentage off of that than just the 29.
Looks like they're going to try and go underneath. Maybe teleport up. Ultimate here from Bastion. See if he can find anyone.
Alright.
Not able to. Another ultimate from Baptiste here. Francis Howell able to find Reinhardt, Bastion, Lucio, the whole team. That's a team kill for Francis Howell.
And
They're going to hold on to the point.
They only burnt 1 ult off of that. They still have 2 more left.
85% on the capture.
They're in a really strong position right now to even this matchup.
Ultimate from Reinhardt here. Overtime in favor. Francis Howell. They just have to clear St. Charles off the point. And with only Symmetra and Lucio left, I think they'll be able to do it pretty fast.
Yeah, as long as they can get that Baptiste out of the sky, and they do.
It's going to be the end of the second round. Going to Francis Howell. We're going into a tiebreaker.
Very evenly matched so far. Not only in playstyle, but quite literally the characters.
Ready for battle.
See if they bring any changes to kind of shake this up, or if they roll out the exact same strategies.
I think they're going to run the exact same.
It's going to be, again, a fight to see who gets the high ground in the middle of that objective there. There's going to be plenty of portals, plenty of turrets, and of course the 2 Reinhardts just beating on each other.
Lots of hammer.
4, 3, 2, 1.
But what I would love to see here is, I would love to see someone long range, a Hanzo, a Widow. But the teams just don't seem interested in long range. Looks like St. Charles is going to get the high ground.
Yeah, they went right away for it. St. Charles getting that high ground first allows them to put turrets down, but it looks like it doesn't really matter to Francis Howell that they got their second, because they're just going to go ahead and clean off the point.
Francis Howell capturing the point.
Now Francis Howell just gets to set up their defense, pin their ears back, and go get St. Charles.
St. Charles was hoping for a teleport behind. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Beautiful ultimate. Gonna take out 4 St. Charles players. They're hunting for that last kill.
And there it is.
It's another team kill for Howell.
St. Charles has got to switch something up. They have to switch here. They're just getting railroaded right now. Maybe we'll see some switches after St. Charles burns some of these ults, but I think it might be too little too late if they do it that way. It's going to be a lot of ground to pick up.
60% with the capture.
Francis Howell holds yet again. There's no stopping this Reinhardt right here. Alright,
Another
we
ultimate from Reinhardt.
do we get a point capture right here?
I think we're going to get one.
Or does Francis House somehow figure out how to stay alive, maybe?
All that's left is Bastion.
Ah,
Quickly taken out. They're going to capture. They let Francis Howell get up to 94%.
yeah, they really
St.
just
Charles
have
is
to.
going to have to hold for a while.
They just have to cap it, really, and they win. But again, nobody's switching up their strategies.
Ultimate from Bastion. Finding nothing but Baptiste Lantern. Now we have an ultimate from Hal.
It's an ultimate party, is what it is.
Reinhardt's about to have his. Question is, when's he going to use it? Right there. Beautiful ultimate. Hal's going to recapture.
They say thank you very much for that right there. Everybody got trapped in that Reinhardt ult and scraped him off the ground.
They're going to take the map. Play of the game, of course. Dash and escape. Unstoppable Reinhardt.
Yeah, he was definitely the better Reinhardt in that match, and has been so far in this game overall.
Let's take a look at where we're going next. Going to Hollywood for a hybrid. Very good pairing between Howell and St. Charles. Someone just needed to change there.
I would have liked to see a couple of counters in there, but they just stuck to their guns and duked it out. But maybe here on Hollywood with this different type of map, we might see some changes more often. See if we can get some counterplay going.
That's always a fun one to see.
Because Francis Howell, their Reinhardt was just playing at such a high level that game that if he carries it over, they're gonna St. Charles is gonna have to figure something out. They can't just let their Reinhardt be beaten down like that.
Here we go into map 2. Hollywood.
All right, let's see what both teams come out with to start. Are we gonna get the exact same team setups, or is this really gonna facilitate some change right here? There is a nice little choke right here to start the map, so might be heavy defense early.
St. Charles on the attack first. Reinhardt, Bastion, Lucio, Bap. Sim, no change.
Oh, they're running it back.
Francis Howell. Junkrat, Bastion. Reinhardt, Kiriko, Baptiste. A little bit of change here. We'll see how well Howell can hold this first choke point.
Yeah, and this Junkrat's going to be instrumental. If he can get those bounces and angles right with his bombs on those walls, it's going to be tough to break through because, as every good Junkrat player knows, if you see the enemy team, then you're not playing him correctly. You're supposed to be able to shoot them from around corners and make sure that nobody sees you.
4 minutes on the clock for St. Charles to start to capture.
And there's St.
Charles
Charles
teleporting
yeah.
behind.
Just like we saw in their match against St. Dominic, St. Charles is going early with the teleport behind. Hal able to pivot pretty well on there. St. Charles probably should have pushed up a little bit instead of kind of getting a little hesitant back there in that alley, but
Team kill for Howl.
man, we're a minute and 45 seconds in this, and we already got a team kill. That St. Charles has got to switch something up, otherwise it's going to be more and more of that.
Here comes St. Charles once again teleporting right into the player's line.
Hal was ready for it. They were on top of that as soon as they came up there, and only 2 players went up there. There's maybe a little bit of a miscommunication perhaps on that St. Charles team, but Hal again continuing to hold the high ground.
Here comes Junkrat's ultimate. Is he gonna get anyone? Able to get both Baptiste and Lucio. Less than 2 minutes left. St. Charles tried to get on point. Hal held him back. Hal with 4 ultimates ready to go.
Yeah, Hal is just continuing to control this game. They're not really in any danger right now, and they have their ultimates ready, and St. Charles still doesn't have anything other than their Baptiste ult.
Ultimate from Bastion, not able to kill anyone.
St. Charles is getting pushed away from the objective, and not even towards their own spawn, just away.
They have 4, almost 5 ultimates. They're going to use them all with a minute left. But of course, Howl also has 3 ultimates. It's going to be all ultimates all the time for the next 45 seconds.
The last map was very evenly matched between these teams, but this map so far is all Howl Central, and it is suffocating this St. Charles team.
"15 seconds to go.
Let's see if there's any magic left here at the end of this round.
There's 1 ultimate, 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates. 4. St. Charles is on point.
There we go. St. Charles, right here at the last second, no time. And they get this point. Maybe that's what they needed. Maybe here on this escort, they'll just slide right through this Howl defense, but we'll just have to see if anything changes.
A little over 2 minutes to push to the first checkpoint.
And again, really nobody changing any characters, just rolling with what they've selected and hoping for the best.
Beautiful ultimate from Reinhardt. Lucio's ultimate came a little too late. Howl able to clear St. Charles off of the point.
Howl's sitting up there on the high ground right now, just back to controlling the tempo of the game. With St. Charles starting to make some good progress now, I'd like to see if we can get a little switch up from Francis Howell to maybe stop the bleeding or just slow Central down or St. Charles down just a little bit. Because so far they have just waltzed through this checkpoint. Bastion just didn't even come close to hitting anybody right there. But here comes Howell.
Seconds remaining.
30 seconds left. St. Charles is going to have to push to the checkpoint. Howell with 2 ultimates. St. Charles about to have 4. I think they're going to make it.
They're going around the back of the Howell defenses and hoping for the best
Beautiful
right there.
ultimate from Bastion.
There we go.
Team kill for St. Charles. They're going to make it to the next checkpoint.
They keep the push moving. Maybe they just really like overtime. That pressure gets put on and they love it. So they'll start the final push here on this payload.
Everyone's in the fight. No one's pushing the payload. St. Charles deciding to play very high up top.
60 seconds remaining.
The payload finally catching up to the battle. Francis Howell's really playing this corner well. But here come the ultimates.
Seconds.
30-second timer counting down. Howell with almost 4 ultimates. St. Charles have about 2.
Did the Francis Howell defense finally stiffen their back and stand up right here at this corner? Or do we get another overtime push here from St. Charles High?
There goes Howell holding back St. Charles. St. Charles able to get 2 points.
The clock finally ran out for St. Charles High. Let's see if they can hold down Francis Howell and get this win right here.
Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Team's still not looking like they're changing. St. Charles are putting in May.
Francis Howell running with the same lineup they've had this whole map and all of last map, just letting the team comp that's been working keep working. Let's see if this May adds a little wrinkle to this defense that we haven't seen yet before.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Here comes the teleport. The wall from May. St. Charles is trying to get on points early on.
see who breaks first here, and it looks like St. Charles might be breaking down a little bit.
Francis Howell's going to start the capture. Question is, will Hal be gone long enough so they can capture the whole thing?
Ooh, we got a Winston on the field coming out here from St. Charles. And he makes it onto the point before it's captured.
Going for the dive comp. Interesting choice. Immediately killed by Francis Howell, but doesn't matter. Their whole team's on point now.
Yeah, May went for the stall there too with her ice cube and just trying to bleed as much time out of that clock as possible, but it's just not enough.
Stop the payload.
St. Charles switches right back to Reinhardt. And here comes Hal. Hal taking a little bit of the high ground here. Pushing that St. Charles team way off to the side. While that payload just keeps chugging along down at the bottom. Someone's gonna have to stop that payload eventually, right? You'd think, but keeping on going. Here comes the May ult. Bap totally negates it with his immortality field, but the rest of the team is there to clean it up for St. Charles. Francis Howell has a chance to reset here and bring a couple of their own ults to the party and hopefully get this payload the rest of the way to the point. St. Charles is sitting on top of that building, so Francis Howell has a free pass right to the payload.
Beautiful ultimate from Bastion, taking out 2 St. Charles players and an immortality field.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything better than that from Bastion. That was perfect. And that poor Reinhardt was left on his own to defend that point, and just not enough to him.
Francis Howell with 4.5 minutes to push. 42 meters.
Unlike that St. Charles push where it was all overtime in just 30 seconds, Francis Howell can take their time. They can get beaten here a couple of times and still come back with plenty of time and plenty of ultimates. St. Charles just picking up a couple stragglers there from the Hal team.
Howell switching to Mercy. And then immediately back to Kiriko.
They switched to Mercy just to get that res, and then immediately switch back to Kiriko. What a fun little strategy right there. No time wasted. Here we are on board with the Reinhardt, just ulted, trying to change the tide for his team, and he does. Look at that teamwork right there with that Bastion ult. Fantastic play. Nice little team kill there from St. Charles. Buys him an extra couple seconds. Keeps that payload moving backwards. Now Francis Howell has their ultimate starting to build up, and here during this fight they're going to start coming out to play.
A little over 5 meters to go. 2.5 minutes.
And I think that Bastional right there just about sealed the fate of St. Charles High.
Hal taking second map.
Play of the game.
All right, St. Charles in a 2-0 hole. They really got to...
St. Charles Bastion taking play of the game.
Which, again, this was a fantastic play right there at the game. Got a team kill, but just was not enough to hold off the tide of St. Hal. Or Francis Hal.
Up next, Circuit Royale Escort.
This map is very good for range, so let's see if either of these teams switch up their players and get some range going for us.
I definitely want to see some new heroes in this match, in this map. Sorry, they haven't really been switching players, and while it might work in the game, it's just not. It's not as fun. We like it to be fun.
No, and Francis Hal is up 2-0, and they've been using the same character, so there's no reason for them to change. But you know, it's be kind of cool, like you said. See a little difference out here, a little spice in this game. But what really needs St. Charles needs to really change up the team. They need to just come out full counters and just see if they can break that Howl defense. See if they can get some points on the board.
Hal's going to be defending first.
Ready for battle.
Not seeing a lot of change. Hal's going to be going Sigma as a tank. That is a big change.
Yeah, that's a huge change. That's a totally different way how to play a tank. However, it does give them that range that is so good on this map. St. Charles bringing a Life Weaver this game, get themselves a little high ground. And just as I said that, they're switching right back to Baptiste.
Very even competition between these two teams. It's going to be interesting to see how they take on Circuit Royale.
Francis Hal playing really far back on that corner. And nobody's sitting on the point. That payload is not moving an inch. And it's great and all to you know, fight each other, but the whole point of the game is to get that payload moving.
3.5 minutes. Once again, no one's on the payload. Just kind of sitting there idly, wasting time.
Looks like St. Charles is trying to wrap all the way around and break them down, but again, they're the team that has to move the payload, and they're nowhere near the payload.
I'm sure Francis Hal is loving that they're not paying attention to the payload at all.
There's no pressure for Hal.
You can actually see its payload's moving backwards. St. Charles just doesn't seem to care.
Hal can just sit on that bridge and just kind of tick away at St. Charles' health. St. Charles gets a pick on the Junkrat. I don't know if that's enough to break this defense yet, but
Symmetra
We'll see.
finally pushing after coming back from the dead. 2.5 minutes left.
St. Charles still just sitting in that storefront right there, waiting for the payload to come to them, and now they're on the attack.
And they're going to teleport off again. Payload's not moving. Now it is.
Lucio with a big ult to save the team right there. Good on him, but not enough to stop that hammer from Ryan.
Poor Sigma by himself.
Here comes the payload. And I think Francis Hell is just fine with sitting up on top of this hill and letting them have this checkpoint.
This checkpoint is a really easy one to get. The next one is the hard one.
Yeah, it's very difficult to move that car up and around the corner, up through the high ground. Especially when Francis Howell is a team that loves playing on this high ground so much. It's going to be difficult to get them off there, but it looks like St. Charles is doing just that right now.
Team kill for St. Charles.
Fantastic start to this checkpoint. The faster they get around this turn without resistance, the better. And there's Reinhardt up there trying to create a little bit of space for his team.
Ultimate from Sigma. Getting 3 players, killing Lucio.
Yeah, Sigma's going to take advantage of that Reinhardt playing so far forward. He's just going to go right behind and take the rest of his team with him.
Now you see me? Now you don't.
'Francis Howell just continues to set up on that high ground and hold strong.
Ultimate from Bastion. Able to find Baptiste. Then immediately finding Lucio. As well as St. Charles' Bastion.
And they hold yet again.
Two minutes left.
There's a teleporter on the right from Symmetra, but St. Charles didn't seem to really take that route, but they got to get something going. The team is split up again.
Try and go up the side stairs. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Didn't catch anyone.
Yeah, Anna decided to put that Reinhardt down for a nice little nap, but St. Charles didn't care. They went and cleaned up anyway.
Team
Yet
kill for St.
another
Charles
team kill.
again.
And let's see if St. Charles can get this payload all the way to this checkpoint without any resistance. Hal with the switch to Orisa. I think there might be a stand coming right here. Yep, look at that.
Orisa nanoed.
And immediately pushes St. Charles all the way back off that point.
1 minute left. Ultimate from Howell's Bastion once again taking out Baptiste. And Orisa taking out St. Charles Bastion. 30
Yeah.
seconds left.
That Bastion Orisa combo is just so strong.
St. Charles with 2 ultimates. Howell with only Junkrats.
I still don't think it's enough to unseat Francis Howell from this high ground up here. I think St. Charles needs to start thinking about how they're going to defend this and lock it down.
10 seconds left. St. Charles is going to do it with another team kill.
That shows what I know about this game, right? St. Charles coming in and getting the perfect ultimate combo to shut down Francis Howell and keep this game moving forward.
Now have a minute and a half on the clock.
Still no big changes to the team compositions. Both teams rolling with what they're having. This race car keeps continuing to move forward. Francis Howell is just buckling under the weight of this St. Charles attack right now.
Less than 20 seconds left. 4 meters to go. Howell's able to push St. Charles off the point.
It seems as if I keep jinxing the teams back and forth because I just said St. Charles was pushing real hard and they immediately got turned away.
10 seconds. Can they be held off the point? They can. End of the round. St. Charles walking away with 2 points.
Score 0-2. Switching sides.
See if Hal can put an end to this game and
Initiating match.
push this car the rest of the way. Win this 3-0. Otherwise, we'll see you all on Esperanza.
Ready for battle.
Francis Howell going with May. Widowmaker.
Finally, a little bit of difference in the Francis Howell team, and I think that Widowmaker is trying to go for an easy early pick and get this attack moving.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming.
Francis Howell, strong push right outside the gate.
Neither team really trying to defend that first little turn. They're just trying to defend this high ground on this bridge. St. Charles getting some picks, putting down this Howell attack. Francis Howell switching to a Bastion and a Reaper combo. That Reaper, if he gets up in your face, he can do some damage with that Rhine.
St. Charles teleporting onto the point with the ultimate. Hoping to do some damage, and he definitely does.
Yeah, Francis Howell's just not getting into the rhythm here on this attack so far. St. Charles is racking up the team kills. See if this time can be different for Francis Howell Central. They now have the high ground.
Howell on a good push now. Almost 3 ultimates. Using one of them right there. There's second. Here comes third fully charged.
Francis Howell finding its rhythm and starting to move through this St. Charles defense.
1 minute left as they reach the first checkpoint. 3:30 on the clock now.
Here comes Francis Howell on the toughest part of the map. See what kind of headway they can make.
Ruined Bastion ultimate.
And St. Charles cleans up another team kill.
Bastion's ultimate not finding much.
Howell now has a Baptiste and a Reaper ult. That Reaper ult is probably going to come from the back line. You never know when it's going to come get you. And Howell making it up the hill. Looks like they won't have any resistance until they get to this point. Let's take a little bit of an onboard view at this Howell Central Rhine. My goodness. St. Charles teleports behind, but not in time to get that point stopped.
2:40 left on the clock.
St. Charles made it through this part of the map really easily until that last little bit where they got choked up, but let's see if Howell can replicate that same thing. There's that Reaper ult. Nothing much coming from it. St. Charles fending off that attack.
2 minutes left. Interesting to see how St. Charles is going to deal with this. Or sorry, Francis Howell.
And that's how Francis Howell is going to deal with it, by dropping a Bastion ult on the support up on that high ground. Here they come. That Lucio was all they had left, and this might be it for St. Charles.
And they're going to do it. Just in time.
Francis Howell Central taking game 3.
Check out our play of the game from from Francis Howell. Kawada.
This is right here at the end of the game to just get that final nail in the coffin, and man, did it work.
Take a look at the map pool. 3-0.
St. Charles looked a lot better in that last game, but Howell Central was in charge of that entire set of maps.
See if the bracket will show it. It has to be in the loser's semifinal. We'll get there eventually. But for now, here's the working winners bracket. We'll be back with more Overwatch. Here we go into the next round of Overwatch with the St. Dominic Junior Varsity Team and Sykeston High School. Starting once again on Oasis. Taking a look at our teams. Dominic running. Ramacha, Kiriko, Mercy, Farah, Hanzo. Sykeston. Zarya, Reaper, Kiriko, Ana, Genji. Gonna be a fun matchup. Interesting to see how Dominic's gonna combat against that Zarya.
I like this, a little variety. We've been seeing a lot of the same team comps, team after team after team. I like seeing these two teams with some different character choices. It'll add a little wrinkle, a little strategy that we haven't seen yet today.
Hanzo finding Ana.
Yeah, it's a battle that Ana's going to lose 7 times out of 10 unless she can get a sleep on that Hanzo. She immediately switches over to Moira on her way back out.
Dominic's gonna capture first.
Reaper's going to go after the back line, see if he can get some of those supports out of there from St. Dominic, and he doesn't even get a chance. Hanzo puts him right down. Mercy just traded her life for Farah's. Getting that res off in the middle of the objective.
Genji just sitting in the back line, you know, diving around. Sykeston's gonna take over.
Dominic would have liked to see a little bit more than 36% on that clock, but we'll see how they respond here.
Dominic changed to Junker Queen. Gonna be interesting to see how she's gonna fare against Zarya.
That poor Junkrat got immediately shut down by Zarya.
Happened to take Kiriko with him though. Ultimate from Hanzo, not taking anyone. Ultimate from Zarya, taking both Mercy and Hanzo.
Yeah, that Zarya's charged up right now, and she's real scary when she's got a full charge.
Zarya also taking Junker Queen. Sykeston's gonna hold the point, 46%.
Dominic switching yet again on a tank.
Ultimate from Genji taking out Hanzo.
Dominic trying to steal the point here without anybody realizing.
They're gonna
Zarya
get it.
realized just too late. What a crafty move there from St. Dominic.
Dominic's gonna hold on to the point without Sykeston knowing. Cassidy said, "No, I want that back."
Dominic stole a couple percentage points there without really even controlling the point. That could be really helpful down here during the end of this match if they can ever retake this.
Team kill for Sykeston. If I'm Dominic, I'm not gonna run. I wouldn't run Farah when they're running Zarya. Her beam gun, it's a hit scan. It's really hard to get out of its path.
Yeah, and especially when Farah does so much damage, it plays right into Zarya's hands because she can just take it and send it right back out.
Exactly. It's gonna be the first round going to Sykeston.
Yeah, Dominic scored the first couple percentage points, but just could not regain that form, and Sykeston put an end to that.
Dominic changing up a little bit, going to Reinhardt, Moira, Symmetra. Sykeston's going to be saying the same.
Yeah, for Sykeston, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But with this Reinhardt switch, there might be a Zarya switch coming down the end of the road for Sykeston, but we'll just have to see how this plays together. But Dominic actually going to Sigma.
Sigma's going to be interesting against Zarya.
We'll see what transpires here.
Sykeston taking the back wall. Dominic's just going to sit on point. Sigma the only one alive. Sykeston's got to capture here.
And for some other positive St. Dominic news, the St. Dominic football team playing MICDS this afternoon is up 14-0 in the second quarter, while they're holding MICDS to negative yards through almost 2 quarters, which the history of MICDS, knowing that's quite impressive, because usually Dominic struggles with them. So some good news coming from a different Dominic varsity team.
Dominic switching to Wrecking Ball. Seems to be staying alive. He's just not doing a whole lot. Sykes it at 30%. He's going to try and capture a little bit.
Yeah, I think Wrecking Ball was hoping that his team could kind of distract Sykeston there for a second and get a little bit of a steal on that point again, but Sykeston was hip to his plans. Sykeston sitting on 4 ults with a 5th on its way.
Here comes Cassidy's ult. Only able to find Mercy. Still a good ult nonetheless, taking out their most powerful healer.
Dominic just not in any rhythm, constantly switching heroes, looking for something to break through this line, and so far nothing's really worked for him.
Ultimate from Moira. Now we have an ultimate from Hanzo. Not able to find anyone. Sykeston still holding on to the point, 82%. Mercy's going to try and take on a 1v5 here. That obviously did not end well. Sykeston's going to take the first map.
Yeah, not much of a fight there from St. Dominic. They just could not get anything rolling for them on offense, and Sykeston mopped them up.
Take a look at our play of the game. Of course, Ignatius, Zarya, Sykeston.
You know, Zarya's a character that's kind of difficult to learn how to properly use those bubbles and figure out, but if you get it right, you're right. You are hard to take down. And he played that to perfection right there.
Next map, we're going to Hollywood. And then later on, after Hollywood, going to Circuit Royale.
Let's see if Dominic can get something going right here and turn the tide of this, where it's been all Sykeston the whole way.
I'm just waiting. Here we go. Map 2. Hollywood.
Welcome to Hollywood. Initiating match.
Dominic's going to be on defense first.
See here in just a few seconds what heroes are chosen.
Ready for battle.
Dominic changing it up. Junkrat, May, Ana, Ramatra, Alari. Looks like Syson's gonna stay the same. If it worked last time, it should work this time, right?
Both teams bringing in Yari here in the daytime map, which gives her a little extra power on her charge. So she's a fantastic person to bring along with this in her turret that just heals as long as it doesn't take any damage. It'll be really interesting to see if Dominic can hold this defense with her turret. Because so far it's been Sykeston just steamrolling.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Dominic going for the high ground, and it looks like May's going to try to block everybody off of her wall.
Missed the wall. Left a gap.
I'm not sure what the play was there. I don't know if it was to give Ramatra a window or if it was to just block them off entirely, but either way, it didn't really work.
Sykeston charging right in. Already on point.
Dominic battling back. Just the supports left for Sykeston. Two teams just battling it out here for point control. Who's going to break first?
Dominic's trying to hold on, but we'll see after this ultimate from Junkrat. Able to kill Reaper. Sykeston's still on point, though.
May was just given a nice little nap right there on the point. Sykeston cleaned her up after that.
Sykeston's gonna capture.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Let's see what Dominic can do in this narrow passage that this car's about to head down.
May's gonna try and put the wall up. The payload's just gonna immediately knock it down. Kind of a waste of a wall, if you ask me.
Got a little Yari on Yari violence right there. Sykeston coming out on top in that.
Reinhardt tried to sneak around. Slept by Ana.
Matro's just hung out to dry all by himself. Sykeston's got all of their ultimates ready to go.
Ana gets slept.
Here comes the ult train. Not much of it.
Sykeston pushing kind of without any resistance. Able to make it to the checkpoint. Able to kill Ramatra in his ult.
Too little too late from Ramatra there. They had already captured the point and he essentially just kind of threw himself out there.
4.5 minutes to push to the final point.
Now, there's another game earlier today where this is where the payload ended, right here on this corner. Let's see if Dominic can end it right here the same way. Dominic being pushed back into their spawn, not even able to make it out.
That's never a good side. Hopefully this ultimate from Junkrat.
Riptire not getting anything and then getting punched by the Genji. That is a tough, tough look.
Final distance here. Sykeston trying to push as far as they can. 3.5 minutes to go.
Ramatra is anti-healed. And I think that about ends it for this round. Unless Dominic can come up with something magical right here. Sykeston is all over it.
Comes Alari's ult.
But again,
Doesn't matter.
too little, too
Sykeston
late.
able to get there. 3 points for Sykeston. Now Dominic's going to have a chance to attack.
Switching sides. Initiating match.
Dominic has got to find some life here, otherwise they're going to be looking at the wrong side of this score.
Ready for battle.
Dominic now going Zarya. Zarya v Zarya is going to be an interesting fight.
They're also bringing along a Moira for their troubles.
Sykeston staying mostly the same. Adding a Junkrat.
Junkrat's very good on this first point because he can bounce his grenades off the walls and get some good angles and spots you don't expect them to be at. See if that can translate into a win for Sykeston.
3, 2, 1.
Sykeston is playing up ahead and not taking the high ground. That is something that we haven't seen from a lot of teams yet today. Let's see how it goes for him. For Dominic, the Mei is kind of all by herself, being beaten down by the tank and a Genji. St. Dominic just not able to find any ground.
Alari's healing pylon right there. If Dominic can't take that out, it's going to be hard to kill anyone. It does about 40 healing per second.
It does a lot of healing. It'll keep a lot of people alive. And if that's not dealt with, dig your heels in.
2:45 on the clock.
Yari's already got her ultimate. Junkrat is well on his way to having his as well. Meanwhile, Dominic still has not even made it through the first choke. Not even somebody trying to sneak through. There's just no ground available. Dominic being sent back to the spawn room again has got to find some answers quick.
You can see Moira in the background there. It's like she's going to try and sneak. Maybe to try and get Junkrat. Switching to Risa. Maybe Dominic will be able to get in a little bit.
Dominic needs to push through his ultimate and just keep backing down Sykeston, but their own Maywall kind of stunned him right there.
Finally through the first choke point. Minute 33 on the clock. Is Sykeston going to be able to hold him back?
Sykeston is sitting on all of their ultimates, and here come a couple.
Nano Genji never fun to deal with.
Regular Genji's never fun to deal with. Yari's got her turret back up to continue healing.
Ultimate from Bastion, see if he's gonna find anyone. Able to find Ana.
Healers are down for Sykeston. Let's see if Dominic can capitalize on this. There we go. Dominic capping the point. Let's see if they can get as good of a move as Sykeston did on their attack. Make up some valuable time.
3 minutes on the clock. Sykeston still with 2 ultimates.
And here's Dominic again, struggling for ground, trying to get through a choke.
Meteor strike.
Ultimate from Doomfist.
Doomfist trying to give his team just a little bit of space to get that payload through the choke. Give him a little bit of breathing room. And in other St. Dominic news, at halftime at MICDS, St. Dominic is leading 22-0. Hopefully they can bring that home and keep that undefeated season intact.
Minute 30 on the clocks. Dominic barely pushing the payload.
Dominic getting shut down again at the choke. Sykeston and their team are just firing on all cylinders right now. Sykeston Cassidy is going to run behind enemy lines and try to get his ultimate off without anybody knowing he's there.
Spotted by Ashe. Ashe would not let that happen.
She was
1
not
minute
moved.
left. All the ultimates are happening now.
Dominic finally getting that payload to move again.
Dominic is out of ultimates. Sykeston is 3 more in the chamber. 30 seconds.
30 seconds remaining.
Sykeston about to have a 4th ultimate ready to go with their Zarya. Dominic is still a ways away.
If Sykeston gets that Zarya ult, Zarya and Cassidy together, that ult can take out the whole team, get them another team kill. Ultimate from Genji, taking out 3 of Dominic's players. Dominic is dangerously close to the checkpoint. Overtime, Sykeston's able to hold him off. It's going to be the end of the second map. Sykeston 2, Dominic 0.
Play of the game.
There's Genji putting a stop to all that final push.
Next up, Circuit Royale.
Let's see if Dominic can dig themselves out of this or if Sykeston's just going to keep them under their thumb.
This is an escort map, so our favorite robots are back. Sorry about that. Dominic's gonna have to change something up.
they're gonna, if they want to be able to combat Sykeston during this. Going into our third map, Circuit Royale.
Dominic has got to stop that Zarya. She is just controlling the tempo of the entire game right now. They're going to have to go after her healers or just target her entirely. They got to get something with her.
See what Dominic's planning on playing. Sorry, this is Escort. I thought this was
Ready for battle.
push. Dominic on the defense first. Sykeston going the same. Instead of Cassidy, swapping in Reaper. Dominic, Bastion, Junkrat, Zarya, Ana, Kiriko.
Dominic going to try their hand at Zarya, see if they can replicate some of the magic that Sykeston has, but...
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the
Sykeston
pain.
strongly outside the gate.
Bastion got that Lucio early, though, so maybe they can keep those dominoes falling. Reaper in the back, or... Sorry, Genji in the back line of Dominic. There goes Dominic. Down again.
Team kill for Sykeston. Dominic switching to Sigma. Hoping they can put a stop to this Zarya.
On board with, so far, the MVP of this whole game. This Zarya is just dominating in every way. She continues to do so. She's not even fully charged. She is still just controlling the tempo.
"5 minutes. Just reached the first countdown. First checkpoint, sorry. Lucio's just chilling on top.
Sykeston has 2 ults with a third on the way. Dominic has 2 ults with a third on the way.
You can see Sigma trying his best to push everyone back.
He's trying his best, but Sigma can't
Going for the
absorb a beam.
ultimate. Isn't able to get any kills with it.
There goes Reaper in the back line.
Sykeston pushing to the second checkpoint with another team kill.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Let's see if Dominic can put a stop to the bleeding here.
Dominic has 1 ultimate charge. That's about all they're gonna get. Sykeston with the Zarya charge. That'll come in handy for the last fight coming up very soon.
But again, Sykeston's got their Zarya charged, and their Lifeweaver's about to have his ult as well. Whereas Dominic still only has the Reaper.
Something tells me the second Reaper tries to use that ult, he's gonna be killed. Here it comes. Only able to get Lucio.
Sykeston seemed to kind of read him there a little bit and kind of run away from the point right on what Reaper was trying to clear out and just couldn't get it to stick.
4 minutes.
Diva's
Knocking
just
Diva
hung out to dry.
There's the ultimate with Sykeston. Pushing Dominic back. It's going to be the end of the round.
Score.
Dominic in survival mode at this point.
Sides.
They need something to finally happen for him and
Initiating match.
get Sykeston off balance.
This is the third map, so if Sykeston is able to hold back Dominic, time runs out. Sykeston will be moving on.
Ready for battle.
Sykeston changing nothing.
Dominic bringing a soldier. See if he can break up this Zarya stranglehold.
Five, four, three, two, one. Stop the payload.
Sykeston just has to hold for 4 minutes.
Diva choosing to stay on the payload as opposed to diving in onto the enemy team. And the rest of her team is staying back there. On board here at Diva. Sykeston owning the stairs.
Mercy was able to resurrect Soldier. Payload, it hasn't really been pushed anywhere though. Just under 3 minutes.
Sykeston DPS just mopping up what Zarya leaves him. Diva already demech'd. Barely making it out of spawn.
Ultimate from Alari. Doesn't catch anyone because of Zarya's bubble. Sykeston with 3 ults ready, and the other 2 very close behind. They're gonna hold on to those. Just over 2 minutes left.
Nothing is going Dominic's way right now. Here comes the Reaper in the back line. Reaper shutting down Diva and Mercy. And then sitting on top of spawn.
Plenty more where that came from. 4 more ults at the ready for Sykeston. Dominic's gonna have a Junkrat ultimate and possibly a Diva ultimate, but begs the question, are they gonna be able to use it? And if they are able to use it, it's gonna do anything?
Even if they get those ults off and if they do get kills with it, that just gets the payload moving. They still have an entire map to send this payload.
1 minute left. Dominic's gonna have to push hard. Dominic's gonna have 3 ultimates. Make that 4. Here comes a Riptire.
30 seconds remaining.
Hunting for someone. Gonna find Zarya, take out Sykeston's tank.
It's the first thing to go Dominic's way in a while.
Diva's popped out of her mech. 10 seconds left. Ultimate from Hanzo, not able to find anyone.
Dominic pushing hard here.
All the ultimates happening now.
For both teams, and it looks
Meanwhile-
like Sykeston's ultimates just went a little farther.
Sykeston's gonna clear the point. It's gonna be the end of this match. Sykeston 3. Dominic 0.
Play of the game.
Play the game Genji with Sykeston. Played by Marcus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Overwatch. Here we go, the winners final. Varsity St. Dominic versus Christian Brothers College. Starting on Oasis. This is going to be an interesting match.
Ready for battle.
Take a look at who our teams will be playing. Dominic will be playing Reinhardt, Lucio, Junkrat, Baptiste, Hanzo. CBC, Reinhardt, Lucio, Bastion, Baptiste, Symmetra.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Both of these teams pulling out
capture.
teams that we've seen multiple times today. See who draws the first blood right here.
Dominic on point first. CBC taking charge of the top.
The objective is now
Teleporting on site.
Dominic losing their tank first, but Hanzo is not going without a fight. It looks like Dominic's taking the point. And speaking of good thing Dominic is doing, the St. Dominic football team is now up 29-0 on MICDS. I will keep you up to date as those score updates roll in as well.
If you can't tell, someone's a football alumni. Likes talking about the football stats.
We love football over here,
Here comes CBC with another push.
but also aren't we all Crusaders?
Forever a Crusader, isn't that the saying?
Something about that.
CBC really pushing to take out Dominic's Reinhardt. All that's left, Junkrat. And Lucio coming back for more.
Yeah, Dominic losing their Reinhardt and then also their Hanzo, who kind of helped capture the point after they lost Reinhardt in the first fight. Good retake by CBC.
46% captured by Dominic.
It's a good percentage for Dominic to start the fight off. See if they
Dominic
get it back
trying
here.
to take it back. Ultimate from CBC's Reinhardt. Able to take out Dominic's. CBC's going to hold on to the point for now. Dominic with all 5 ultimates. Let's see how they're going to play him.
I'd like to see Dominic come in and kind of use those ultimates to take the point back. They still have the percentage advantage for the moment. But that's CBC Bastion. Hanzo missing on his ult.
Reinhardt going for his ultimate. Killed before it can happen. Dominic trying to capture.
Dominic burned 2 ults there without getting much ground. Switching over to Orisa.
CBC holding strong. 71%. Here comes an ultimate from CBC. Papachulo able to take out Bastion.
But CBC takes the rest of the team with him.
It's going to be a team kill for CBC. First round is going to go to CBC.
Dominic started off hot, getting that point, and then just could not regain.
See if Dominic's going to change up at all. Papachulo going to Bastion.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round two. Capture the objective.
See how Dominic handles this first clash.
CBC getting those turrets up early. But loses their Reinhardt.
I mean, we saw that happen last round. CBC lost their Reinhardt early on. Dominic was able to take the point. I think we're going to witness the same thing here. Dominic takes the point. Dominic able to get that first capture again. Let's see if they can hold it on for longer than they were able to last time.
Yeah, knowing how strong CBC is, I'd like to
CBC
see
going for
them
the
get.
teleport.
I'd like a little
up
bit more than
top.
46% out of Dominic.
Switching from Reinhardt to Junker Queen. Dominic's able to plow through 4 of them. Looking for the last one. That's a team kill for Dominic.
Yeah, Orisa just abusing that CBC offensive.
Dominic holding on. CBC going to Ramatra. See how this holds up. What I'm not seeing from CBC is I would expect to see Zarya. Because of how effective Zarya is against Orisa, here comes CBC again. Teleporting up top.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Ramatra switch on an Orisa.
Ultimate from Dominic's Bastion. See if he can take care of anything.
Maybe they switch off Ramatra after this life, or they're thinking that an Orisa switch going back to Reinhardt. I'm not sure what that one was there.
Maybe.
I mean, Ramatra's taking care of all the smaller characters, but there's still an Orisa to deal with.
Ultimate from Orisa. Orisa falls. CBC's going to capture with Dominic at 87%. 86%, sorry.
Much better number for Dominic than that 46 on the last round. Let's see if they can get it back, unlike last time.
Ultimate from CBC's Bastion. Able to take out Orisa and Baptiste. CBC's going to win the Bastion v Bastion.
Dominic not able to get anything going right there on that push. They do have 2 support ults coming down the pipeline as well as a Bastion 1, so maybe here comes a retake, but Ramatra also has his ready to go. Speaking of Ramatra, Dominic denies that Ramatra ult and counters. Very
Able to take
strong.
out Baptiste. Dominic's going to recapture. As long as they can get rid of this Lucio.
CBC
This Bastion.
is-
Bastion's been killed. CBC now going Wrecking Ball. Hoping to
believe-
hold on to the point. But he was trapped. He was killed.
Yes, CBC
Maeve
going for
froze
the
off
stall right
point.
now.
Dominic's going to capture. 90%.
CBC sticking with the Wrecking Ball. Interesting choice. I thought that was just to hopefully keep the point, but looks like they're gonna stick with it.
99%. That's overtime. Dominic just needs to keep Lucio out. And it looks like Dominic's going to win the round. One tiebreaker up next.
Yeah, that's what we needed to see from Dominic. They didn't go quietly. They fought back and switched up some strategies and got themselves back in it.
CBC changing up their tank. Going back to their original. Dominic going back to their strong suit.
1. Round 3. Capture.
Round 3, tiebreaker. Let's see what happens. CBC's going for the high ground. They have the teleporter. Where are they going to teleport to? Behind Dominic. Dominic's been dealing with this all day through St. Charles. CBC just got the jump on him. CBC's getting a team kill.
Yeah, that Symmetra beam just ripped through Dominic with ease. This is the first time Dominic wasn't the team to cap the point first. CBC taking the high ground, but not on the point. I'd like to see Dominic kind of stick their toes on the point and kind of pull CBC in.
CBC jumping behind once again. Just like St. Charles, they really like to use that teleporter, and it's working for them.
But this time Dominic was able to steal the point a little bit, but they're going to lose it right back. We're going to start seeing some ults coming up here.
2 ultimates going on. Able to take out Lucio. Risa able to take out Symmetra.
That is a big kill for St. Dominic to get that Symmetra out of there.
Dominic on point.
Lucio getting another kill by bouncing somebody off the map.
Ultimate from Dominic, sorry. Able to get it off. Unfortunately, Lucio ultimate countered that.
And it's looking like CBC is going to take this map.
CBC takes the map 2-1. Take a look at the play of the game. Coming from Symmetra, of course. Next map, Hollywood. Looks like CBC is going to be doing some substitutions. currently just waiting for CBC to get their substitutes in. Here we go into map 2, Hollywood. CBC after making a couple subs.
Let's see if Dominic can capitalize on that. Maybe these players that just came in are a little cold. See if Dominic, who's now all warmed up, can squeeze through and steal something here.
This being a hybrid map, Dominic will be on the defense first.
Dominic's really going to want to even it 1-1 right here. They don't want to go into an 0-2 hole against this CBC team.
Ready for battle.
Dominic going to Risa, Laurie, Junkrat, Ana, Bastion. CBC going Bastion, Reaper, Orisa, Kiriko, Lucio. Two Orisas, I can tell you right now, this is going to be a not fun fight. Two Orisas, they're just button heads.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight. It's a bit like two Rams just running into each other, just slowly giving up ground. Not the most exciting thing in the world to watch.
The main objective here is you want to take out the healers. If you can take out the healers, then the Orisas will take care of themselves.
Which is why it's interesting that Dominic went with Iari at nighttime when Iari at nighttime does not do well because in her kit is actually a sunlight sensitive part. She's much more efficient during the day.
Junkrat taking an early snipe on Lucio, taking out one of their healers. You can see Alari's health beacon sitting up top. CBC's gonna have to come through the chokehold and go up to take care of that. If not, it's gonna be hard to kill Dominic. You can see CBC breaking through. Junkrat taking out both Bastion and Reaper. Bastion dying to Bastion.
And the first Orisa has fallen.
CBC going with a tough charge. They're going to start capturing the point.
I'm going to campaign for it again, even though he's never ever played in competitive. Zenyatta. Dominic needs to swap to Zenyatta. Throw that Discord orb on Orisa and watch her health melt. They got to do it, or they got to switch from Orisa to Zarya.
I think Zarya is Dominic's best bet here.
I definitely think Iari has to go. It's a nighttime map. Her heal charge is so slow. I don't know if that's the right move.
But the health beacon, 40 healing a second, as long as they can hold and not push back like they're doing right now, then it makes perfect sense. Papachulo able to take out Orisa and Bastion. And then Orisa and Junkrat taking out Kiriko and Reaper. CBC's going to have 4.5 minutes to push to the first checkpoint. Dominic's going to have almost all 5 ults by the time the next fight starts. CBC will have 3. Dominic with all 5 ults now, just sitting on him, waiting for the right move. Ultimate from CBC, not doing too much. Taking out Dominic's Orisa. Yeah, very low. It's a team kill for CBC. And they're going to push forward, leaving only Lucio to run the payload.
Yeah, CBC seems to just be able to squeeze right through the Dominic defense and just break them immediately. They did it on the first choke and they did it right there. Where it seems like Dominic is holding pretty decently and then suddenly the whole Dominic team is respawning.
Here comes an ultimate from Kiriko. And Orisa via Orisa. Good ultimate from Dominic. Not enough to take out CBC with their ultimate from Reaper. They're going to push to the first checkpoint.
CBC is in complete control of this match right now. Dominic switching over to Zarya, which truthfully should have happened a little bit earlier, but the CBC offensive has just been so fast.
I think it might be too late to go Zarya. Ultimate from Bastion. Both Bastions. Poor Zarya got trapped. CBC's gonna push, taking out Lucio. Stopping their final push.
Dominic trying to hold on for dear life here. And does. But they still have to fight for another 3 minutes.
Here comes CBC about to drop down.
Dominic defenses are just being shredded right now.
Nano Zarya able to take out Orisa. Dominic able to hold on for dear life.
Rico just accepting her fate there.
Ultimate from Zarya, see if it's able to do any damage. Able to take out two of CBC's players. Zarya, or CBC switched from Orisa to Zarya.
That was a fantastic combo from Dominic's Ana too to throw that anti-nade on there. Get a little extra damage and no healing. CBC being pushed farther and farther back.
Another ultimate from Dominic's Bastion. Here comes CBC's final push. Ultimate from Reaper. Destroyed, killed early. Ultimate from Dominic's Reaper. He stays alive to get the full ultimate, but dies soon after. CBC is going to be able to push and get 3 points.
Dominic just not able to get back onto the point. Zarya made sure of it.
Now Dominic with the attack. Now for CBC's defense, I bet you $20 they're going to go Orisa, Lucio, probably Kiriko again, and then their DPS, they're obviously going to do Bastion. Bastion is a very strong powerhouse for them.
$20 on that bet? That's crazy because you just kind of called out exactly what they're going to do. I don't know if I want to lose $20 that way.
Let's see. I was pretty close.
Oh, Cassidy coming out there.
Cassidy's an interesting choice. Lucio Baptiste. Cassidy really is the wild card here.
Maybe I should have put that 20 down. I would have gotten you there.
Maybe next time.
There's always a next time, I'm sure.
Dominic going with the classic Hanzo Baptiste, Junkrat.
That's
Reinhardt, Lucio.
That's been their comfort lineup all day.
We'll see if it can do anything against CBC. We're going to see how well CBC is able to hold this choke point. And now it was right with the Kiriko. They switched off Baptiste.
CBC immediately abandoning the high ground. See if Dominic takes advantage and kind of pushes up towards him. That Junkrat hopping up on that high ground.
There goes Reaper. He's not going to allow that for long. Immediately knocked off.
Yeah, Lucio saw that one coming. Didn't want him up there either. Junkrat going to try to steal the point real quick. And it looks like he... Oh, the CBC turned around and saw him.
Another push from Dominic here. Papachulo almost have his ultimate. Would be a great time to use it here. CBC's down there, Orisa. Down there, Lucio. Looks like Dominic's going to be able to capture.
He doesn't even need to use his ult here. Beautiful by Dominic.
And Dominic's going to capture unless CBC seriously intervenes here. 4 people on point. It's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, it's just what Dominic needed to get this push going. Let's see if they can keep up the speed and pace through this middle section.
CBC gaining their ultimates pretty fast. Dominic sitting on 2, gaining 1 more very soon.
CBC taking the high ground. Gonna try to hold on to that as long as they can. Dominic should just hide under the awnings of all these buildings and just keep pushing.
That's what I would do. If you're going to take the high ground, I'm going to hide underneath. I'm going to make you come down and fight on my level.
Because you can't stop the payload from up there, so.
Exactly. Dominic gaining Junkrat's ult. There's Hanzo's ult.
Pushing
Hoping
them
for some
off
damage.
that top ground.
There's Kiriko. Now, I'm looking for Junkrat's ult to come in. Lucio's ult saved Dominic.
It's starting to look like this is all going to be a wash, though.
Able to take out Orisa.
Oh, never mind.
Dominic still on the push. Hanzo taking out Kiriko.
That's so important to get that Orisa down as soon as you can, because the rest of the team just folds behind her.
CBC looks like they're going to go for the high ground again. Here comes Cassidy's ultimate. Killed before he could do anything by Papachulo. Also killing Reaper. And Lucio. Orisa being taken out. Dominic is going to get the checkpoint.
Yeah.
And it's going to get a nice little boost of their time. 4.5 minutes.
Papachulo wanted that one bad. He was going to take it, and he did it.
He really did. We'll take a look at that replay later on. CBC switching to Ramatra, hoping to hold against Reinhardt. The only ultimate they have charged is Lucio, and their only other ultimate close to that is Kiriko. Dominic has 2 ults currently charged. 2 good, powerful ults. The only question is, can they stay alive long enough to use them?
Yeah, well, CBC went immediately for the counter on Ryan with Ramatra, but Ramatra just got shut down, and Ryan is still alive.
Now, Reinhardt also just took the fall. Ramatra's back. The question is, can Dominic push that fast?
They keep enough people on that payload, they just might.
Here comes Kiriko's ult. There's a beautiful ultimate. Reinhardt taking out both Ramatra and Lucio before falling to Bastion. Dominic has the advantage here.
Yeah, but if you're Dominic, you live with that. You take that every day.
The question is, are they going to use it? And are they going to be able to push? They just need to take out Lucio. Can they do it before Ramatra joins back?
Oh, this is
Ultimate
this is
from
getting sticky.
Ramatra.
There we go.
That's what they needed right there.
CBC doing everything in their power to get people on that payload.
This is what you want right here. You want to split the team up, and they're just going to keep feeding and feeding and feeding. And Dominic is going to finish
Wow.
round 2 with 3 minutes left.
A dominant performance from St. Dominic right there. That's what you wanted to see. CBC tried to counter, and Dominic still stood strong.
This is the first tiebreaker on Escort or Hybrid that we've had. So the way it's going to work, CBC has 1 minute to capture and push, and Dominic is going to have 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Question is, what is Dominic going to do with that time?
Well, I think they got to put up a stronger defense on that first choke. That first choke they gave up way too quickly on the first push. I need them to hold it just a little bit longer from CBC.
I agree. If they capture that point, they're going to get more time at it.
So if Dominic
Oh,
can
wait,
just-
sorry. in overtime like this, I don't believe you can get more time. I believe it's just push as long as you can.
Yep.
So Dominic does have the advantage, but the question is, will Dominic be able to break past CBC's defense and hold past it long enough to push further?
Well, it's CBC here is going with a dive super quick lineup, so I think they're going to try to break through as fast as possible. With Dominic going with their comfort lineup, it's going to be close. But yeah, and as soon as that 1 minute dies, and if they're still pushing, that overtime clock kicks in. And in overtime, everybody takes longer to respawn, so every life is more and more valuable. So it's going to get tight.
Still wondering about that Alari pick. With it being nighttime and it's slower, Diva and CBC joining up top real fast. Dominic's going to hold.
You called it earlier with that Alari pick. It's purely for that pylon where you can just kind of set it and forget it for free healing. But again, I just don't think it's worth it at night with how much it affects her.
You can see a perfect spot for that pylon. Dominic just needs to hold CBC out of that area. There's Tracer taking out that pylon. Big loss for Dominic. That's a lot of their healing. Hoping to get Diva out of her mech.
Dominic continuing to fight. And I think Dominic has it here.
That's it. That's the end of the first round. Round 3. CBC not able to capture. Dominic is going to have 3 minutes to try and capture. And if they get any further,
they don't need to even capture. They just need 0.1%.
If they get 0.1%, they're going to take this map right out from under CBC.
And that's what Dominic needed. They desperately needed to even this game right here, right now. And they are on the verge of doing that with 3 minutes to their name.
I know I kind of we touched on Alari. Right then, that healing pylon really did numbers for Dominic. Yes, Tracer took it out, but in the time that it lasted, the healing it provided was immense for Dominic.
Yeah, and it had to draw attention away from players. You have to turn and shoot that, but you're not shooting at a player. So that allows Dominic to shoot back at you. And so it really kind of, it was a good play there. Even though I don't totally agree with it, it worked beautifully. Great play by Dominic.
CBC changing up a little bit. Dominic with their classic CBC. Baptiste, Lucio, Reinhardt, Reaper, Bastion. We're going to see 3 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock. How long can CBC hold? Dominic just needs a tiny bit of capture, and they'll win the map. They just need to get the first section of capture.
And CBC is playing way far back on the point. They are just going pure defense.
CBC just wants to stand on that point as long as possible.
Which Dominic has 3 minutes to do. So they truthfully have 2 or 3 good team pushes that they can do before it turns into a panic. So they're okay.
Lucio able to take out Reaper. Dominic pushing on the point.
That is a huge loss for CBC.
Dominic losing 3 of their players to Bastion. They're going to lose this push. But
again,
Dominic's going to come back.
This is okay. Group back up as a team. You got a little bit of ult charge. Let's see what you can do on this second one. There's still plenty of time.
2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. If I'm Dominic, I'm going to slow it down a little bit, make sure everyone's getting their heals, making sure everyone's going to the same spot. And then when the time's ready, you know, hit them with everything that you got.
Yeah, you have time and tempo on your side if you're Dominic. CBC is just grouping up and just trying to hold on as tight as possible.
Bastion with his turret. Papachulo trying to get some pops off. He has the high ground. He's in his zone.
Reaper's coming up behind, and I don't know if anybody realizes that yet.
Lucio figured it out. He's going to run away. Junkrat up top.
Beautiful.
Dominic
Hanzo
able to kill. Both Rhines dead.
CBC, though, able to clean up the rest.
Only
of the Dominic
Junkrat
team.
left. Dominic has one good push left. Minute 15 on the clock. We're going to see what they can do.
Yeah, if Dominic can get here and get this push quick, but you know, if they're gonna die, die quickly so you can at least get one more good push. But
Problem is, CBC just used one of their ults. They got 2 more of those.
so does Dominic. Dominic's gonna have all their ults as well.
Dominic using all of their ults right here.
But Lucio is late on that and loses the tank.
CBC losing their Reinhardt. Same with Dominic.
And it looks like CBC is gonna hold on even longer.
40 seconds left. Dominic with one more push.
Dominic still has a Ryan ult, but CBC is holding on to their Reaper and their Junker or their Bastion ult.
Maybe not the best use of that ult, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Ryan is down again as the first player down, and
We might be going into double overtime.
that is a problem if you're Dominic. You got to keep your tank up, and he's died first multiple times on these pushes.
Actually, it's a draw. I didn't know that was a thing. I thought we just kept going. So draw between CBC and Dominic. Very hard fought. Play of the game from CBC. Because of that draw, we're going to be going on to the next map, Circuit Royale. Now, Circuit Royale is a escort map. You push right outside the gate. Now the question is, are we going to have the same fights that we had on Circuit Royale that we had on Hollywood, where they're just kind of butting heads together?
I hope so to a certain extent, because that it's fun to see the tug of war that goes on. But again, it's the same team comps these teams are rolling out with, and I'd like to see a little variety still. Maybe a little bit of that spice can break up some of these stalemates that we keep seeing.
Dominic on the defense first. Looks like they were trying to... We're going to go back to the lobby so they can do some substitutes. So we're in a holding pattern now, waiting for CBC to do their substitution yet again. It's a 9-player team with only 5 people playing at a time. We'll be right back as soon as CBC finishes their substitution. Here we go. Map 3, Circuit Royale.
Initiating match.
Dominic first on the defense. Of course, we were waiting. CBC had to do some substitutions. Sorry for the delay.
Well, while we're waiting here, I'll give you another update on the St. Dominic football team, who is now leading MICDS 36-19 with 7 minutes left in the game. Good to see from those boys.
Taking a look at our team, Alari comes back finally with her daytime bonus, along with the other St. Dominic classics. This time not Reinhardt, we're going to Risa, Bastion, Ana, and Hanzo. And then for CBC, Kiriko, Bastion, Reinhardt, Symmetra, Mercy. If I'm Dominic, I'm focusing on 2 things. I'm focusing on Mercy, and I'm focusing on Symmetra. Those are the 2 problem characters for CBC right now.
Absolutely. They need to go.
If they don't focus on Mercy, she's just going to keep rezzing, keep absolutely feeding. You can see she's feeding Bastion right now. Not a surprise. There goes CBC teleporting to the top. Hoping for a twist behind. There's the first resurrection. Of course on Bastion. Instantly dead. Dominic does not care. That's a team kill for Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic was getting burned by being teleported behind all day, and finally they got one to go their way and shut down that team.
3:30 on the clock. Dominic losing Alari to Symmetra.
See, but losing Yari isn't the biggest concern because there goes that pylon. I was just going to say, as long as that pylon's up, they're okay.
There goes CBC with another teleport. This time really far up. Arisa and Ana are the only people left, along with Hanzo, who just got smacked in the face with a poor hammer.
Arisa was hunting Symmetra and just could not get the kill on her.
Hiding behind that shield, it's really hard to get that kill.
Let's see if Dominic can keep holding and keep slowing down the CBC team. Good ult from Hanzo, trying to get some space and break up that team back there, but not quite getting any kills out of it.
Slept Bastion.
Bastion down. Symmetra down.
Ultimate from Arisa. Going for Reinhardt. Reinhardt being pocketed by Mercy.
My goodness.
Hunting for that Reinhardt kill. But he had Kiriko just absolutely pocketing him.
But you
And
could see
Symmetra snuck up
the
behind.
staying power of Arisa. Her entire team was dead, and she was still just going and going.
Exactly. Dominic with 2 ults at the ready. Same with CBC.
Again, CBC at the hardest point of this map is this little bend right here. Luckily, they don't have to defend from this little choke on the high ground, but they still got to push uphill, which is never fun.
Slept the Reinhardt. Not going to do much with it. Reinhardt was hunting.
CBC just continues to push. Dominic's going to have to switch something up here. I think Dominic is going to try to use Arisa's ult here before switching if they are going to switch, but I think it's going to be too little too late. They should have switched it up a little bit beforehand, but
4.5 minutes left.
there are a lot of ults on the field right now ready to use.
Dominic with 4 at the ready. CBC also. Dominic's 5th, not far behind. 2 ultimates right there. There's our 3rd and our 4th.
And Dominic gets wiped. That is tough to see from St. Dominic right there. CBC.
Ultimate from Hanzo and CBC's Bastion. Hanzo able to find Symmetra.
CBC right now is just driving this car like Max Verstappen, just sending it down as fast as humanly possible.
Dominic not able to get on point. CBC is going to get 3 points with 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was all gas from CBC right there. They did not let up one bit.
0 to 3. Switching sides.
All right, another bet. 20 bucks on the line. You could do a lot with 20 bucks. I'm going to say they're going to go Orisa as their tank. What do you think?
CBC?
CBC.
Oh, man. I'll have to eat that $20 because I'm thinking they're bringing out a Reinhardt. I'd like to think they're going to put that shield up there, but
Reinhardt's good on the push, but I feel like Orisa's better on the defense.
yeah, I'm about to eat this $20 right here. Let's see. It hasn't been selected. Oh, and there we go.
Oh, look at that. You love
Man.
to see it. Dominic running Reinhardt. Back to their basics.
Yeah, I took that one on the chin there. Oh, and it's Sigma anyway, so
They switched to Sigma now.
I guess neither of us are getting that $20 that we just worked for. But
Dominic,
I do like the Sigma pick. I'm gonna be honest with you. Dominic, I don't know if is able to handle this Sigma where he's gonna set up though. So it's gonna be interesting coming around the corner.
1. Attackers in
That Widow's gonna have a hard time getting an angle up there,
the payload.
and the Rhine has to get up in your face to do something with that.
you can
so
see Widow is looking for the angle.
she is.
She's
hoping,
got a little bit.
but she's got to wait for somebody to peek, and that is a narrow margin she's got. Right now, she's just trying to eat that Sigma shield.
Dominic pushing at a steady pace.
That Ryan is just bringing that car along with him.
Ryan taking a rock to the face.
Ryan getting a pin there on Sojourn. Widow getting a kill on Mercy. That is big news. Dropping that Mercy out. Everybody's kind of abandoned the car there for a second.
Dominic has the numbers.
Let's get this moving, says Bastion.
Reinhardt
comes Mercy.
takes down Sigma.
Mercy kind of threw herself out there accidentally, thinking she could go save the Sigma.
Poor Mercy. She's going all along for the ride. Little roller coaster. She's just gonna hang out.
Yeah, that car's just kind of driving her around. Here comes the ultimate party.
Sojourn able to take out Baptiste. CBC back on Reinhardt. See that
Dominic,
Mercy.
man, that Mercy's in the pockets of Bastion, just doing whatever she can to boost the Bastion. Dominic is trying to get up this hill that's so difficult to get around.
Ultimate from Dominic's Reinhardt.
Bastion just got saved there, and the tanks are out of the game at the moment. Let's see if Dominic can do anything, and nobody else is there.
The hope is, can they keep Mercy away from the res? I don't think they can. She gets the res.
If they can get a quick kill here, Mercy won't have her res on cooldown, so they might get a free one, but I don't think they're able to just yet.
Ultimate from Dominic's Bastion, sorry. Lots of
Just a
death happening.
slaughter up here. The only one
Dominic
left is
able
Mercy.
to best CVC's Reinhardt. Poor Mercy again.
Just
It's
a
another
long-
team kill for Dominic.
Mercy again along for the ride in that car.
Dominic's gonna try and push up as far as the hill as they can. CBC with 3 ultimates. Dominic about to have 2.
Yeah, CBC just kind of sat there around the corner waiting for them to get closer just so they can pop out. And
Completely blocked
Wow.
CBC's ult. They blocked
Dominic's
our
ult.
ult. Our
Wow.
Kiriko ultimate able to take out Sojourn. Mercy was only able to resurrect BAP. It's another kill for Dominic. That's another team kill for Dominic. Dominic's going to push to the next checkpoint.
That's exactly what Dominic needed right there. They were in danger of getting stuck with all those ultimates that CBC had, but that Kiriko and Bastion played beautifully together.
3 minutes and 26 seconds left.
Now, they can't afford any time here. They need to get this as fast as possible because CBC has 3.5 minutes if they were to go into the next round.
Dominic having a Bastion ult, as well as soon having a Junkrat ult. CBC with a Sojourn Mercy and Bastion. They're saving their ults for this final battle. Here comes CBC's Bastion ult. Not able to get any kills off.
Now, this Rhine is separated. If Dominic is able to get around him, they should be able to get that tank out of there.
Dominic was able to survive Sojourn's ultimate. Baptiste's ultimate currently running. Dominic lost Baptiste. Here comes Kaz, able to take out Bastion. Big push from Dominic. Going for Reinhardt, able to kill Reinhardt, able to kill Mercy.
Now,
Dominic just needs to push.
get on this payload and get it moving as quick as possible.
2 minutes left. Dominic has 2 ultimates.
And they're about to have a third Kiriko. Right now, CBC doesn't have any ults other than Mercy, but here comes Mercy flying in like the angel she is.
There's our Reinhardt ult.
Somebody's
Going
got to get
for
on that
hopefully
payload.
Bastion. Papachulo on the payload. Fortunately gets exploded.
And it looks like CBC is going to live to tell another tale.
Dominic still has 1:40 seconds. So if they can come back through, CBC only has a Reinhardt ult. By the time the final battle comes, they're going to have a Bastion ult. Dominic also will have a Bastion ult. So it all just depends how the cards will fall.
Both Reinhardts are trying to play this corner, not give up any ground to the other one. Nobody has any idea the Reinhardt is behind. That might have just doomed Dominic's push right there.
I think you're exactly right. Dominic didn't realize that Reinhardt was chilling in the corner with his ultimate. 45 seconds left. Dominic still has enough time to make one final last push. The question is, can they do it now that CBC is going to have 3 ultimates?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that because Dominic has one, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
They need to focus on the Mercy. It's exactly what they're doing on, able to kill the Mercy. able to kill Sojourn.
They lose their Baptiste, but they're still pushing.
Dominic's still pushing. All that's in their way is a Bastion and a Reinhardt. Reinhardt almost dead.
Bastion and Reiner down. Let's see if and Mercy's back to get the res off just in time.
In overtime now. CVC looks like they're in clear. Looks like CVC will take this map. With Lucio on point. Little bit of extra overtime. That's going to be it for this map.
While we get ready here to move on to the next map, let me give you a good piece of Dominic news. Dominic football has now moved to 8-0 after beating MICDS 36-19, keeping that undefeated season alive.
Play the game. Papa Chulo as Bastion.
Yeah, this was a fantastic move right here by St. Dominic, keeping this drive alive. Love to see it.
Looks like CBC will be subbing players yet again. So now we go into a holding pattern. We're going to take a look at the map pool and see what's coming up next. Up next, Esperanza push map. That's the robot. If CBC wins that, they will be the champions, I believe.
I think so. Dominic needs to get this here, and well, they need to win the next two, and then I guess we'll go to a final tiebreaker game. I'm not sure how that's going to work.
We'll add another map. That would there's rules that dictate how it's supposed to go, and we just add another map. Currently, we're just waiting for CBC to substitute their player. So we'll be back when that substitution is done. Here we go into map 4, Esperanza. CBC up 2-0, one draw. This is, of course, a robot push map.
Dominic in do or die mode right here, but luckily push is unlike any of the other maps we've played so far.
We're going to see what CBC is going to play. I mean, they're probably going to play the same characters, the same heroes that they've been playing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if either team went away from their kind of bread and butter lineup, but we'll see. CBC's been making substitutions, so you never know what can happen there.
CBC, Reinhardt, Lucio, Baptiste, Reaper, Bastion, Dominic, their normal batch.
Yeah, that Reaper's a bit of a new one in there. Haven't seen that one yet from them.
5, 4,
But
3,
5 seconds to start.
1. Objective unlocks in 30.
We're going to see how the first contact goes.
yeah, we'll see who the first to change is here, and if there are going to be any changes, or if it's just going to be a slugfest.
CBC going up top.
Looks like CBC is drawing first blood here.
They're going to get first contest on the robot.
Not great for Dominic.
Dominic able to take out Bastion and take control of the robot.
Yeah, they stopped that bleeding quick and got a couple kills, and let's see if they can get this lead going now. See if they can
Not a
keep that.
big lead. But Dominic now has the lead on CBC.
Yeah, with
that
how
robot's
close
just
these
gonna keep
games have
pushing.
been.
Reinhardt v. Reinhardt. At this point, it's really down to healers and who's healing their Reinhardt more.
Yeah.
Good ultimate from Papachulo, gonna take out Bastion.
And
Kaz
Dominic with the
gonna
wipe.
take out the rest of CBC. That's gonna be a team kill.
You don't get to just.
They can call a pause. Bad port. CBC calling a pause on one of the PCs that they substituted on. I'm assuming it's because the substitution, CBC brings all their own equipment. So they switch their mice, their keyboards, their headsets. So when you're switching that many peripherals in this limit of time, you're going to have some equipment that's just not going to want to behave well.
Yeah, and we're on map 4, and they've switched every single time, so it was only a matter of time before something kind of went wrong.
Exactly. Good push from Dominic in the beginning. That push, that team kill, kind of led by Papachulo with his Hanzo, taking down the health of a lot of CBC's players, and then finished off with Junkrat's Riptire. Just kind of cleared the way for Dominic.
Yeah, and let's hope Dominic can keep that pressure up right here in this little pause that we have. Didn't just completely fry all this momentum Dominic just gained.
That's going to be the key here, is keeping it. Going back into the game. Dominic in the lead. 8 minutes to go. Dominic has 2 ultimates ready. CBC about to have 3.
Dominic looks like it's going to get forward spawn here.
Dominic gets forward spawn.
CBC burning an ult, but Dominic losing their tank and CBC immediately flattening Dominic.
It's okay, the hope is Dominic will spawn in the forward spawn before they lose it. Looks like they were all able to, so they're going to come back relatively fast. Dominic soon to have 3 ultimates now.
Let's hope Dominic can get that juice back that they just had.
Reinhardt able to take out Reaper. That's a really big kill. Next is the other Reinhardt. Good ultimate. Not able to stun anyone. Still knocked players around a little. Lucio for Dominic.
Again, late on
Little
that
too
ultimate.
late.
I think that's like 4 or 5 times so far this entire tournament that Dominic's Lucio has just been a second late on saving the tank.
Dominic about to have 3 ults. CBC meanwhile has all 5.
Here comes a
Their
Reaper in the back
Reinhardt
line.
is just going to wait up top. Here comes Kaz. Not able to do much because of that Lucio ult.
CBC taking the lead. Dominic's got to stop the bleeding here.
CBC caught. Dominic able to take out CBC's Reinhardt and then shortly fall. Team kill for CBC.
CBC pulling off the point.
Ultimate from Baptiste. There's Reinhardt, or Reaper, sorry. Reaper wants to get that back line, use his ultimate. 4:40 left in the game.
Dominic again on the back foot, losing more and more ground. Here comes the Reaper ult. Gets a Lucio, but not much else. Dominic again. Back in the spawn room.
CBC close to the final point. Only a couple of meters away. Junkrat able to take out Reinhardt. Dominic's in charge of the robot now. But they have a lot of way to go. Team kill for Dominic. Dominic's got 3 ultimates right now. CBC only has 2, and it's just for their 2 supports. Dominic has 2 DPS ultimates, so we'll see how they're going to use those. And hopefully they'll be able to push quite a ways.
Yeah, Dominic gets to live another push, but it might be a short-lived thing unless they can get some real ground right here. All right,
Dominic able to take out both Baptiste and Lucio. You can see Reaper just kind of chilling in the back. Junkrat taking out Reinhardt again, sending him back.
Fantastic
respawn.
picks by Dominic. Able to get the supports off. Then, just a couple seconds later, you take the tank down. Staggering the whole team.
This is what
Fantastic
Dominic
move.
needs to do. They need to keep CVC at length. They're running Reinhardt and Reaper. They're shotgun characters. Keep him at length. It'll be just fine. CVC's just going to keep pushing forward.
CBC looks like it's gotten its whole team back together and it's back to rolling along.
Kaz once again taking out CVC's Reinhardt. Not letting Reinhardt live. Minute 45 left.
Dominic desperately going to try to get the robot back here at midfield, but they are quickly running out of time. CBC just
Dominic.
hiding in a corner right now.
Dominic furiously trying to charge their ultimates.
And Dominic wipes the team right there.
Another team kill for Dominic. CVC's gonna come back with all 5 ultimates. Dominic is only gonna have 4. Let's hope Dominic is a lot better at using them than CVC.
Dominic needs to be on their horse right here and get going as fast as possible.
Here comes Papachulo. Very low on their healers. Unfortunately, no kills. Kaz taking out Bastion. 20 seconds left in the game. Dominic still 2 ultimates left. CVC has 4. There's Reaper. He wants his ultimate.
Looks like that just put a bow on this one.
That's going to be the game. Taking a look at the map. CBC takes 3. And Dominic, I believe, moves on to the losers semifinals. If I recall, I'll have to check the bracket as it stands now. We'll be right back with more Overwatch. Back with Overwatch at the losers semifinal between Francis House Central and Sykeston. First map starting on Ilios. We're gonna hop right in. We're gonna see what each team is playing as. Hal, May, Lucio, Bastion, Reinhardt, Baptiste, Sykeston, Zarya, Lucio, Genji, Lifeweaver, Reaper. I think it's going to be a pretty good match. Zarya against Reinhardt's going to be an interesting fight. We'll see how long it takes for someone to swap.
Well, it's really going to come down to if people are dumping into that Zarya, she's going to become really powerful, and she's just going to eat up the Reinhardt. But if they stay away from the Zarya, that Zarya's going to have to switch off.
Sykeston going up top. Bastion able to take out Reaper. Reinhardt able to take out Lucio.
Francis Howell already putting their name on the game.
They're going to get first capture.
And we are already seeing some switches on the Sykeston sideline.
Instead of Zarya going to Risa.
And they're bringing out the Mercy as well with that Orisa. Francis Howell trying to split that team in half, make it a little easier on themselves.
Ultimate from Sykeston's Genji already. Able to take out two of Hal's players.
Sykeston coming back with a vengeance after that swap.
And Hal's going to take over. Oh, sorry, Sykeston's going to take over. Hal with 46%. Hal with almost all 5 ultimates. Sykeston with 4. Ultimate from Orisa, ultimate from Lucio, ultimate from Bastion.
Bastion's ultimate doing a whole lot of nothing there.
Mercy getting the reds off in the middle of a battle.
But here comes Francis Howell.
Hal wants that point. That's a team kill for Hal.
Sykeston didn't even get it up to the point where Francis Howell was before, and Francis Howell's back on the point again.
Ultimate from Bastion.
Some solid damage there, but nothing game-changing.
Ultimate from Baptiste. Great ultimate from Reinhardt. Able to take out Mercy. Bastion. Almost getting a team kill. See if they can still swing it.
So while that did end up poorly for Sykeston, I do want to give Kariko her props on Sykeston's team, because as soon as that Reinhardt ult came down, she had picked up the entire Sykeston line. So props to her, even though the team got flattened anyway. They did get a little extra second of breathing, thanks to her.
See if they're going to change up their teams at all. Sykeston going Alari and Diva and a Moira. Back to Mercy. Doesn't appear Howell's making any changes.
Yeah, Sykeston's want to get to that point so they can get that pylon down from Ilari and hopefully stop this Francis Howell team.
Howell hoping for the high grounds. Sorry, Sykeston. Meanwhile, Howell's just going to take the point. They're not going to dilly-dally around. They want that point.
Sykeston might be kind of stuck here because Howell's got a team that does not budge once they get set on that point. That Orissa's going to be real hard to deal with. Orisa just chasing Diva down, not letting her get an inch. But
Sykeston trying to cap.
Sykeston just doesn't have the damage right now to deal with the Orisa and the support that she has right now. Well, that'll work. Sykeston still not capping the point. Princess Howell does not want to give it up.
Taking out Alari and Junkrat.
And just like that, they took it right back.
Hal said, "That's mine, you can't have it." Just for fun, Bastion took out Hanzo, sent a message. Hanzo's gonna switch to Genji.
Sykeston's coming back in with a couple ults though. Let's see if they can make something out of it, but they're gonna have to do something quick because they are down a large percentage right now.
Hoping for the Diva ult. See if it's gonna do anything. Doesn't get anyone.
Yeah, Francis Howell ran off a point and is slowly coming back on.
Orisa ult taking out Kiriko.
Just like that.
That's gonna be the match. Or the map. Howl wins.
On to the next one.
How to with play of the game. Absolutely just tearing through Sykeston. Next map, Midtown. Other maps we will be playing on today. After Midtown, we have Watchpoint Gibraltar. That to be announced is actually New Queen Street. Our graphic system just doesn't have it. And then after that, Oasis. Here we go into Midtown, map 2.
Let's see if Sykeston can get back even here and knock Francis Howell down a little bit. But they're going to have to change some stuff up because Francis Howell was in complete control of that last match.
Midtown being a hybrid map, players will have to capture the point and push the payload. Sykeston going with Orisa, Alari, Ashe, Ana, and Reaper. Howell going with Symmetra, Mercy, Bastion, Reinhardt, and Baptiste.
I like the Ashe pick. That's different. We haven't seen much of her today. But will it be enough? It is yet to be seen.
Howell will be defending first. Let's see how Sykeston does. 4 minutes on the clock. Howell's gonna push up. Looks like Sykeston switched to Cassidy.
So much for Ashe, I guess. Howell getting the res.
Baptiste.
Always good to bring a support player back.
Symmetra able to take out that Orisa, Bastion, and Reinhardt taking out the others. It's going to be a team kill for Howell.
Yeah, Mercy just went in there and started damage boosting everybody, and that whole Sykeston team just fell flat immediately. There's not a lot you can do against that. Unless you can that Mercy right away.
Ultimate from Bastion. Where's he going to hit? Able to take out Junkrat. Ultimate from Mercy. That damage boost. Now Alari. Able to sunstrike a couple players.
Yeah, Reinhardt was sleeping on the job there in the middle of the map, and nobody capitalized on it. But Sykeston's still just not able to really get past this corner and can't get underneath that bridge. This is a tough area to break through, especially with the team that Francis Howell's running with the Bastion and the shield that Reinhardt brings and Symmetra's turrets. But I like the Ramatra switch. Nice little counter to Reinhardt, but fantastic shield from Ramatra to block that ultimate. Fantastic stuff. But now you got to capitalize on it. You got to push. They're walking backwards right now, and you can't be doing that.
You don't want to push too far, of course. Push too far, someone can get around you. Luckily, Sombra is banned currently. So you won't have her just sneaking around.
Here comes the Junkrat ult.
Let's
Not
see where it
able to get
lands.
anything happen. Sykeston will slowly clawing forward. But again, Francis Howell is turning them away. Mercy getting a res off.
That's Mercy's, at least her second res. 35 seconds left.
Francis Howell, again, just in control of this game.
Ten seconds.
Reinhardt
Diva's trying to
ult.
get on point.
Nobody's paying attention to her, but
She's
Here
gonna
comes the
fly
team.
away. Reaper ultimate completely useless there. That's gonna be the end of the first round. Sykeston getting on point only once, and then immediately flying away.
Score 0-0.
Yeah, Francis Howell just has to get onto the point cleanly, and they'll be just fine. They'll get another point here. And again, putting Sykeston down in a 2-0 hole. Be very tough to come back from. But hopefully we see a little extra fight from Sykeston, keep this map alive, and get to see another round of meaningful Overwatch.
Let's see what Francis Howe is going to use to attack the objective. Arisa, Bastion, Kiriko, Baptiste. These are common characters we've been seeing all day. Switching to Reinhardt, even more of a common character. Sykeston going to be running Zarya. Zarya may not be great against Reinhardt. When they were going to go Arisa, that would have been perfect. But they switched. It's almost like they knew. And then Lucio, Genji, Ana, Reaper.
Yeah, and it's going to be unfortunate for Sykeston because they're not going to be able to switch unless Zarya gets killed, and that's just going to give Francis Howell an even bigger chance to get on point and get that just 1% they need. So they're going to have to play this perfectly on Sykeston's side.
I'm just waiting to watch this absolutely explosive push from Francis Howell as I fly into a window accidentally. They're not going to waste any time. They want that point, and they want it now.
Look at them go, just like
Already
that.
on point.
Sykeston already down 2 players, and that's it.
And that's the map. Very fast.
Insane
Just
stuff right
like
there.
that.
Francis Howell 2-0.
Take a look at the play of the game here. Kauda again.
Yeah, that was just a complete domination right there by him.
Next in the map pool, Watch Point, Gibraltar. Real quick, I just want to take a look at that replay right at the end. You can see just how explosive Hal gets on point. Absolutely wasting 0 time. Get on point, and all they're doing is smacking people off. They don't care about the killing. They just want to get them out of the way. And that's what you have to do. Now we're going to Watch Point Gibraltar, which is an escort map.
Let's see if Sykeston can stop this bleeding right here.
Here we go. Map 3. Howell able to take it all here. They're going to be on the defense first. Howell, common characters, Mercy, Junkrat, Bastion, Arisa, Baptiste. Now Sykeston running some not as common characters. We have Junker Queen, Widow, Moira, Hanzo, and Lucio. Junker Queen's a very interesting choice here. We're going to see how she plays out.
Again, Sykeston, at this point, you just got to take risks on characters like this. You just got to pick something. You got to spice something up. You got to shake it up because you aren't beating Francis Howell with equal characters, and You got no choice but to bring out the Junker Queen and Widows and Moiras, so
Here
hopefully
we
they
go,
can get
4
something
minutes on
rolling.
the clock. Howl keeping their distance, which is what they want to do when they have Junker Queen. She's practically useless at distance.
Here comes Orisa.
Kata taking away Hanzo and Moira. Sykeston's gonna have to think for a second and regroup.
Both teams just duking it out here, just waiting to see the first mistake, and down goes Orisa, but immediately rezzed.
It's the power of Mercy. If Sykeston doesn't do something about that Mercy, I mean, no one on Howl's team is gonna die.
While we're doing crazy strategies, I'm going to campaign yet again for my guys in Yada to make an appearance, to stop this Orisa.
Sykeston trying everything they can to push. 2 minutes left. Bastion taking out Genji.
Good ult by the Lucio to negate that Orisa. Still just Francis Howl completely
Dropping like
controlling yet again.
flies.
Lifeweaver has entered the arena, and so is Diva.
Running a true dive comp now. Let's see if Sykeston can take care of some of the squishies. Ultimate from May and in her death. Sykeston couldn't really take advantage of that. Another res for Howl. One minute left.
60 seconds remaining.
Francis Howl just lobbing her grenade in there to get that Diva out of her mech and stagger her yet again. Sykeston running out of time on their tournament here.
30 seconds remaining.
They only have one ult ready, and I don't know if it's going to be enough for them.
Here come all the ults. 10 seconds left. Can Sykeston hold the pressure? Or are they going to fall to Francis Howl?
But if you're looking at these health bars, Sykeston is hurt.
Here comes the ultimate from Junkrat trying to end it.
Mercy with another res. Sykeston still hanging on.
Bringing in Wrecking Ball.
It's looking like Sykeston's going to get to fight another point.
Unless Bastion will make a hold. Not enough. Making the checkpoint. 2:30 added onto the clock.
Let's see what Sexton can do with this newfound momentum.
Sykeston switching to Orisa via Orisa now. Sykeston pushing hard to the second point.
Seeing Orisa versus Orisa is just kind of like watching two sumo wrestlers fight over a piece of bread. Not a lot of movement, a lot of power, but really just nothing gained, nothing lost. Just holding the line.
2:40 on the clock now. This Reaper, he wants to charge his ult. Charles wants to put their stand here.
Sykeston has all of their ultimates ready.
Lots of ultimates coming out today. Sykeston has all 5 in their wallet. They're just going to hold them. Taking out most of Sykeston. Minute left.
That might have been the break that Francis Howell was looking for on this push that Sykeston's been on. They got their tank and their Lucio in one fell swoop. But again, Sykeston's still holding on to some ultimates that Howell does not have.
"40 seconds left."
Incredible immortality field by that Baptiste on Francis Howell's side. Saved the whole team right there.
That might be the break Howell needed. 15 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to run.
Unless Sykeston can teleport, I think this is where their match is going to end. We're going to go to the next round.
That's going to be the round. Sykeston 2 points.
Score 0-2. Switching sides. Initiating match.
The hope is that Francis Howell will be able to get a quick push in. Get to 61 meters. They'll be able to take
Ready for battle.
this game.
Yeah, Sykeston took their time on that very first objective, so Howell doesn't want to kind of get stuck in that and have that extra time needed to get that final push in.
Sykeston, Diva, Olari, Genji, Lifeweaver, Reaper. Howl back with Orisa. Symmetra. Seeing Symmetra, that screams to me that they're going to try and teleport.
Four, three, two, one. Attackers in
4 minutes on the clock. There's the teleport. You can see Howl is just immediately pushing. They don't care about Sykeston at all. They just want to push that payload.
Yeah, they can stay up there on the ceiling. They can't touch the payload from up there. They're perfectly happy to just let it roll. Sykeston not able to survive that barrage by Francis Howell.
They're
They're
already
going to have
at
a
the first
lot of
checkpoint.
time.
5.5 minutes to get to the second checkpoint.
A checkpoint in which Sykeston cruised through on their turn.
Here comes another teleport right on top.
Couple ults getting ready to be thrown down. Let's see how they're used here. Let's see if they're saved or... Well, here goes the Diva.
Ultimate from Diva. Beautiful shield from Symmetra.
Lucio also throwing down his sound barrier. Mercy coming in with the res.
But I don't think the res was enough. You can see Howl just kind of plowing through Sykeston. They're going to hit the third checkpoint. They're going to have 6 minutes to push 61 meters.
We have a couple more ults coming up here for Francis Howell too, but Sykeston's got some ready, so if they can play it just right, they can kind of stall them out. See if they play this corner right. Burn some time, burn some health.
You can see where they exactly need to get you. 3 ultimates on Howl's side. There's an ultimate from Sykeston.
Immediately eaten by the Orisa.
Doesn't matter. That's the game. Howl wins. Play of the game. Kata again. All 3 maps.
Very solid play of the game. Getting damage downrange. That's what you want to see from
Howl
your Bastion.
We'll be moving on to the losers final against St. Dominic. We'll be right back when that happens. Welcome to the losers final. Francis House Central versus the St. Dominic Crusaders. We're going to start out on Nepal. Now, whoever wins this match will face CBC in the grand finale. Grand final, sorry. Now, Francis Howell and Dominic have not played yet today. So this is going to be an interesting game.
Each team going with just the same basic picks that we've seen all day here. Dominic going with their comfortable lineup with the addition of Soldier 76 this time.
Howell going with Orisa as their tank. Symmetra. Now this is a capture map, and this one does have an edge, so Orisa might be a really good pick here for knocking players off.
Lucio is also definitely a good pick for that. Each team bringing their own Lucio. Gonna see if they can get that.
Just how much of the map is exposed to the earth. Someone is definitely falling in today.
Oh, and there goes Bastion.
That's the first one. Bastion booped by Lucio. Dominic, early team kill within, before the even capture point unlocks. First team kill.
Which Dominic really just needs to get the Francis Howell's Bastion out of the game, because he has been tearing it up all day. So if they can just shut down their best player, that'll be an easy game for Dominic. Lucio going again for the boop. Doesn't
wants
quite
the
get
boop.
there.
Dangerously close to it, however.
And Francis Howell might have to switch up their strategy and start coming from the right side of that passage as opposed to the open side.
Howell able to take out Reinhardt, and Howell's going to take the point. Dominic getting it to 37%. Symmetra's going to set up all of her turrets. Dominic, already two of their characters, three of them, sorry, already have very close to their ults. Francis Howell only has one or two who are close to their ultimates. Something tells me this game is going to be full of a lot of ultimates. One ultimate already from St. Dominic. Another ultimate. That's Dominic's third. Are they going to use the fourth? There's Symmetra's ultimate. Dominic pulling out all the stops, taking out Lucio, Symmetra, and Orisa. Going close to a team kill. Seems like Baptiste decided to take a ride downtown. Dominic back on the capture, 45%. Quickly approaching the 49 that Francis Howell has.
But now Howell is bringing out three ultimates of their own to this next fight. Orisa.
And Orisa. Lucio with the boop. Throwing her straight down to Davy Jones' locker.
Yeah, Lucio keeps sending Francis Howell packing, and they just need to stop going that direction altogether. It is not working. It is costing them time. It is costing them lives.
Francis Howell waiting for Orisa to come back. Papachulo's going to take out Symmetra. It's a big kill.
Yeah, Symmetra was kind of waiting there for the rest of her team to kind of form up, and Hanzo just kind of snuck around the corner and got a free kill.
Ultimate from Bastion didn't do much. Papachulo. Three of Francis Howell characters dead. One alive. Lucio v. Lucio. Dead again. That's going to be the first round. That first round is going to go to Dominic.
Francis Howell kept getting sent off the side of the map, and they just could not figure out how to stop that.
Poor Orisa. Poor Bastion. How many times did Lucio knock them in?
Yeah, that's always tough. That's kind of a morale killer too, because you just feel stupid when that happens, because you could have played that better. That is nothing but your own fault.
Now this is a different story. We've changed up our characters a little bit, our heroes. Francis Howell, Moira, Reinhardt, Reaper, Ana, Genji. Dominic running the normal stack. Changing up to Bastion. Dominic first on point. Howell's going to go up top. Bastion able to take out Baptiste. Howell's going to be first on point. First to capture.
Hanzo swinging wide, seeing if he can get a quick little pick on somebody like he did the Bastion. There goes Ana.
Ana and Bastion. Beautiful hits from Dominic. They're going to take over this point. They don't care what that Reinhardt says. They want it.
Yeah, they just pinned him up there in the corner and just
Kind of bullied him.
just a little bit. Just a little bit of bullying. But let's see if Dominic can hold this and get some percentage driven up here.
Howell was able to get to 32%. Dominic wants to combat that.
Dominic is rounding the corner on 3 ults, though, where Hal is kind of far away on some of theirs.
Beautiful Papachulo ult right there. 3 of Howell's players.
Yeah, that's
Both
exactly
DPS
what you
and
wanna
a
see.
healer. And they're hunting him down. Papachulo wants the rest. Taking out Reinhardt. That's going to be a 4K for Papachulo. Junkrat's going to take out that Moira.
Yeah, go ahead and stagger the Moira and make that support a little bit more difficult for that Francis Howell team, and they're going to have to burn an extra couple seconds waiting for her to get back with them.
Dominic now in the lead. 50% capture. And they still have 2 ultimates. About to have a third. Couple ultimates being used here. Howell's trying to capture, but Dominic's not going to let that happen for much longer. Papachulo taking charge. That's going to be a team kill for Dominic. Dominic with 2 ultimates now. Howell with only 1. Howell's going to have to combat here fast. Dominic's almost up to 90%.
Howell's going to have to get a little aggressive here. They're going to have to do something a little bold, but
Another ult from
Dominic is-
Papachulo.
just denying space again.
Papachulo
shut down.
struck down. And that's
Not-
going to be the map.
That is
St.
not
Dominic's
enough.
going to take the first map. Play the game here. Going to Papachulo, of course. Hanzo. Beautiful ult right here. Got himself a little 4K. He really wanted that Reinhardt. He tracked him down. He's like, I'm not letting you leave. I want you dead. Next map we're heading to. Eichenwald, a hybrid map.
Which here at Eichenwald, it's a little bit of a tradition that both teams play Reinhardt because this is his home map, and it's just kind of one of those fun little stories in the game that everybody just kind of understands and accepts that you play Reinhardt on this map.
After Eichenwald, we're going to be headed to Junkertown. We love Junkertown. It's an amazing map. After that, if we get that far, we're going to Colosseo and Ilios.
Do we love Junkertown?
Everyone loves Junkertown.
All right.
It's an interesting map.
There we go. That's a much better way to describe that map.
Okay.
Everybody loves it.
It's an interesting map. Dominic going to be on the defense first.
Let's see who sets the tone early here. Is it the offense or the defense? That
Dominic switching up a little bit with Symmetra as the DPS and Alari. It's daytime, so Alari gets that bonus. Val, Orisa, Symmetra, Lucio, Bastion. The common players that we're seeing. It's going to be an interesting one.
Look for that teleporter from Francis Howell early to get behind Dominic and scurry to that point.
Little disappointed. Told to pause the match. Wondering why. All right, we were having some keyboard issues. Good now. Thankfully, it happened right in the beginning. Not during any action.
Dominic getting those Symmetra turrets up early. Set that line.
Alari got her healing pylon taken out. How teleported onto the site? Are they going to be able to hold it? Looks like they will be able to. That teleport on site just completely bypassed Dominic's defenses.
Yeah, and after today, you got to be ready for that teleport coming from anywhere, especially for Dominic. They've been victimized by teleporting all day.
5 minutes, 30 seconds. Hal just plowing through Dominic. Dominic's going to have to rethink their strategy a little bit.
House Central just rolling right along, not facing any real resistance.
Here on the bridge, we can have some issues. Lucio decides to come and play, knock some people off. He tried to knock Bastion off, wasn't able to. Couple ultimates here. Didn't do too much. Dominic able to take out Symmetra, as well as Bastion and Orisa, and stop them right before they get to the checkpoint.
Dominic finally able to stop something.
There goes Lucio. He's going to try and make it up. Unable to. Going to wall the ride the wall, sorry, all the way down. Hal with 2 ultimates now. Dominic about ready to have 2. Hal teleporting up top. Here comes Kaz looking for some players to kill. Taking out Symmetra and Lucio. It was big for Dominic. Dominic was able to take out all of Hal's other players. There he goes. Lonnie's sacrificing himself to take out that Bastion.
This is the type of momentum shift that Dominic was looking for. They were looking to make a stand, and they've done it twice in a row. Love to see it.
Here comes Hal prepping for another fight. Ultimate from Reinhardt. Papachulo taking out Lucio and Symmetra once more.
That was a brilliant bit of teamwork right there from Reinhardt and Bastion.
Taz is going to take out Bastion and Baptiste. And Lucio's going to take out Arisa. Launch her off the bridge, sorry. 2:25 left. Hal's going to come back with 4 ultimates ready. Dominic's not going to have anything. Hal going up top again. Ultimate from Arisa. Arisa quickly killed. Hal using all of their strength there, able to push Dominic off. They're going to try and get to that checkpoint. Junkrat and Baptiste are going to stop that. Papachulo going to take out Kata.
Dominic able to come back in at the last second and bring that defense back. Stop Francis Hal from moving up.
Minute 25 left.
Just another fantastic save from St. Dominic's defense right now.
Kaz not able to do much because of that lantern. Kaz says, no worry. He's going to take out 3 players. Papachulo's going to take out a 4th. It's going to be a good day. Dominic with 4 ultimates now and 50 seconds.
Yeah, Dominic kind of shot themselves in the foot with that first stand, giving Francis Howell a whole lot of time. But they've made a brilliant, brilliant defense right here. Hal going down low this time.
Kaz and Palmer and Papachulo. That's a team kill for Dominic. There's no coming back from that one.
Yeah, that was pretty brilliantly executed by Dominic. Just use all of your ultimates right there. The other team does not have
Lucio's
time
trying.
to get back.
He can do it. He just needs to believe Tracer on point. Switch to the mouse ball.
It's a hamster ball.
Hamster ball, mouse ball, he's annoying.
Yeah, his entire job right here is just to get on point and just be there and exist. Same thing with Lucio, is just to exist on point and hope for the best. We'll see how long they can hold up for.
Hal currently doesn't have any ultimates. Neither does Dominic. So this is going to be pure, kind of just a fight here. And it looks like Dominic's going to take it with another team kill. That's going to be the end of round 1. Hal 1 point.
Brutal way to end that round if you're Francis Howell. They start off so hot just to come close and then get backed up time and time again.
Dominic on the attack now.
Nice flip by Puzzle Box, going straight towards the goal. Trying to go up and
Dominic going with the usual bunch again. Same with Hal.
Let's see if Dominic tries the same thing and tries to get back as quick as possible onto that point.
Dominic wasting no time. Lucio already on point. That's going to send all of Hal back to defend. Dominic's going to push right in.
Arisa decided to take a nap there in the middle of that fight. Got back up and pushed Dominic back.
Dominic's going to wait for their team.
I think it's just a matter of time before we see Dominic start switching here. Trying to just break up this Francis Hal defense, and sure enough, there we go. Dominic switching.
Zarya, this is going to be a fun fight. Zarya, the perfect counter for Arisa.
Yeah, that is the last thing you want to see when you have a Bastion and Orisa on your team. Because you're just going to charge at Zarya, and she's just going to go to town. Dominic still not able to break through.
Here comes Papachulo. That's 3 dead. Going for the 4th. That's 4 dead. Dominic's on point.
I
And
stand
they're going to
corrected.
capture.
As I've done so many times today, is call something and immediately the opposite happens.
4 minutes on the clock. Dominic has to push 124 meters.
Turrets of Symmetra have gone down.
Hal is going to hold strong up top. Dominic currently sitting on 3 ultimates, along with Hal. There goes 2 of Hal's ultimates.
Dominic's tank is down.
Here comes Kaz to take out Ana.
Dominic's switching back to Reinhardt.
Hal running Mercy now, try to go for the res, taken out by Papachulo. Symmetra getting slept and killed by Ana. Dominic's on the push.
Dominic is hunting down that Orisa.
Papachulo taking out that Orisa. Kaz wanted that Bastion, and he got him. Now Hal doesn't have a Lucio so they don't have the possibility to bounce anyone off the bridge. But of course, Dominic does. So we're going to see. Lucio did a great job earlier in bouncing people off the bridge. See if they'll do it again.
Bastion
There
just
goes
drove
Bastion.
himself. Dominic has plenty of time to recover here. Maybe
Minute 36.
one really good push and maybe one panicked push.
Dominic's going to have 4 ultimates. Hal is only going to have 1 from Orisa.
And that's what you want from Dominic. You want them to be absolutely stacked to the 9s with ultimates. There you
There's
go.
1 ultimate. There goes.
There you go. Let the big guy in Reinhardt eat.
There we go. That might be the match unless Reaper can get the TP, and he does. Hal's just going to feed at this point. It's not going to matter.
Dominic,
That's the map.
2-0.
Dominic's going to take it. Play the game. Lonnie as Reinhardt. Right here at the end. Taking a look at our next map. Junkertown. Hopefully for Dominic, they're hoping this is the last map of this match. And then they'll hopefully go face CBC in the finals. Here we go. Map 3. Junkertown. "30 seconds to assemble our heroes here."
And this map is interesting because in all 3 zones, you can have 3 very different team comps. This middle sector that's really tight and narrow, leading out to this wide open field.
Dominic on defense. Dominic running the usual bunch, except for Olari and Ash. And Hal's going to run pretty standard.
Yeah, Dominic's going for range, but also flexibility, because if they were just going pure range, they could have brought out a Widow. But they want to keep a little flexibility with them, so they bring out the Ashe. Get that Hanzo a little range. Alari can hit from range.
Hal pushing hard here.
Yeah, they're coming out with a vengeance on this one. They're just steamrolling through this Dominic defense.
Dominic losing Ash, going back to Junkrat.
Dominic now has to defend this middle sector for 5 minutes. It's going to be a tough ask.
Papachulo. Take out Lucio. Dominic coming to fight back here.
Another 5.5 minutes that Dominic is going to have to defend. That is really, really difficult to do. That is a lot of time.
Dominic's gonna have to change their comp a little bit. This one, just like that, they changed their comp to Ramatra.
Their Amatra switch was an interesting play going up against an Orisa and a Bastion that just eats through your defenses. Dominic not putting much up for a fight.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match.
Dominic gonna have to change the comp up now. Hopefully on the attack.
Dominic got taken out for a walk on that round. They're going to need to
Ready for battle.
recharge and reset after that. Just hope they can do the same thing.
Howl's gonna have 4 minutes to push if we go into an overtime. Dominic not really switching it up, only switching to a Widow. And of course, Howl staying the same.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right, let's see if Dominic can get some
The payload.
space, some time, some points back here. Dominic and Hal trading bodies.
back to Ramatra. I think Dominic should probably switch to Zarya, really to combat the Orisa Bastion. It's been a comp that's worked pretty much all day.
Dominic again struggling here on this map. Just not really getting anything going.
Kaz switching to Reaper, hoping maybe he can get behind. Dominic finally getting Orisa dead. Couple ultimates used. Dominic's gonna be on the push.
Just when you think Dominic's getting a little bit of momentum going back up again, they just can't quite get Hal off their spot right now.
60 seconds remaining.
Dominic finally getting the push they need into the checkpoint. 3 minutes to push to the next one. Question is, are they going to keep it going, or was this a one-time thing because of Ramatra's ultimate?
Dominic's really got to gain some time here on these last 2 checkpoints. Because if this goes into overtime, Francis Hal's going to have an incredible advantage.
Hal pushing Dominic back yet again. Switching to Reinhardt.
Good ult in that back line, breaking things up for St. Dominic. This?
Dominic still fighting. 2.5 minutes. This just has not been Dominic's game mode, not their map.
Told you not everybody likes Junkertown. Although Dominic getting some late game mojo going.
Dominic with 2 ults ready. Owl, who's about to have 4 or 5 ultimates ready. Dominic taking out quite a few Howl players. Dominic's gonna push hopefully to the end right here. Bastion quickly dealt with. Just like that, we're going to overtime. Howl 4 minutes, Dominic 1.
Score.
It's going to be interesting to see what both teams can do with their time.
Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Common teams once again. Sorry, actually looks like Dominic will be attacking first.
And maybe Dominic keeps up that late game energy they had and continue, but this time do it at the beginning of the match, so that way they're not caught behind lagging like they were last time.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload. 60 seconds remaining.
Beautiful anti-Biana.
Dominic coming out hot this time.
Dominic taking Orisa and Baptiste out. Sleeping Bastion. They're pushing hard, they're pushing fast. They're not going to let anyone stop them.
Yeah, I think they took the start of last round personal. They're not letting that happen ever again.
The payload has reached 10 seconds remaining.
Hard push there from Dominic. 14 meters. End of round 3.
Score 4-3. Switching sides.
It is entirely possible for Dominic to get this hold here, but they got to switch up something that they did from their last defensive attempt, because that wasn't even kind of close to the effort they need.
Ready for battle.
Takes a shot, gets past the defender. One more again, 62.
Dominic with their usual lineup as opposed to trying to get fancy with some long-range options on the first defensive attempt. Hopefully that bodes a little bit better for him on this one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
With this much time, this little distance, you can't really take risks. Because if it doesn't work out, you don't have any time to fall back. I think Hal's going to win this map. We're going to be going to our 4th map.
Yeah, it'll be a different game mode, different map. Maybe Dominic can bounce back because this clearly has not been the right map for them.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
See Hal just constantly going, even with 3 minutes to go. Hal's gonna win this map.
And we're going to get some more Overwatch played.
We're gonna be going to the next map in the pool. Coliseum. Maybe that just wasn't Dominic's map. Maybe it wasn't their game mode. But hopefully, Dominic can get together after this one. Heading into 4th map, Coliseum.
Initiating match.
Our nice little robot here. He looks so excited to push.
Ready for battle.
Taking a look at the selected players, both teams with Lucio and Arisa, as well as Baptiste. Only difference
3,
is Hanzo, Junkrat, May, Bastion. We're gonna see how that works out for Dominic. Dominic pushing their best, but when you have two Orisas, it's hard to push. Beautiful ult from Hanzo.
Hanzo with an ult within a minute of the game
Getting
starting.
out 4 players. There's the 5th. That's a team kill for Dominic. Less than a minute, or just over a minute into the game. Orisa, Junkrat already in the 90s with their ultimates. Al has their ultimate for Lucio, as well as for Baptiste.
Dominic just gonna hide behind the pillars there and not even tempt fate trying to attack that BAP wall.
Hal's gonna take control of that robot. Dominic's gonna come back with 2 ultimates. Hal's gonna have 3. So now it becomes who's gonna be the most efficient with it.
Well, if everybody's as efficient as Papachulo was with his right at the beginning, it's gonna be a long game.
Nice little trade. Dominic keeping their Orisa. Dominic's gonna take control again of the robot.
A little bit of a war of attrition going on right now.
Papachulo already has his ult again. Junkrat, same with him. Hal, nowhere near an ultimate. Here's Papachulo. With that lantern gone. They want that Orisa. Junkrat and Lucio taking Orisa down. Six minutes left. Dominic getting their forward spawn. Hal putting up a real good defense. 3 ultimates. Dominic's going to be sitting pretty with 3 soon as well. Papachulo able to find Lucio.
Hal was able to battle all the way back from
Team Kid
giving
team
up that
kill on
forward
Hal.
spawn. But Dominic just comes right back on that same exact corner than they did before and sends Hal packing.
Team kill, and they still have 3 ultimate charges. Dominic needs to watch out. Reaper's going to have his charge soon. That can completely change how a game's going. Beautiful ultimate for Lucio. Beautiful 4-person Riptire. Kaz Comic. Another team kill for St. Dominic.
That is an absolute game changer right there. So much so that Francis Hal is switching tanks. They got to get something going because this is it. This is their match right here.
Switching to Reinhardt. See how that works out for him. There's that Reaper ult. Ari's just gonna knock him off the wall, but not before he gets 3 kills. 4 minutes left. Dominic with 100 meters.
Reaper taking
Outlet
that last
24.
team kill personal and almost doing it by himself.
Dominic with almost 4 ultimates. Simply just waiting. There's one. There's 2. There's 3. That one came from Hal. Able to clear out Dominic.
Yeah, Hal finally able to get some momentum going on that offensive end. The team kill their own. See how far they can push it before Dominic catches back up. Dominic with the switch over to Reinhardt as well.
Here comes Bastion. Papachulo. Able to find Lucio. Halo's gonna get their forward spawn. Dominic sneaks
stealing-
behind.
They just stole the robot out from right behind Hal.
Beautiful riptire from Kaz. Just under 2 minutes left. Dominic's gonna need to hold this robot. Dominic taking the robot. Now they need to hold it. Minute and a half left.
Well, it's going to take a minute and a half for that robot to get back on the other side of the map anyway, so they should have plenty of time. Hal now losing that forward spawn too.
Beautiful ultimates from both Papachulo and Reaper. Dominic's just going to keep powering through. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, that Reaper ult needed a little bit of extra help, but Hanzo's ult coming in there split the team and was not able to give Reaper the support he needed.
Hal's going to take the robot. 14 seconds left. Papachulo switching to Bastion.
Let's see where Dominic decides to make their stand right here for this last fight. All they got to do is just keep him off. Just bounce him
Dominic
off
with
for
no
one split
ultimates
second.
ready.
Hal with a couple ultimates ready.
Dominic's going to have to go old school.
Old school's not really working out for Dominic at this moment. They're gonna need a little help.
Lucio doing all he can.
Yeah, Dominic's kind of out of position here. They're defending from the bottom, which is where they don't want to be, and it's did not work out for them. And it looks like we're going to a 5th map.
Play of the game.
Kaz with play of the game. Beautiful 4K. Taking a look at where we're going next. Going to Ilios. Back to control. Dominic did really good on the first control and the hybrid. Let's hope Dominic will also do well on this final control map. Just waiting for everyone to be ready. And we're going to hop right into the final 5th map. Ilios. We can only hope that Dominic is going to play as good as they've been playing on controls. Howl is a lot better at pushing. Dominic is a lot better at physically controlling.
Ready for battle.
Dominic outliers from their normal team. Orisa, Moira, Howl, Reaper, Reinhardt. No May. They got a Lucio, though. We'll see how this is going to go. 2v2.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Howl on site first. They're going to try and capture. Dominic's going to charge in after taking out both Lucio and Reaper. Reinhardt's going to miss the pin. And he's going to fall. All that's left is Bastion and Baptiste. And Dominic's going to capture. Dominic going to try and stagger those spawns out. Dominic almost with at least one ultimate. That being Papa Chulo. It's going to be very important here. Beautiful ult. Beautiful ultimate. It's going to take out Reinhardt. Howl is going to take over while Dominic has it at 45. Riptire, 100%. Ultimate from Bastion. Doesn't seem like he was able to find anyone. Beautiful ultimate from Kaz, taking out Reaper and Lucio. Leading the way for Orisa to jam on in. Taking out Reinhardt, giving Dominic the point again. Howl's gonna hold. Dominic has one ultimate charge right now. Howl's about to have two. 70% on the charge. Reinhardt taking a lot of damage. Papa Chulo. At 94%, Hal's gonna take over. Dominic will have two ultimates ready.
I was going to want to drag this out as much as possible. Because that 94% is essentially once Dominic takes it, it's done. It's over.
Ultimate from Moira. Junkrat.
The tire going nowhere. Dominic needs their team on the point. Help that Orisa. Well, there's the help. Unfortunately, that's Francis Howell with the help.
Kiriko. So close.
Wow.
Looks like Howell's going to take the first round. It's going to be a best of 3.
Ready for battle.
Howell going to Orisa. Orisa via Orisa. I really hope that Dominic might run someone like Zarya. This is a center hole. Lots of ways to fall in. Even though he's not really playing comp anymore since his nerf, Roadhog would be good here because of his hook. Pull someone into the center and that healing, that constant healing.
He'd be a fantastic play, especially since Lucio would then be able to focus on popping people in that hole himself. Oh, Bastion decided to take a ride.
Courtesy
Courtesy.
of Lucio.
Man. We should expect to see a couple more of those throughout this match, since both teams have a Lucio of their own.
There goes
Oh,
Reaper, also sent down by Lucio. Dominic's going to capture the point. Dominic 90% on Lucio's ult.
well, it helps when you send a couple players down that well. That'll
Couple
charge our
people to the
ult
grave.
fast. Yeah. That's what's always fun about Lucio, is he's got this nice little I win button if you're playing on the side of the map. Not much you can do about it. Bastion, though, tired of Lucio's stuff, sends him packing.
Bastion able to take out Orisa. How's gonna take the point? Dominic with two good ultimates here. About to have 4. Very powerful what's about to happen. Hal will have all 5.
Dominic looked a little panicky right there on that last fight they were just having. They were all kind of spread out, and they were just trying to make something happen, each their own, and it didn't quite work out. That'll work though. That'll push people off the point. Fortunately, their Lucio countered and did not do Dominic any favors.
Dominic needs to slow down and really think about what they're going to do next. With the Orisa, I would switch off and I would go Zarya. Honestly, at this point, I'm really disappointed I haven't seen Zarya from St. Dominic. Beautiful 4K from Dominic.
Dominic needed that right there.
They're going to capture the point.
Let's see if Dominic can hold on to this.
Both Hanzo and Orisa going after Orisa. They want her dead. And they get their wish. They're able to hold off Hal for a little longer. Hal have 2 ults charged right now. Dominic will have 1 by the time of the next fight. This is the push.
Dominic just needs to stick together and not get too cute. That works, getting the tank out early. Good ult from Hanzo.
Beautiful hit. 2 players left. Get him off the point. That's going to be Dominic's point. We're going into the overtime match point.
This is it. This is as close to this is it as it could possibly get.
Map 5. Each team has 1.
For a chance to go to the finals.
The grand finale is what's on the line.
There's a lot of prize money on the line just for making it to the finals. Big stakes here at play. Now this is another map that Lucio can have some fun on and send some people off the side. And let's see if Dominic can capitalize on that again, or if Hal's wisened up to that strategy.
Papachula going Symmetra. We'll see how that's going to play out.
Dominic also bringing back their Junkrat. Hal staying the same comp they were these past couple rounds. Let's see whose strategy pays off first. Sure enough, somebody goes packing down the side of the map. Look at that.
It's going to be Baptiste. Dominic looks like they're going to get first cap. That poor Lucio just finds his way home right off the edge of that cliff. Dominic on first cap. 70% on Junkrat. Ultimate. That ultimate can really change it on this map.
With how enclosed this objective is, just that one explosion is really going to do some damage because Hal's going to push all together at once, and if they don't have any support, they don't have any protection, that Riptire is going to rip them apart.
Same thing with Reaper. Reaper will do the exact same thing. He'll come down from the top, and he can do a lot of damage in that closed area if Dominic's not careful and knowing where he is.
Yeah, and you're worried about that if you're Dominic, and especially, this is the same for both teams, you're worried about the Orisa ult coming first and grouping everybody up. And then those Reaper
Here comes that
ults.
Riptire, waiting for Lucio, able to get Bastion. Orisa's going to get launched off the side of the cliff by Dominic's Orisa. Beautiful ultimate. They're going to take it back over, and that's a team kill for Dominic.
Dominic wasting no time there getting their point back.
Dominic with only one ultimate left. Howl's gonna have 3 in this next fight.
It's going to be up to Dominic to get as big of a percentage point as they could possibly get on this attack from Hal.
Good push from Hal. You can see those turrets really drained Orisa. Hal's gonna take over. Dominic at 86% capture. And they're gonna have 2 ultimates coming on in.
Hal was able to take over that point though without having to burn a single one of their ults, which was not good news for Dominic. You at least needed to see something come out of Hal.
Symmetra's gonna teleport up top, drop on down. Ultimate from Bastion right here. Didn't do too much against Dominic. Bastion's going over the edge. Dominic's taking back over.
Beautiful stuff right there.
Question is, will Baptiste be able to hold off long enough? He's dead. All he have is ball.
But now that Bap is staggered, and that really kind of...
99% overtime. Just need to kick him off. Symmetra, Orisa ultimate, possibly Lucio.
Hal out of ults. Not even close to
There it
any of them.
is. No one else on
Dominic.
point. That's the game.
Dominic moving on to the finals to face CBC.
St. Dominic 3. Francis House Central 2. Play the game, of course. Kaz Comic.
Francis Hal, though, tough game. Neither of these teams has seen each other today. Very well fought. Well-earned 3rd place.
We will be back with the grand finale. If it would update. There we go. St. Dominic Varsity, CBC. We'll be back with more Overwatch soon. Welcome to the grand final of the St. Dominic Open Overwatch Tournament. Today we have St. Dominic High School varsity versus Christian Brothers College. We're going to be starting out on Li Zhang Tower. So let's head on in. Now, Dominic already played against CBC today, and they did lose, but they didn't lose by too bad. So, I mean, personally,
Yeah, Dominic was able. Dominic did lose 3-0. However, there was a draw in the middle of that, but also every single one of those losses were played incredibly close. So maybe just a couple breaks more towards Dominic's direction, and we could have a very different final than we did earlier today.
taking a look at our teams. Arisa, Lucio, Baptiste, Hanzo, Junkrat for St. Dominic, and for CBC, Reinhardt, Reaper, Baptiste, Lucio, and Bastion. Now, for Dominic, the problems are going to end up being Reaper, Bastion. Reinhardt, yes, he's annoying, but you can put distance. Bastion is always there, and he's very accurate. Really causing all sorts of problems for Dominic. But here we go. First round. CBC's going to go up top.
Yeah, CBC wants that high ground real bad. Dominic's not going to go out without a fight.
Dominic able to find Bastion.
It looks like Dominic's going to get the early cap here. Something they absolutely needed to do. Hopefully they can hold on to this for some time. And if they do lose it, they're going to need to get it back, which they were not able to really do in the earlier matchup.
Trading our Bastions. They're going to take our Palmer, and they're going to start to push to capture.
Dominic only getting to 27%.
Ultimate from Baptiste. Dominic has learned, and they're hiding when you have those Baptiste Bastion ultimates. They're like, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm just going to hide. That's something they weren't doing earlier.
Orisa just fighting for her life all by herself. Not much she can really do there. Let's see if Dominic can get some retake right here, or at least get a little traction going.
Ultimate from Bastion. Looking to find anyone. Not able to do so. Junkrat hoping he can also get some. He's going to come around the back. Get a nice little triple right there. Taking out both healers and Bastion. Dominic's going to take over the point.
That's what Dominic was missing out on the last game. They never had that retake opportunity or that game-changing play that allowed him to come back. And that really helped Dominic right now.
Here comes CBC's ult for Bastion. Another Baptiste ult.
Orisa burning her ult there, not getting the help she needed.
I would switch off Orisa. That's exactly what he's doing. He's going to switch to Reinhardt. Reinhardt v. Reinhardt. We're going to see what happens.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do if you're Dominic there. That was pure team chemistry.
Dominic or CBC has a really deadly combo. Well, they'll save their Reinhold ult, and they will also save their Reaper ult. And as soon as Reinhardt knocks you down, Reaper's going to be right there with Death Blossom. And if you don't take care of that, I mean, you saw exactly what happened. Your whole team's going to be gone.
Yeah, it looked like they kind of survived for a split second, but it just was not enough there.
Dominic going to switch to Farah and Hanzo.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture.
See if Lucio gets a bridge boop here. Not able to. Still don't know if I agree with the Orisa right now. CBC just kind of shut her down every time.
Dominic had Ryan antied there and just could not capitalize on a damaged tank. Here they are again, outside the point.
Dominic's switching to Reinhardt. Reinhardt is antied. Hanzo's going to try and capture. Dominic's going to charge in. With only a Reaper to protect.
Yeah,
They're going to cap.
Hanzo did his job there. He got 3 of the kills. That's plenty for him to do. You got to rely on the team for the rest of that.
Dominic has almost 3 ultimates ready. Here comes Papachulo.
That was a fantastic Hanzo ult, but good on the Baptiste of CBC to get down his immortality field.
They were able to take out Baptiste, and I mean, a kill is a kill.
A kill is indeed a kill, but if that Baptiste wasn't there, they could have gotten so much more. Ryan overextending there a little bit. Junkrat's ult being shot down by Baptiste. Dominic, though, with a really strong 67% cap. You can work with that. CBC's Reinhardt just seems to kind of swing his hammer all the time, no matter where he's at.
He's just swinging. Don't care where, don't care how.
I'm not sure if that's a habit, but he'll be in spawn swinging his hammer. It's just kind of interesting. Reinhardt using his ult there, and his team is capitalizing without him. They just need a little bit more to cap this point. But unfortunately for Dominic, reinforcements are on the way for CBC. Bastion sent packing by Lucio.
That's a real big hit. Lucio, or sorry, Bastion's one of their best players. Really just kind of shredding through everything.
Yeah, that was fantastic play by the Lucio. We'd
Dominic
love to see that.
Dominic with 3 ultimates now. and CBC with only 1.
Another wonderful sight if you're a Dominic fan.
Papachulo coming in. Taking out Lucio.
CBC, though, with just enough to steal this point.
Not enough. First map is going to go to CBC.
Again, another really close, hard-fought game by Dominic, but just CBC's got that little extra bit on him.
Taking a look at the map pool. Up next, we're going to Paricio. After that, we're going to be going to Shambhala Monastery, Esperanza, and Nepal. Just waiting to see if CBC is going to substitute any players. Here we go to map 2. Paricio.
All right, let's see if Dominic's got a response here for CBC. They got an early hole last time and couldn't quite dig themselves out. See if they can come up with some magic here.
Dominic running Orisa again. Lifeweaver, Hanzo, Junkrat, Kyuriko. CBC on the attack.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Dominic getting an early pick here on one of the support players. CBC going to patiently wait for him there, no rush at all. Just like that, CBC is on point.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
CBC not taking no for an answer.
Dominic hoping to put up a front here.
Dominic's defense is all over the place, just trying to come up with something.
I think the biggest problem, honestly, with Dominic's defense is Orisa. She's not doing anything. She's just there taking up space.
Yeah, Rissa hasn't worked on the past 2 maps. They've just been able to kind of disguise it a little bit, but they really got to switch it up. They have no choice. I would like to see a little bit of a Ramatra switch. Get a little
Ramatra
pressure
would
on their
be
Ryan.
good.
Maybe even a Sigma. I wouldn't mind a Sigma. He doesn't play as well in the Rhine, but that's still an interesting strategy. Another team kill for CBC. Dominic switching to Rhine. Maybe hearing us through the walls over here. Let's see if it's enough or if it's too late. And would you look at that? Dominic switches tanks, and magically they make a stand.
Dominic with all 5 ultimates.
Maybe they can use the ultimate in a minute here because this defense is going to be a nice long fight.
Reaper in the back.
Papi Chulo again calling his name for the umpteenth time today because he's done something great with that ultimate.
Dominic had to use 3 of their ultimates there. CBC switching to Sojourn. Sojourn taking out Reinhardt.
Dominic's Reinhardt coming back with an ultimate, but CBC's Ryan also has an ultimate waiting. See how they play off each other. Payload almost at its destination. There's the Reinhardt ult. There's the other Reinhardt ult. And that's the round. Yet another team kill out of CBC.
Dominic keeps trying to beat CBC at their own game.
It's not working.
Their Reinhardt is dominant. You can't just go Reinhardt and hope it's gonna work. You gotta go. You gotta go someone else.
Gotta counter him.
Gotta counter.
Either start diving and try to just get that Reinhardt to turn around, or you gotta go Ramatra. I mean, he's a direct counter, even just for 1 life, just to get something. But we'll see what Dominic comes out here on offense with.
CBC running the same setup. Dominic running Sigma for a tank.
I definitely don't mind seeing Sigma out here. Ramatra is still the better pick, but you know, at least it's something different.
Let's see how CBC is going to hold this choke point.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Dominic able to get under. Or are they going to be able to stay there?
Just like that, Dominic shut down yet again with a team kill, and immediately going back to Reinhardt.
They're fighting a losing battle at this point. Reinhardt obviously hasn't been working. So you're not just gonna throw more Reinhardt at it. You gotta experiment with other heroes.
They gave Sigma 1 single try and immediately bailed. But Reinhardt is also clearly not the answer.
Let's see if he'll go something else. Sticking with the Reinhardt. Another team kill.
Now you see me, now you don't.
I mean, at this point, it's not even just a tank switch that Dominic needs. There's 4 other characters on this roster. They can't. They're just doing the same thing over and over again. This is quite literally the definition of insanity. They're just
Doing the same
expecting
thing
that.
over, expecting a different response.
Exactly. And sure, every once in a while when they get all their ults charged, they get to do something, but they need their ults to do that. They can't just do it organically like CBC can. It's just not sustainable. CBC, I don't even think has lost anybody in this fight. Reinhardt again dead for St. Dominic. Dominic getting a couple picks, but again, it's taking the ultimates to do that.
60 seconds. Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Dominic now has 3 minutes to push to the first checkpoint. Dominic with 3 ultimates. CVC will have 4 not before long.
CBC again cleaning up shop without burning ultimates. Something that Dominic has just not been able to accomplish.
Dominic 0.7 meters away. Lots of ultimates. Papachulo taking out CBC's Bastion.
That Bastional going nowhere. Dominic still chugging along. Hopefully they get a quick push right here. Make up some time and see if they can stop CBC on the next round, but Papi Chulo's ult, getting rid of the Baptiste in his immortality field.
Now 30 seconds remaining.
This ends now.
Reinhardt blocking the ult from CBC. Reaper cleaning it up. That's what you want to see from Dominic.
Team kill from Kaz Comic. That's not played the game. I don't know what will be.
But again, Dominic relying heavily on ultimates in order to get anything done offensively and defensively.
Initiating match.
CBC is going to have 2.5 minutes to play with, while Dominic is going to have to sprint directly to checkpoint, and I'm not sure CBC is going to let them through.
Ready for battle.
Dominic now running Diva for a tank.
See, there we go. That's something different. That's a little exciting, a little spicy.
At least it's an experiment. It tells us, you know, how does it work against
Yeah, it
not only
absolutely
Reinhardt
is.
but CBC's Reinhardt.
They're also bringing Soldier and Lifeweaver. They're really kind of switching up tactics, trying to see if we can get something going here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But hey, it's the finals. It's win or go home. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Very good hold from Dominic.
That's what Dominic needed to do. Switch it up a little bit. Put CBC on their back foot. Not expecting to see this team comp. Now Dominic has just shaved off a minute of this time that they have to defend from. Good ult from Lifeweaver. CBC is quite literally in a corner.
Beautiful ult from Diva right there. Gonna get a double kill.
All that's left is the Sojourn. Sojourn laid to rest.
See, this is exactly what we were talking about. You can't go Reinhardt against a better Reinhardt. Nothing's gonna work. You have to experiment and figure out what's gonna work. Switch to Diva, now look at this. Dominic is holding their own. Soldier 76. They have a real shot at stopping CBC. 40 seconds left.
And CBC that's been fighting the same team comp this whole game, the match before, and the game they played Dominic earlier in. This is a completely different look from Dominic, and one they're not used to.
This ends now.
Unfortunately, though, CBC wises up to Dominic's games and wins the second map, putting Dominic one game away from second place.
Up next in the map pool, Shambali Ministry. Monastery, sorry. Subs. Here we go into map 3. Shambali Monastery.
I personally love this map. It's one of the newer maps in the game. It's home to one of my favorite characters, Zenyatta, who I've been campaigning to see all day long.
No matter how hard you try, Zenyatta will not appear.
Maybe this is it. Dominic again on their back foot. No possible options. Who hasn't been seen? Zenyatta. Here we go, his home map. Maybe he's got a little extra magic in there for him.
Ready for battle.
Dominic bringing out Iari in the nighttime again. That is a bold strategy that worked off for him earlier this afternoon, but
Back
see if they
with
can pull it off
Diva.
again.
Diva worked in the last map to hold off Reinhardt a lot better than Reinhardt did. We're going to see if it's going to work here.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Olari taking out Lucio. Papachilo taking out Sojourn.
Yeah, for a second there it looked like Dominic was just going to push back the entire CBC team, but CBC fought back and was able to hang in there. Here we are on board with Lucio. D.Va again demeched.
Not so fast.
Here comes Papachulo taking out Sojourn. Lucio taking out Lucio.
This is a push that Dominic needs to shut down right
Olari
now.
taking out. That's a team kill for Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic needed that right there. If they lost that point that early, that would have spelled trouble because that adds a lot of time onto this map. Let's see if Dominic can keep this momentum going that they just found.
Dominic with 3 ults. CBC about to have 4.
Another Riptire kill. Dominic and CBC just trading bodies right now. That payload not moving an inch.
Lucio's gonna run all the way home. One minute left. Dominic has 2 ults. CBC 2. CBC also changing to Zarya. Papachulo going at it again, taking out Bastion.
It's fantastic to get that Bastion out of there.
Olari sunbursting Zarya.
Dominic just needs to get as much damage as they can right now to see if they can clean up any of those sunbursts. CBC on their back foot, not able to get around this turn, and Dominic just needs to sit back a little bit,
15.
not do anything dumb.
10 seconds. Here comes from an ult from CBC's Bastion.
Lucio is still sitting on an ult for Dominic. There it is. Dominic just needs to hold this point.
CBC still has an ult for Sojourn.
Dominic still holding out. See if more reinforcements are on their way. Lucio still just holding on, and he's finally taken out. It's a great hold there by Dominic, just burning off as much time as possible. I was hoping that team could come back together just a little bit quicker to hold that point, but we push on for the next one. D.Va sending her ult in.
Papachulo, another ult. Taking out 3 of CBC.
Well, it's a day that ends in Y, so it's Papi Chulo getting another incredible ult from Hanzo.
Another team kill for Dominic.
This is the fight that we were looking from Dominic for all these games that we've seen against CBC today. And all it took was a little bit of a crafty makeup for this team.
CBC gonna try and go around the back now.
60 seconds remaining.
Ramatra. 50 seconds left. Beautiful hit by Kaz Comic. That's a 4K. That's another team kill for St. Dominic. This is exactly what we were looking for earlier. CBC is going to have one more good push. They have a Sojourn ult. Papachulo is going to take out that Sojourn. Dominic has 2 ults on retainer.
Dominic was finally able to break CBC out of that same team comp they've been running all day. And CBC looks a little uncomfortable in it.
10 seconds to go. Overtime.
Dominic just punishing
Here comes
right now.
Papachulo. Lucio on ball. CBC's desperate if they're bringing out the ball. And of course, that Diva ult is going to take them both out. That's overtime.
There we go, St. Dominic. That's what we
CBC.
wanted.
Only 1 point.
Now, of course, Dominic needs to respond in kind on offense. But this is the type of defense Dominic has been lacking all day.
It's almost like it finally clicked. They don't need to go the same characters. You can experiment. You have to be able to dynamically adapt to whoever you're playing and however they play. And CBC tried to do that. They tried to go Zarya, and then they tried to go Ramatra. Ramatra was no match.
Exactly. And Dominic was able to kind of switch into this different team comp in the last game towards the end, and so they kind of got a little bit of a feel for this comp, where CBC had to just switch right there after playing so many hours on their main comp, and they never quite were able to come back.
Exactly. Now we can see CBC going back to their main comp. Dominic sticking with Diva.
If you're Dominic, you can't go back to the old comp. You can't. This is the only thing that's shown any progress at all.
That singular switch from Reinhardt to Diva is really shaking up how this game is working.
Yes, it has.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Here comes Dominic. Let's see if this offense can show the life that their defense just did.
If this Diva played any way how she did last round, CBC's going to be running for the hills, trying anything they can to stop her. Dominic or CBC switching and running Reaper now. Only problem with Reinhardt.
CBC's got a really good defensive team composition right now. What Dominic has to do is run up that left side that they're kind of leaking over towards right now, and just kind of flip it on top of their head.
You can see Junkrat trying to sneak around, get some people out of the way.
CBC able to hold off the fight for now.
You can see Junkrat sneaking up the side.
But
There's
he's bringing some help this time, and
bringing all of his friends. That Bastion's gonna run all the way home, right to the morgue.
Papachulo's got his ult charged and ready to go.
Papachulo is just waiting to release his twin hunters.
He's gonna send them right down Main Street here in just a second. Just you watch.
There he goes, sending out his scanner.
Take a peek, see what you can find.
He wants to do it.
There it
There
is.
it goes with the Diva ult. Able to take out Bastion. We lost Papachulo.
A little bit of an ult party. Dominic's
That's okay.
not quite able to get the push that they probably wanted out of that, but again, they're still right there on that corner, which choked up CBC for such a long time.
2 minutes, minute 45. And they're right at the checkpoint. CBC still not adjusting other than Reaper.
No, still from Dominic. I wish I would have seen this just so much earlier in the very first game they even played together. But I'm glad that they have shown some growth here throughout the day, and they're really starting to kind of experiment and get comfortable with these different characters.
Only thing I'm scared about, Reaper has his ultimate. So where is he going to appear? And when is he going to use it?
That is obviously scary, but as long as Diva's on her game, she can just spin around and eat all of Reaper's ult, and they'll be totally fine. Or Lifeweaver could just drop a tree. Just like, look at that. The tree and Diva ate the ult.
Completely useless Reaper ult. That's what was scaring Dominic. They're going to take out Baptiste.
Dominic just not enough help around the Diva. CBC lives to fight another couple seconds.
Dominic's going to come back with at least 3 ultimates. CBC, 2 if they're lucky. 3 if they're really lucky. All Dominic needs is to get these last few meters to get that timer up. There goes Bastion's ult. There's Hanzo.
That Hanzo ult missing, it's a rare miss from Papichulo.
Lucky ultimates from CBC.
Incredible fight shown from Dominic, but CBC
very loud. Could swear they're almost screaming. Which is funny because they're all sitting next to each other, so I wouldn't know the need for any screaming, but I mean, congrats to CBC. I heard there was some prize money. I don't know the amount. Probably at least $20. You can get a lot with $20. There we have Papachulo. Play of the game. Absolutely deserved it.
fantastic day from both teams, but CBC brought their best. Congrats to all competitors that we saw today. Very, very fun day of Overwatch.
We thank you for joining us at the St. Dominic Open, the Esports Classic, watching us play some Overwatch. We will see you hopefully next time.